Entry is completely free. Somerset has been situated on Somerset sectors have been now standing on 341.6. These have been the half an hour's time. Somerset second lead is 219.4. And then we were one issues around the county and we need to centralise national space. Areas of shade around the ground, so please leave those out to our field in the east, and always with the steward. Sure, to help you are feeling unwell as many times. So it's important to stay hydrated, especially sensory and aesthetic. Many of our usual sessions are open today. Counties where bookings can be made for breakfast, lunch, and tea. All subject to availability. Traveller's Coffee House is open today as well. We've got two coffee stations around the shed, coffee floats, and we've got coffee blue in the race today as well. In the Somerset Chat Village. So coffee, coffee, and drink to suit all tastes today. A reminder that we're just a few days out from the Big West Country Derby in the Vitality Class. The people social science grant and say double on June 26th. Somerset Women face Durham before Somerset Men's in Gloucestershire. Told there are only 200 tickets available from our official website, so from the section of the market just already. Thanks for being here. In the sunshine on Friday nights, so double header and the derby. Get lots of tickets now. Finally, across our Red Festival of Red Bull Record, which we hope you enjoy over the last few days. A couple of things to tell you about today. We've got youngsters with you. It's the T-shirt and shining contest. Taking place throughout the day. All details can be found at our Christian Scottish Lobby and reception. And the ever popular bat painting demonstrations that has been throughout the day at all open expenses. It's free to attend, and you can learn all about making high quality bats from our experts. So once again, to all those bats and segments, a warm welcome to Somerset. Day 4 gets underway in just 25 minutes. Very good morning, for just joining us here at WPA Associates County in Somerset, fourth and final round of this Warwickshire County Championship Regional Match in the world. In just 15 minutes time, Somerset sets the junior second innings on 341 for 6, a lead of 219 runs. A reminder that there are ample weather warnings issued on the Met Office, so please stay hydrated, plenty of sunscreen, and shaded areas as possible throughout the day. If you're feeling unwell sometime, please speak to a member of our fellow students. Tickets go on sale today for a very special event taking place here on Sunday, September the 13th. You can experience the magic of Shakespeare under the open skies on the field of play. As a play outdoor field theatre company Eli Ray brings fancy baskets to the people of Social County. Set against the unique backdrop of Somerset's most iconic venue, this lively, entertaining production promises an unforgettable afternoon of love, romance, mistaken identity, and adventure. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, and the price is £25 for adults, between pounds and 16. Excellent value for tickets available and just 60 tickets level change. So enjoy a wonderful afternoon of world press outdoor theatre as Shakespeare is brought to life on the parts of Somerset. As you like it here. People associates counting down on Sunday, September the 13th. I'm told that all ticket stores sale time today. Once again, a big thank you to our national Taunton Dental Practice. Within 2014, Taunton Dental Practice is dedicated to providing exceptional care tailored towards unique needs in a welcoming and comfortable environment. Their highly skilled team uses the latest technology and techniques to ensure your treatments are efficient, effective, and pain-free as possible. Whether you need routine care, cosmetic enhancements, or restorative treatments, we strive to exceed your expectations at every visit at our match sponsor, Taunton Dental Practice.
Welcome to Taunton for day 4 of this enthralling County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and the visitors Warwickshire. It is beautifully poised, which during, well, day 2 and day 3 we weren't sure what it was going to be. But Somerset fought back with these two who are still at the crease. Craig Overton, 89 not out. Thomas Rue with his second championship 100 in 2 games, making this game very interesting. 341 for 6 is the score. Which has put Somerset in a very interesting position. They've still got 4 wickets to go. They won't want to give up the runs just yet. They'll need a few more. I'm Charlie Taylor. Alongside me is Harry Everett. Stephen Lamb's around as well. And we'll be hearing also from the MCC today about some of the laws of cricket, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But Harry, what a nicely poised game we've got in front of us here.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Thomas Rue and Craig Overton, superb. Craig Overton's got to be a big shout for player of the season already with bat and ball. Barely missed a game. Thomas Rue, his second consecutive first-class game. The first time he's managed to play 2 first-class games in a row for Somerset with exams and school commitments and England Lions, of course. But absolutely brilliant. Improving on his first-class best already, just a week on. And those back foot punches through the offside, just sensational. To get on top of the bounce and just nail it. The reverse sweeps we know he's got, but he's actually been quite becalmed. 133 off 237 balls. It's not been him whacking it. He's just been playing brilliant, proper cricket shots. And the amount of times he's nailed it at a fielder as well. Just middle of the bat nearly every ball. Phenomenal.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see that. Of course, you can, as Harry's mentioned, you can watch back a lot of this stuff. If you missed it, there are clips plenty on social media as well. If you follow Somerset Cricket Official, or usually words to that kind of effect on various different social media networks, you can see a lot of those highlights from Thomas Reid, but also from Craig Overton, who's played some beautiful shots in his 89 as well. His timing looks fantastic. And towards that, at the end of yesterday, I was listening to a bit to the evening session yesterday, the runs were flowing. Warwickshire just didn't know how to stem the flow of runs, and that lead kept building and building, and still 4 wickets in hand. And Somerset with a lead now of, what is it, around 219, which isn't enough, you wouldn't say, because of the way Somerset got to 341 for 6. But if the pitch just starts to break up a little bit, if Jack Leach comes into it, we'll have to wait and see. The draw is still very much on the cards, but it could still go Somerset or Warwickshire's way, which is...
Or a tie.
Exciting. It could be a tie. A tie is unlikely, but it could be a tie. We'll have to wait and see. But the way we'll find out is by watching what goes on in front of us as the Warwickshire team make their way out onto the field. And Craig Overton and the much smaller Thomas Reid, very big height difference between these two, walk out to a large round of applause from the Taunton faithful who have made their way here on a Monday morning to hopefully see some more batting is what they'd like to start with. And there's some wickets later on.
Really good to see Craig Overton sort of jumping and his spring in his step, because that little hamstring knock he suffered yesterday afternoon was slightly concerning. A bit worried about how he was going to deal with that, if that was going to be a problem coming in. But these two, I think they want to bat till lunch. Get a 300 plus lead, even 320, 350 lead, and then Warwickshire have 2 sessions, 60 plus overs to try and get 300. Could be a phenomenal afternoon. They'll have a go on a flat deck. They've got aggressive players. Remember Bo Webster's 100 in the T20 Blast just a couple of weeks ago. Rob Yates took 24 off Ronnie Meredith's first over of a Blast game here last year. They've got history on this ground. But remember also, roles were reversed. 2 years ago, I think it was, Michael Booth was bowling at Tom Abel, and Somerset chased over 400 in the last inning. Tom Abel got that brilliant 100. So there's a bit of history between these sides in good run chases.
Incredible run chase, that one, wasn't it? Remember it well. So we're all ready to begin here at Taunton for a game that for a while looked like it was slipping from Somerset's grasp, especially when they were effectively 60 odd for 6 yesterday. Well, since then, not a wicket's fallen. And Warwickshire wondering, how has that happened? But Craig Overton, when he's been captain, has batted exceptionally well this season. 89, so he's 11 runs away from what would be a 3rd championship 100. And there'll be runs first up here. He just bounces this one towards the fine leg fielder. Come through for a single. He moves to 90.
What I also love about a run chase when Somerset are looking good is that every single run is clapped. I remember Vic and Stephen were saying on comms yesterday, is that a 200 mark? What is it? Like, no, it's just a single. But it's a brilliant round of applause.
Defended there by Thomas Reid, who'll be keen to add some more runs to his overnight score. He's a huge talent. Very exciting cricketer, Thomas Reid.
People tweeting me saying, shouldn't Thomas Reid be doing his revision? No, get his last exam on
Thursday.
Thursday.
He is done.
I was there playing on his first team field, and Thomas Reid came out to have a chat to me. The baller got out, and I said, Thomas, you need to be revising. And his little slip of paper, his little slip of maths equations or something. He sat watching us play, did a little bit of revision, then went off to his exam, and then came and watched the rest of the game.
Nice.
He's into holiday mode now.
No shot offered. Hits the pad. Big appeal. It's going to roll down towards the boundary. Don't think it's going to reach there. They'll come back for a second.
Seemed more of a begging appeal than a convincing, I'd say.
So 2 runs added, but not onto the scores of score of Thomas Reid.
Impressed with Manny Sutar. First time we're seeing him in the flesh at the Cooper Associates County Ground. His first bowl here in his career. Nice Indian left arm spinner. China replaced Ravi Jadeja, which are pretty big boots to fill.
Oh yeah, I do like that. A run up that crosses in front of an umpire like that. Don't see it all that often.
The old through and around, yeah.
Yeah, inside edge straight to the short leg fielder. Yeah.
I was laughing on day one. When is it through and around, and when is it around and through?
hot today. Temperatures around 31 Celsius expected in Taunton.
Might be 10 degrees higher if our air conditioning doesn't wake up in here.
Yeah, we're okay at the minute because the sun. It's when the sun sort of comes around the side and starts coming in through the
4 o'clock,
window.
so,
Yeah, that's when it really heats up.
Right, do they go with a Rob Yates or Mosley for some off spin, or do they? I think they'll probably start with a bit of pace. Ethan Bamber, maybe. I think you got to go pace and spin. Your best spinner and your best seamer to start the day.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Bamber with 54 on his back, former ex-university student. Played on this ground quite a few times with decent success. He's going to bowl with not too many attacking fielders, actually. 2 out on the leg side. 1 slip in place. Craig Overton, whose hamstring we hope is okay. A little bit of a niggle yesterday while he was batting.
He's so crucial to this Somerset side. He's one of those players, if he gets injured, that is a huge blow.
Oh, yeah.
So he
Can't
keeps
afford
himself
it.
extremely fit, which is great for Somerset. But if he gets injured, and he's getting towards an age in his career where those injuries might start to happen a bit more regularly.
Came out of the SA20, didn't he, to have a bit more recovery time after those operations in the winter. 342 for 6 then. Ethan Bamber into Craig Overton on 90. The barn door of a defence for Craig Overton.
It really is, isn't it? His bat looks huge.
Love it. Already got that 100 this year.
2.
Brilliant. Yeah, I was going to start with that one at Chelmsford. Was that the first one?
Chelmsford.
And then second one here. Batting between 6 and 7, depending on Lewis Gregory being available.
Who was that against?
I should know it's off the top of my head. Wasn't Sussex. Wasn't Notts. Bamber in again. Slips gone to Gully. Straighter. Well kept out.
Yorkshire.
Was it Yorkshire?
That was in May. No, I think it might have been Sussex.
Was it Sussex?
Sussex or Yorkshire?
Okay, the scorecards are sat right in front of me, Charlie.
Well, get him open, Harry.
He had 1 and 2 against Yorkshire.
Didn't have a great game though. I think it's Sussex.
60 not out and 18 not out against Notts. That's the first game.
Yeah, it was after that.
Bamber in again. Yeah, still straight on the money. So we reckon it was Sussex. Yeah, because Sussex was that game where rain stopped Sussex from going back with a loss, really. Saved Sussex with a draw, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very
bit
honest.
of rain.
Very
that was one of the
honest
strangest performances I've ever seen from a...
Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson, hands in pockets the whole time. Then got called up for England and was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Didn't look interested at all.
He just did not look interested. I just couldn't.
Yeah, I agree.
He didn't bowl himself when Sussex were desperate for wickets.
Whole innings he didn't bowl.
He was...
runs for Craig Overton. Nearly hit the seagull. It's going to be at least 2. It's going to be 4. Third man can't run around. The seagull moves a little bit late. Craig Overton onto 94 now. That nice late cover drive, really. Square drive through almost backward point in the end. Still timing really beautifully. The sound off the bat reverberates around the Cooper Associates county ground.
The outfield's quick, isn't it?
It's only going to get quicker, you think? I don't think Nick Pepper can hose down the whole outfield. There'll be a hosepipe ban soon. Leg side a little bit this time, but still a calm one.
He's 95. He's flown there, hasn't he, this morning? 6 runs in quick time. They did get a lot of topping up the reservoirs, didn't they, over winter? A lot of rain. So
I came back from Australia on New Year's Eve.
Yes, you went.
And from the first, because the 1st of January until the 2nd of March, I think it was.
Rain every day.
Every single day it rained.
Yeah, and we'd had rain in November and December.
That wasn't even me exaggerating. That was an official stat, I think.
Yeah, some of us.
You couldn't get
battled through an entire winter here, mate.
You couldn't get
part-timers.
You couldn't get from Clumpton to Willand without going through a little lake. Road is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it was a very wet winter. So I think the reservoir's probably all right for now, but much more of this. And
last ball of Bamber's first over. First time. Thomas Rouge facing this morning. Calm to the offside and let Craig Overton face a bit of spin and get near another first-class 100 for the current Somerset captain.
Yes, Rouge's going to be, enables fit again. Coming in. Smeed, you feel like that's, there's a lot of pressure on this batting lineup, the way these runs are coming from left, right and centre, which has been great. Thomas Kohler-Cadmore back in the squad after his hand injury that kept him out for how long? A long time. Was that 8 weeks-ish? Something like that.
Something like that.
Long time. He showed me the other day when doing the T20 against Warwickshire, and he still had fairly big scars on his thumb where the pins went in. It's a bad injury. Taking a catch as well, sort of bent his thumb into
Chelmsford,
his
wasn't it?
palm. Yeah.
That was that mental game when Will Smead came in from Abergavenny.
Yes. Yeah.
No one's ever gone from Abergavenny to Chelmsford.
It's not a regular route, is it?
From one cricket ground to the other. Surely that's the first ever.
Lovely to have some county championship cricket in the sun, isn't it? In this time of the year. A lot of it squeezed into April and September. So some high summer county championship cricket. Very much appreciated by the members here who I speak to.
He's not going to take the bait, is he? Long on back. Does he come gallant? Do you remember when he deposited Simon Harmer into the Ian Botham stand? Was that last season?
Yes.
For 6 to win the game?
Yeah. That was...
he played it beautifully.
Yeah.
Is he tempted? A bit quicker, a bit flatter, a bit more round arm for Mani Sutar, trying to surprise Craig Overton with a bit of extra pace. Calm. No stress from Craig Overton. He's in no rush. There's still more time in this day than you think. There's daft things that it's 93 overs remaining in the day. No chance of rain. Plenty of spin to be bowled, so the over rate could go more than 15. How often do you see a 15 over rate?
I don't know. Gosh, not very often. A lot of overs.
So Craig Overton batted 7 and Thomas Rue 5 in the first innings.
Yeah, it's obviously Shaw coming
night
in.
watcher. Well, you say he came as a night watcher, or he came in as the Centurion from Tuesday. So he's, getting the man in form.
Yep.
South Devon CC testimonial game or not, the 100 for Josh Shaw had him cock a hoop with a
bit of confidence, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Well then, Bamber with that one sort of third slip. Thomas Rue becalmed this morning, but that's probably a good thing from Somerset point of view. Getting himself in, starting again, getting about his work. Jordan Herman's 34, the third top score. Less than a third of what Craig Overton's got. Ring field for most of it, but then the 2 men out there just for Thomas Rue nudged that one out to deep square leg. Every run is going to get a proper clap here. 200 partnership though, that one is a significant one. 200 partnership for the 7th wicket, already well past the record 7th wicket partnership versus Warwickshire for Somerset.
Stephen Lamb
clapping.
He's wearing shorts today. Can we get a view of Lammy in shorts, please?
Don't
It's a
often
very,
see that.
very rare occasion.
And sandals.
Yeah.
He's had a brilliant 4 days. Great to have Stephen Lamb. He's one of them, we don't hear from him for weeks. He's off sailing, I don't know, around the world.
He'll be crossing the Mediterranean in a yacht.
Then he comes back for a 4-day constant.
Yeah.
Well, squared him up a bit.
Bit of an edge.
Probably a good decision to not be a run there from Thomas Rue. With 2 points in place.
How's Shorts Cam getting on? We're struggling. His legs there, very rarely seen.
Lesser spotted.
Lesser spotted legs of Lammy. Here comes Bamber to Overton.
Close point in place.
Well, they're going to take on the single there. Good running. He moves to 96. And another applause.
I love it. Oh, it's a no ball
And it was a no
this
ball.
time. Ethan Bamber with the overstep.
The Somerset
Ethan Bamber bowled 1
300
yesterday.
comes up
That was it.
120.
The only no ball so far in this innings.
Mm.
That's the second one. Well, that's a decent delivery.
Beats in the bat.
Probably the best seam delivery that day so far. It upsets me a little bit when the night watcher comes in after rejigging the scorecard because all in different positions. Josh Shaw's done me dirty there. Not his fault, really. Middle of that Thomas Roux bat. Presents the full face so regularly, so consistently. So what have we still got to come? Pretorius, Leach, and Ball. But because Pretorius got subbed out, it's going to be Alfie Ogborn. So I'm just thinking, will Alfie Ogborn come in after Jack Leach? Probably. Leach, Ogborn, Ball. Waiting to give you an update. There's a pectoral injury from Miggy Pretorius.
Yeah, nasty. Didn't Gregory miss a bit of
yes, start of the season. He suffered it in pre-season, I think. Yeah. Missed the first game against Notts. Pectoral injuries, you straight away think has he been bench pressing and too much of. Yeah, the first bowling injury for a little while. It's been all the batters before that. Lammonby, Abel, Keller Capon, and injuries. Even Josh Thomas had that collision with James Feeding. The twos. The bowlers have been down on the park a little bit better since Lewis Gregory came back, but now Gregory and Pretorius with injuries. Jamie Thorpe's a busy man. Good job he's got a big team of helpers, physios and doctors. Money Sutar, 51 miles per hour. Does vary it.
Back in his crease this time, Overton. Keeping a watchful eye. Doesn't want to give himself away at 96. He's been stranded on 99 before. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that. I'm trying to think who was at the other end.
Bashir.
I think it's Bashir, yeah. Oh, there you go. I was also going to go further back. I remember a few years back him getting out on either 98 or 99. Do you remember that? We're talking 5-6 years ago, before we got first class century. I was here not commentating. It might have even been before COVID. You know, that different world pre-COVID. I think Overton got out on 98 or 99 and he was fuming. What was he more angry? Himself getting out on 98 or 99 or Bashir letting him down?
Well, he was pretty angry.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, I think if you're out, you think, well, that was my fault. But when you're not out and what was the thing was that Bashir had a great big swipe at the other end. It was a terrible hack. Shot.
Yeah.
And that was what I think was so frustrating is that Craig Overton hadn't been got out.
When I think of the worst Somerset shots for dismissals in recent years, it was Miggy Pretorius at the Oval, Think on his debut for Somerset, and Sher Bashir batting with Craig Overton. Yeah. They will go down in the memory. Great areas from Manny Sutar, giving nothing away here. No county championship action from today until the 20th of August, remember. Almost 2 months. It's a travesty, really. So please, please, please alert your friends, your WhatsApp groups, your social media. If anyone can get any time down here today, make the most of it, because for the rest of the summer, it's going to be white ball. So make the most of red ball cricket. 20th of August, could still be lovely weather, but a little bit less daylight evenings. Not quite the 10:30 start, is it? September's the 10:30 start.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So we'll get one round of 11 starts.
Might be 2 rounds.
Yeah, I guess.
The next round starts on the 27th.
If a round starts in August and days 3 and 4 in September, they don't suddenly change.
No, they keep it to 11.
So I think it's the first day of the match. It's in September. It makes it 10:30.
Yeah. But when does it start? 20th of August, next round. Well, the next round could be the 27th of August. Couldn't it?
I'll check the diary.
Worth having a look.
We've got Essex at home on the 20th of August.
Mm-hmm.
Glamorgan at home on the 2nd of September.
There we go. So that one will be at 10:30. A bit early to be thinking about that just yet. Too, as they'd say on This Country. Do you watch This Country?
No.
Too early to be thinking about your tea. You've only just had your crunchy nut cornflakes.
But what, sorry, Charlie, we've missed is the Sussex away game.
Yes,
at
that's
Hove
what I did.
is August the 27th.
Exactly. That's my point, Harry.
So 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. It doesn't matter if there's 30 days or 31 days in August.
It's 31, just to be. That one goes through.
No, sorry, I haven't watched. No time to watch other telly when there's so much cricket you can watch.
True. My sister and I are big fans of This Country.
Wow, I've just had a text from a friend at Clarkson Grammar School. The Duke of Edinburgh expedition has been cancelled due to the heat wave. Wow. That's dramatic.
Yeah, I can sort of understand that. They don't want, if it's 37 on Wednesday, if you're out and about with a great big backpack on and you're walking across areas that are quite remote.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But yeah, it's obviously not ideal. Bamber in over the wicket. Rue's looking for a quick single here. He's going to get it. Another run, another round of applause.
Yeah, Archibald was out for 7 yesterday. Somerset were 148 for 6. Just 26 runs ahead. What a turnaround. We'll soon be getting Spencer Bishop telling us about the record 7-wicket partnership.
Well, any.
Somerset.
Yeah. I mean, we can't, I don't know. Well, some partnerships are huge, aren't they? But for the 7th wicket, you don't tend to see all that many that go beyond
Do we fancy
200.
an early guess before we consult laptops or statisticians?
Well, for
anything spring to the mind? Is there a Van der Merwe special?
It's going to be something
He's in
like
around
that, isn't
there,
it?
isn't he? Or could there be a batter that there were 2 night watchers? Could it be that Hildreth batted at 5 or something? With a couple of night watchers? You don't often have 2 night watchers. I noticed in the test match, Jordan Cox, fair play, in his first ever test, didn't have a night watcher.
No, he went out with about
Came
10
in-
minutes to go,
yeah.
didn't he?
James Root got out with 10 minutes to go twice, didn't he? We should probably mention. So Thomas Root 133 not out overnight. Overton was 89 not out. Neither have added many. Just getting themselves going again.
Yeah, just slowly. I mean, they were racing along, weren't they, yesterday? So.
There's no batting bonus points, of course. There's no time pressure.
Well, we've got a bit of a treat coming up for you in about 10 minutes' time. We're going to be hearing from Fraser Stewart, who's here with us today, who is the head of MCC Cricket. In particular, his interest and his passion is the laws of the game.
This could be entertaining.
Now, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people watching who have played a lot of club cricket and will have come up against some pretty unusual circumstances that perhaps needed to consult with the full law book, because there is a lot of it, as this is whipped away, a bit of width by Rue. But if you've got questions for Fraser about the laws, we'll talk a bit about the new laws coming in at the end of this season, some of those, which will be...
Oh, the not walking off if there's a wicket in the last over.
Exactly
kind of
that.
chat. Yeah,
exactly that, which I think is big. Basically, there's a lot of stuff that they tinker with.
Yeah,
and a little bit of changes here and there, and the game just shifts slowly, which I quite like, really, bit by bit. And the idea that it's trying to make it fairer.
Like when they don't cross
on a catch.
And their catch is in the air.
Now it will always be the new batter will always be on strike, unless it's the end of an over, obviously.
We will talk about that Somerset under-18s game where the ball hit the stumps and rolled back down and hit the other stumps.
Yeah.
That was massively dramatic.
Yeah,
we've had a few thoughts pretty much, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
Helmets we talk about, but anything you want to mention, get in the YouTube chat or myself and Charlie on Twitter.
Yeah.
What are we? Harry Everett _14 and Charlie Taylor.
Charlie Taylor 4.
Charlie Taylor 4.
Charlie Taylor 4.
Nearly got that. What's the 4 in aid of?
Well, Charlie Taylor was taken,
Too many Charlie Taylors.
and 4 is because my birthday's in April, so it just made sense to put the 4 on the end.
Yeah, I was 14 for very similar reasons.
Born on the 14th month.
Valentine's Day.
Of course, you're a Valentine's Day babe. I forgot that.
You knew that. You give me enough stick.
Well, I always get a nice reminder because the WhatsApp group goes a bit crazy on your birthday, Harry. We know how much you love a birthday.
No, I don't know. I think I'm pretty chilled on birthdays, actually. Being sent some pictures of MCC colleagues ready for some laws chat. A lot of games going on. June is peak MCC cricket time. I'm in my first year of playing and been asked for games left, right, and centre. Haven't been struggling to get games. You then realise that actually there's so many in June.
Yeah. They come thick and fast, don't they?
Playing at Dauntley School Devices tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
The other option was Bristol Grammar. Never played it either before. I'm ticking off new grounds. I'm up to 170 different grounds I've played at now.
Woo! That's good going.
Still need someone out there with clever IT skills to help me. New business plan, winter project, to develop an app so we can check into all the cricket grounds. Playing or watching. I'd love that. Bridgetown again yesterday. Linton Lynmouth for me last week. 2 of my favourite Devonshire grounds on all the calendars and special places. Oh, that's one of my favourite shots from Thomas Root. I know it's only one, but
Fielder's out there, but
on top of the toes, the middle of the bat, straight bat, either side of deep cover. Sometimes we've seen it for 4, sometimes 2. That time only 1, but it's glorious, isn't it? Glorious. Bamber's going to bring that. I don't want to call him a silly point, but he's not. I'm not sure he's an orthodox point. There's a backward point and a dead-on line point in place at the same time. Short ball. Cool, that was quick.
Yeah, flew
Even
through.
Bamber, that is. I suppose he's not tall, so you can pick up the bounce. He's not really tall, so you get the bounce and get underneath it easily. And Craig Overton's so tall himself, it's quite hard to get out of the way. He's ducked it rather than weaved out the way.
What's the strangest way you've been out then?
Oh, I've done them all. Backing up at the non-strikers end multiple times. My work. Oh, Bam's fallen over. I remember once playing at Wimpole for Stamford Peveril when I was a 14 or 15-year-old. First time my dad had ever watched me play league cricket. He just moved out of home and was living around the corner at this place at Wimpole I hadn't played before. And we came off for rain as I walked out to bat at number 3 or 4 before I faced the ball. Waited for 2 hours for the rain to start.
Was the pitch covered?
Yes. Then walked out to face my first ball, or at the non-strikers end.
Yes,
My first
yeah.
ball's been over, and one of my best mates in the team hit a straight drive, and I was run out, backing up with the non-strikers.
So, oh,
Craig
shot.
Overton straight down the ground. Is it going to go for 4? Yes, it is. Another first-class century for Craig Overton, the skipper this year in Lewis Gregory's absence again today. What an innings for him, with Thomas Rue alongside him. Brilliant. The 3rd century for him in the county championship this year, and this is an incredible comeback from 148 for 6, now 358 for 6. And Taunton stands in one to celebrate their talisman, Charlie Taylor. What a knock that is.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. As captain, he delivers. Somerset do well when he's captain, and he specifically does well with the bat as captain. Love to see, actually, because he's captained a few times in Gregory's absence this season. Love to see what his batting average is. Might have a look at that when I'm next off comms. But that is both players now into 3 figures. And Warwickshire haven't taken a wicket since Vaughan was out when the score was 148 for 6. It's now 358 for 6. And still these two carry on. The lead now 236. And Somerset are getting to a point where if they're brave, a little while away yet, but if they're brave, they might fancy taking 10 wickets on this pitch if the pitch offers a little bit of help. And at the moment, we're not really seeing that, to be honest.
No, you're right. I don't think it is doing particularly anything dangerous or worrying for the batters.
I think Somerset be happy with the draw given where they were at one point. But if they get close to taking 10 wickets, they might regret not going sooner. But as I say, wickets are very hard to come by. So at the moment, I'm sure it's not in Craig.
Change of
Overton's mind.
bowling from the River End. Rob Yates instead of Manu Sutar. My thinking there was the Warwickshire attack don't have many big, heavy seamers to break it up like a Craig Overton. Bo Webster, if he bowls seam, but he often bowls off spin, he might break it up a bit. But Bamber sort of glides through the wicket, doesn't he? Barnard too. Gilchrist, not particularly heavy-footed. Where do you think Craig Overton charging in? He's going to cause a bit more breaking up of the soil. If the odd ball glides in a bit. Ball, but Pretorius would have probably broken up a bit.
Yeah, true. I think Ogborne is quite an interesting prospect.
Mind you, Ogborne almost rolls the wicket with his polish.
Well,
the amount of
true,
times he falls over like Mark Wynn. We saw Bamber do it in the last over. Craig Overton was getting a little bit nervous in the 90s there. We started talking about the daft ways I've got out, and he did it first ball. Incredible to see Craig turn into prime Jack Callis this season, says Simon in the chat.
He has. It's been fantastic.
Oh,
shot.
Through.
Just whipped it. Wristy shot through cover.
Glorious shot it was. I think we should probably have a look at Jordan Thompson. I don't think that's far away from extra cover. He looks a bit disappointed. His left hand extra cover nearly could have stopped that. Beautiful shot, of course. Yeah, just skipped up a bit, didn't it? Just bounced over his left arm.
Racing at him. Is this angle going to give us a better shot? Oh,
he's gone so quickly, it's hard to keep up that.
He played it straight down as well, so it's on the bounce already.
Great soft hands from Thomas Rue there. So easy to poke at that. Goes with it.
Rue approaching 150. A big score.
Goldsworthy going primarily would be an exciting afternoon.
Here we go. This is Craig bringing up his 100. Nice shot.
He didn't really go through with it, did he?
No,
just punched it.
Yeah.
That's back trigger.
Look how happy he is. I love to see that.
How's he still got a jump on, by the way? It must be a thing that he has to back jump.
Well, Stephen said he was in a jumper all day yesterday, batting in the afternoon heat here. And it was hot yesterday as well. Were you here yesterday?
I was at Bridgetown yesterday.
Oh. On Exmoor?
Yes, stunning ground. Absolutely
nice.
love playing there. The shower in the river job.
Very, very nice.
I was desperate for a few runs on a Saturday, so I thought I've got to play some Sunday friendlies, get a bit of confidence up.
Very nice.
Lovely people there, lovely bunch. Somerset stragglers. Yeah, some of the most stunning grounds. The Badgers Holt pub we were in at 9:30.
Oh, yeah, very nice.
Having just soaked in the river after play.
Lovely. Idyllic, that is.
They were telling me stories of Vic playing there with the Fleet Street.
Oh, yeah.
Vic and Mr. Pringle played there together for Fleet Street, apparently. Yeah. A few of the names of legends of yesteryear. Bo Webster's going to have a go as Seam from the just got the complete end. Well, it's going to start with Seam anyway. Talking about
that's it, isn't it? He changes.
Do you remember he changed mid-over in that T20 Blast game?
Yeah, he had a very good game. No, you don't. And he did have an extremely good game. Scored 100. Helped Warwickshire to a very good chase here on this ground.
Alex Davies is waving around a bit. What are they going to do with these 2 points? I think they're going to have like a, what do you want to call that? A very close backward point and a very close straight point. But not silly. Not quite silly.
It's gone through them.
Oh, well. How has he done that? Right, we will replay and clip that up multiple times because that is genius from Craig Overton.
Threading the needle.
I reckon there was a foot between the two of them that he could have got without one of them getting a fingertip on it. Yeah. That's phenomenal.
That gap is not very big.
I can't think of a much smaller gap. Slips wouldn't be much closer together. Does he go again? Does Webster bowl it short and wide again? I don't know.
Oh, he's tried again, and he's this time managed to pick out this straight point field.
I have never seen a bowler try and bowl short and wide for catches at point and backward point. But maybe that's the Webster plan. It's an odd one. We've seen some funky leg gullies with Sam Hain, and over the years Warwickshire put them in for Tom Abel as well. But wow. Bo Webster then, does he go 3 shortish balls outside off to start his spell? No. I wonder if they start attacking, particularly in time. They don't really need to. I'd say Somerset back to lunch, but These two are still together at 12:15. I reckon the last 45 minutes could be ultra aggressive. I think Warwickshire would have a go at 300, even 320. They'd have a go at, and then they might shut up shop at numbers 5 and 6 if they lose a few wickets.
Yeah, pitch just isn't offering enough to worry Warwickshire, I don't think, at the moment, the way things are going. I think the pitch has been pretty helpful to the batters.
Oh, we didn't quite finish our guessing game of who might have the highest 7th wicket partnership for Somerset ever, and I've just seen someone's done the research. Oh, Gordon Avery, Gordon Avery, Torquay fan. He was asking about my game on Saturday. It's just done it for us. Richard Harden and Graham Rose versus Sussex here in 1997.
Oh, yeah.
Not giving us the figure, though, Gordon. Come on, give us the figure.
What's that going to be? Well, if we still haven't reached it yet, it's going to be in the 200s, isn't it? I doubt it's 300. So let's go 200 and...
We'll just guess.
38.
I'll go 248.
Oh, come on, mate. You had your second guess. That's an advantage, isn't it?
Well, I was going
to say 240.
You were umming and ahhing for so long. I nearly spat mine out first.
238, I reckon, for the 7th wicket.
279.
Was it really?
Gosh,
That's
both
huge, isn't it?
underclubbed it.
So what are they at the moment? They're 219 at the moment, this partnership, I think. Yep. So still a little while to go before they get to breaking that partnership. In comes Webster over the wicket to Rue, who's up on his toes and defending that one.
Well, I think I'll make way for the first time this morning, Charlie Taylor, and bring you with our special guest, Fraser Stewart from the head of MCC, who I'll let you grill on the laws for a little bit, and then I might come in for the second bit of grilling later on.
Okay, great stuff. We look forward to a bit of grilling. Thank you, Harry. Harry Everett there. And we're going to be joined by Fraser Stewart, head of MCC cricket. In particular, we're going to be talking about the laws of the game, and my great pleasure to introduce him as a Somerset man. So, Fraser, you're a Yeovil boy.
Yes, born in Yeovil, and it's lovely to be back here. A place that was very special during my childhood. Coincided with perhaps the glory years of Somerset, with both and Richard Scarner used to come every home game on a Sunday, and very, very happy memories. And I was lucky enough to play out there a couple of times for under-19s and things. So it was, it's a very special place to be. And although I'm not near Somerset now, I still follow very closely and very much still a Somerset fan.
Glad to hear that there is some Somerset representation in the MCC board like that. So good to hear. So yeah, I'm very jealous of you seeing that era of Somerset a little while ago now, 50 plus years as it would have started in the sort of early 70s, coming between the mid 70s and then into the 80s, when those three that you mentioned were really at their pomp. They're sort of the Garner, Richards, both them together. What a few seasons that must have been seeing those three together.
You just didn't realise quite how lucky you were, at that time. And Hampshire would come, and there would be Greenwich and Marshall, and there were so many great overseas players. It was, we were spoilt.
Yeah. So Craig Overton takes a big old stride to leave that one. Well, we're going to talk about the laws of the game. So how long have you been involved with the MCC?
So I've worked at MCC for about 22 years now, and been managing the laws of cricket for about 18 or 19 of those. So I'd done a law degree, and I knew a bit about cricket, so I've sort of trained myself up as the expert on the laws, and then every few years we make changes, and part of my job is to try and make sure everyone knows them, understands them, and perhaps importantly understands the why.
That is key, isn't it?
As to why we change it, and what it is that causes us to want to change a law.
Now, I just from my own perspective, having looked at, and I always keenly read these. Obviously, as a commentator, you need to know them. To understand what's going on in front of you. As Rue will pick up another one here, moves to 142. And from my perspective, what I'm seeing is there's a little bit of revision of some of the laws which were batter friendly. That's how I sort of see it. So, for example, the one which is quite famous recently is a catch goes up in the air, the batters cross, and if they cross and then the catch is taken, the batter who's already been out there will face the next ball instead of the new incoming batter, as this one is defended again by Overton. Which obviously gives an advantage to the batting side because someone who's in can face that next, as opposed to a brand new batter.
Yeah.
So, would you say there's a bit of that actually perhaps it's been a batting friendly game and you're trying to sort of iron out some of those little batting friendly moments?
I think a little bit. I think we generally try and look at it and see what's fair. And in that one, we all played under that rule or law as it was, and you would, as the batting side, you would make it suit. So it was the last ball of the over. You would, wouldn't cross if you wanted, or you would cross. So you could work it out. Whereas the bowling side had earned the reward. They'd taken a wicket, and so actually it was one that we'd sort of were thinking of, umming and ahhing about. Couldn't sort of quite get enough support to get it through. And then when the 100 started, they actually came to us and said, we want to think of some, we tried to sort of liven it up at any changes. And so we discussed this one, and it was actually brought in as a playing regulation in the first year of the 100.
I remember, yeah.
And it was seen as really popular.
Yeah.
Shane Warne, I was involved in London Spirit. Shane Warne was our coach, and he said, I wish this was around when I was bowling, because I'd always get the new guy on strike.
Shane Warne, because quite often he'd get out through a sort of a big shot and get a wicket through a catch that's sky up in the air.
Yeah.
And then he would have been facing brand new batters every time. I mean, he was good enough without needing that, but imagine had he had that in his arsenal as well, that option to always be facing the new batter when that goes. Catch happens.
So then when it came in and people said, "Oh, this is really sensible," it then made it a lot easier to then put it into the law book for all cricket, and I think it's right. And we've got another one coming in October. So the laws change on the 1st of October. So cricket will remain as we see it for the rest of this summer, but then the changes come in 1st of October. And one of the ones we've changed is for multi-day cricket. If the wicket falls in what's scheduled to be the last over of the day, at the moment, if a wicket falls within 3 minutes of the interval, the play just stops. And so say a wicket falls the first ball of the over, those 5 balls are lost to the day, and they're made up the following morning. And in Test cricket, that would mean that 90.5 overs have to be bowled, and as we know, they rarely are anyway. But if the bowling side has taken that wicket, the last thing the batting side wants to do is to have to send another batter out.
Face 5 more balls or whatever.
Are they going to put in a night watchman? Are they not? So but now we've changed it so that if a wicket does fall, the over will continue, light and weather permitting. So again, it's just another thing. The fielding side have taken a wicket. Let's reward them and have the chance to do the last thing that the batting side wants.
Exactly. So that almost benefits the batting side, doesn't it? They say, well, okay, we'll come back tomorrow, and then the person will be ready, and but actually, if you've got to go and face 5 more overs, balls, quite often maybe light's a bit dodgy at that time. Obviously, the bowler's got his tail up because he would have just taken a wicket. So
the crowd are quite often up then as well.
And the crowd will get the money they paid for the amount of overs, and
it would have happened. It would have happened at Lords on the end of the second day. O'Rourke was in as the night watchman. He was out, and I think there was 1 ball left. And Ravinder was due in next. So would they have sent him in for 1 ball? Would they have put in a night watchman?
And can totally change the construct of a game, can't it? If you've got a night watcher coming back in the next day or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Or they pick up another wicket, 2 in 2, and that makes it for an exciting finish as well. The I guess the why there, and you're always saying the important thing is to say why. So that's about rewarding a bowling side, or sort of making sure that you don't lose more overs the next day.
The over the next day was part of it, because as I said, if you did get that wicket first ball, those 5 balls would have to be bowled the next day, and they generally wouldn't be anyway. And so if we can use in good weather, use those the time to get those 5 balls in, it will help towards over rates. Over rates is something we're watching, and we've done quite a bit of research into, and we know that over rates are quicker in county championship cricket than it is in Test cricket, and it's not just because of DRS. DRS obviously does add a lot of things, but there's just a bit more ready cricket in county cricket. They're used to that 96 overs in the day, and we measured the average time take. So now they've just called they've cooled over, the speed with which the players change from end to end
much quicker
is
than
quicker
Test
in county cricket. There's no reason why. There's 11 blokes who've got to move around and 2 umpires have got to move position. But it was about on average a 12-second difference. And then when you do that 87 times in a day, you've suddenly got, that's a lot of time that's taken up. So it's just a matter of trying to get the game moving on, because certainly at Lords and other grounds, Test match tickets are expensive, and sometimes you see 78 overs bowled in a day. That's effectively 10% of the game is pretty much been missed. So
no real reason other than a bit of slow moving in between overs.
Correct. So the laws actually do provide a remedy in penalty runs for either side. Warnings and then penalty runs, but umpires don't seem to want to actually invoke those and invoke that law and put a penalty in.
Over rate of 15 here, so not often seen it that high, to be honest. This is swept nicely. There's a bit of a drag down. We'll pick up a single. Rue moves on to 144, and the lead now is 249. So that nearly 250 lead coming up. Let's talk as well about bats. So we know there are rules around bat sizes, about what a bat can be made out of, colours of bats. I remember there being a black bat that was once overruled, not allowed to be used. That was in a county game, I think. That's right, it's Essex, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. Thank you, Harry, who is on top of all of that. But there's a rule now coming in about the type of willow that can be used. So give us some context here. For those who don't know, or perhaps aren't aware about what a bat's made out of, there is quite specific rules about what willow can be used in a cricket bat.
It's not about what willow. It's about wood. So the laws say that the bat must be the blade. There's two parts of a bat. You've got the handle and the blade. So the blade must consist only of wood, and willow is the wood of choice. They've tried all sorts of other woods, and willow is the best. And actually, an English willow is the best of the willow. They also grow a lot in Kashmir, and that is it's okay, but it's not all the best. That's all the bats used out here will definitely be English willow. And there's a bit now grown in Europe, in some in the Netherlands and some in sort of Serbia. But
gets away with one there, Craig Overton.
It's again, it's not quite as good as English willow, and this is kind of a bit of a good news story that's gone wrong in a way, in that cricket is becoming really popular, and also that if you look at the financial boom in the subcontinent, that cricket bats and a decent cricket bat have sort of come within the financial reach of far more families. And you look at the size of the population in India and their love of cricket, you don't need much of a shift of suddenly the sort of emergence of the middle class there, who are then playing cricket and wanting a good cricket bat, that the supply and demand of willow has been put a bit out of kilter, and the willow providers are doing their best and trying to provide as much wood as possible, but you can't just click your fingers and grow a willow tree.
Willow is a fairly slow growing tree.
It's 12 to 15 years is the sort of maturation time, and not all trees that are planted end up suitable to be used. And so there is a supply and demand issue, and as we all know, what happens with when there's a problem with demand, the price goes up, and so we're seeing that. Bats are now very, very expensive, and we at MCC want the game to be as accessible to many as possible. It is quite an expensive game when you add in pads and gloves and helmets and everything, and so we want to try and do what we can to make the bats as cheap as possible. And so one thing we have decided, we allowed it in junior bats in 2017, but now it's going to be allowed in men's bats from October, but probably not for the professional game, but just for recreational game. We're allowing lamination, which will effectively allow 2 or 3 pieces of wood to be stuck together to form a blade. And what that might do is you might have a better quality bit of English willow at the face, the striking surface, but with some either lesser quality willow, or perhaps even
in the air and will fall short of the fielder. And in fact, it's run past it and it will go for 4. That's not a great bit of fielding, I'm afraid. But Craigo picks up some more runs and moves to 110.
Yeah, so you might be able to use a different kind of wood on the back to provide the ballast and the power, but you still got the ping of the English willow off the face. And we're working very closely with manufacturers on this because they're saying that will allow them to use more bits from the tree, so some of the branches higher up, and use some less good looking willow to sort of to put on the back of bats, and they're saying it'll just make the wood go a little bit further. So it's not going to solve every problem, but hopefully it will mean that so you can still get a wooden bat that's going to be decent and usable, but not completely breaking the bank.
And how much testing goes into that kind of thing? Because as that goes through, what you don't want to do is create a bat. I'm not sure this would happen from this, but what you don't want to do is bring in a new rule and suddenly these bats are hitting further, or that suddenly there's an advantage to having that kind of bat. Yep. Do you do a lot of testing? Is that
so we did. We went out to India and we got all sorts from 3 different factories. We got bats made up from as close to identical willow as possible, and some were made into normal bats, some were made into 2-piece laminates, some into 3-piece laminates, and then we took them to a lab and got them tested, and there was no material advantage at all through the lamination process, and so they've been allowed in junior bats since 2017, and we're certainly seeing no performance advantage there. The balance of the game is a key thing for MCC. That balance between bat and ball is something in cricket that's not really there in many other sports. If you look at golf or tennis, they're kind of doing the same thing, whereas in this sport we have 2 very different competing things, the bat and the ball, and that balance is absolutely key. So we don't want bats that become too powerful, but at the same time we want we want bats that are able to hit a well-timed shot. We want to be able to go for 6, and also, as I said, we want things to be affordable, and we are looking, or there are companies looking at alternative materials, which we're keeping an open mind on at the moment. I think for the top level of the game, definitely not. But if something could be made that were significantly cheaper and performing in that sort of narrow performance window, because if the bats aren't good enough, no one will use them. And if they're too good, we won't allow them because we don't want just any old miss hit going for 6. So there would need to be some fairly tight sort of performance criteria that would need to be set, and we're just working on producing those at the moment with some universities around the world to try and get a sort of almost a standard of how does a bat behave, and then from there that would give us some performance criteria against which we would say, well, if something unnatural comes in as a bat, these are the parameters that it would need to adhere to. And we've seen in golf what can happen, and how much further the balls are being hit with that. We can't make this beautiful ground any bigger. We can't make Lords any bigger, and so most club grounds. So we need to try and maintain that balance between bat and ball.
Which is, of course, what we love about cricket, isn't
Absolutely.
it? That balance between bat and ball, and how the conditions and the pitch play into that as well. Those are a couple. Any other big changes you want to talk about for this coming?
Yeah, so
season?
I think the boundary catching is one we've changed, and actually we work very closely. We do work very closely with ICC, and I might talk a bit later about how the whole process of changing laws and the interaction between us and ICC. But on boundary catching, this is one where that they spoke to us, and we're in constant dialogue, and there was one in the Big Bash, Michael Neser, a few years ago, that was perhaps the straw that broke the camel's back, where he took a catch and he took it inside and went over, and he sort of ran and was probably 3 or 4 meters over the boundary, and then sort of bunny hopped and was never in contact with the ball as he pushed it back, and then took the ball inside. And under the laws that was out because he was never in contact with both the ball and the ground outside the boundary. Yeah. At the same time, and but he was at one stage sort of 3 yards over the boundary, and so it just didn't quite passed that sort of sniff test
Yeah.
of what just felt right. Now we're all very supportive of great athleticism on the boundary. We're seeing fielders work in pairs to take catches, and that's brilliant. But we just felt that the action needed to be a bit closer to the rope.
Yeah, you've got to, as much as we've talked about it being a game for batters and perhaps trying to make it a bit more fairer. Actually, when a batter hits it beyond the rope by 3 or 4 yards, you feel that's got to be a six, right? It has to be a six.
I mean, the first contact with the ball has to be in the field. It has to be inside.
Yes.
And that was already the case. Is the case under the current law. But under the new law, the first point of contact again must be inside. The fielder must be inside the boundary. Then, if he or she goes outside and parries it back, if they jump up and parry it, they have to land back inside the boundary. Not just the ball, but they themselves have to land back inside. So that's going to obviously keep them.
They won't be able to take several steps away from the road.
And so we hope that will, and that already is a playing regulation in ICC competitions and becomes law on the 1st of October.
Okay, interesting. Any more?
Yes. So there was one actually you mentioned earlier on, the clean bowled law is not a law you think would.
Well, no, you think that's pretty cut and dry, isn't it? Clean bowled.
We've all been we're done by that one a few times, but it was one we'd actually considered it and said, what happens if. And which is how we sort of have to do a lot of our laws. We want to try and stay ahead of the game. So, what happens if a batter hits a straight drive, it hits the stumps at the other end and comes back and hits the stump. Technically, as the law was written, that is out bowled, and it'll never happen.
So he drives the straight to the other
straight
stumps.
Drive. It hits the
stumps, bounces all the way
back, and hits the stumps. And everyone said, "Well, that's never going to happen."
Yeah.
Until one of the beauties now, there's so much cricket at junior and recreational level is live streamed, and it happened. And actually, it was I'm sure it was a Somerset Gloucestershire, I think under 16 game or something like that. And one of the batters, hit a beautifully timed straight drive, 2 straight, and hit the stumps, and it rolled all the way back and hit his own stumps. And under the law, that is out. And we kind of think, well, that's not out bowled. Just as if you hit one into short leg and it goes back and hits your stump, that's not out bowled because it's touched a fielder. Whereas, so we've now written into the law that you can't be out bowled if it also hits the stumps at the non-strikers end.
So is that what a dead ball at that point? No, because you can still run off that.
No, the ball would remain live, but it just can't be out bowled. And some people might look at it and go, well, how's that going to happen? But now we put some stuff up on our social channels, the video of this game of it happening, and that is you see a lot of stuff on a Monday morning now of coming out from the land of club cricket, and things happen that you just think that you quite often we get the bail that comes to lodge on. Sort of sits on top of the off or leg stump.
Yes.
And that's is that out? And no, it's not. The bail has to be below the level of the top of the stumps. But we've also seen one where the off stump has sort of gone out at a slight angle, and the bail gets lodged sort of somewhere down between the off and the middle stump. And if it's below the top of the stump, then that would be out.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So cricket is a wonderful game and throws up all sorts of incredible scenarios. You sort of think, how is that going to happen? But it does.
I was on commentary here, and it was Thomas Rue's brother James who was batting. I was with Sophie Luff on commentary, and we both called it as being bowled. But what actually happened is a chunk of James's bat had come off. Mm-hmm. The ball had then gone off to the right, hadn't touched the stumps, but the chunk of bat had hit the stumps, and obviously the bails came off. So both of us, our reaction, because we couldn't see the difference between the bat and the ball at the bit of bat and the ball. And so we both, and then eventually turned out, we had to do some real delving into the laws to find out, this is unusual circumstances, very rare. In the end, not out because the bit of bat that hit the stumps was not in connection with the bat at that time. So it was I can't remember exactly the wording of the law in that one, but it was something like, because it was a separate bit that hit the stumps, it wasn't out.
So that's different now, and mainly due to helmets. Actually, we've worked out. We've said that if the bat or part of the bat comes out of the striker's hand and hits the stumps, that will be out. But the helmet, because we sometimes see stem guards when a ball is hits the helmet, the stem guard can fly off. And I think Jason and Roy had one where the stem guard hit the stumps. And we don't want to do anything in the laws that might disincentivize anyone from wearing a helmet or a stem guard. And so we've amended it so that if a part of the helmet becomes detached and breaks the wicket, that will not be out as bowled, because, as I said, we want people. Is it? Just the one.
We 148.
Yeah, so we want people to wear the suitable protective equipment, and we wouldn't want someone not wearing a stem guard on the off chance it's going to fall off.
Well, those were brought in quite a lot, weren't they, after the tragic death of Phil Hughes, who got hit just where the stem guards now are. And then if you're discouraging people from wearing something that they were encouraged to do, I can see it's sort of a bit counterproductive there. We've had a few messages in. Is that basically all we've run through?
I've probably got. I can talk a little bit if you like about how we go about changing laws and why is MCC in charge of the laws and what do we do? And there's one on overthrows that I could probably touch on as well.
A few more changes then. They will come in at the end of this season, 1st of October. Yes, that'll come in. I'll make way for Harry, who will continue this conversation. I know he'll have a few questions up his sleeve. Harry, I haven't had a chance to go through any of the comments yet, but there are quite a few on there as well. So I'll allow Harry to go through those. But we'll sort of run through some of the big changes coming in, which as commentators, I don't know, Harry, about you, but that article usually comes up on the BBC Sport website about the changes coming in. I have to revise it to make sure that when inevitably those strange occurrences happen in the field in front of me, I kind of sound like I know what I'm talking about, which a lot of regular viewers will know that isn't always the case. As Rue will pick up another one here, move to 149, and I shall let Harry come in just at that moment to see him hopefully through to 150. We're listening to Fraser Stewart, head of MCC Cricket, who is from Yeovil, born and raised in Somerset. And you actually played a little bit for the academy here, didn't you? Coming through the age groups?
It was pre-academy, showing my age. It was under 19s. I did sort of under 13s to under 19s. Very, very happy memories playing here, but sadly wasn't quite good enough. I played a couple of years with a young Mr. Truscothick, who was 2 years younger than us when I was in the under-19s, and he was a lot better as well. And I was very pleased to follow his career and see the incredible way he went about playing both for England and for Somerset.
Yeah, I'm sure a few people have admitted to being not as good as Mark Truscothick. There's no insult to you there. Absolutely. Now, I've had a few people text me and a few people tweet me as well, actually. A few different questions, a few ideas. I was going to pick up on a few things. While we've got you, the MCC law guru. It's given it, though. Craig Overton has to go. The partnership is finally broken. Thomas Root and Craig Overton have been absolutely magnificent together. 381 for 7 now. But after Archie Vaughan fell yesterday on 148 for 6, that is phenomenal batting from Thomas Root and Craig Overton. Nelson strikes personally for Craig Overton. 1-1-1. Rob Yates just getting a little bit of turn. Craig Overton's planted that front leg just across the touch. But watch him here getting a standing ovation. A little bit of turn and dip from Rob Yates. But look at the bats being raised aloft. The next batter will not walk out until Craig Overton's off the boundary over the rope. He deserves to lap this up. Should have clinched a draw here for Somerset, you'd think. You never know, but he's been absolutely magnificent this season with bat and ball. Looks to me like Jack Leach is going to come in now. Yeah, I want to go back to that Michael Nessa point. I found that fascinating because there's a local ground near me, Kentisbeer, which is tiny, and there's a bank at long on and long off. And I was like, well, you could just stand on the bank, jump off, catch it and come in. But the rule is that you've got to have started inside the field of play.
Yes.
But then Michael Nessa, why has no one else done that? Michael Nessa's exploited the loophole in the laws, but surely other people...
A few others have done it. He just went even further. Yeah, the law has always said that the first contact must be either within... Yeah. So you can't jump from the bank there. But it's he took it and then he threw it up in the air. Then he probably threw it badly. So instead of it sort of throwing it up and being a couple of feet over the
But
boundary.
his second throw was
is-
very deliberate.
but that was then back in. But and he managed to time his bunny hop so that he was never in contact with the ball and the ground at the same time.
Because I remember it vividly. I was watching. I was out in Australia for a lot of the big bash. I think he did it 3 times, didn't he? I think it was 3 underarm throws. And I thought, well, if that's legal, why has no one else done that in a more high-profile game? Because it's such an easy way to take a catch that's 3 yards over. We see so many sixes now that are 2 or 3 yards over the rope. Can't quite reach it. But actually, it just baffled me that no one else has done it in a World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, it's still got to. Their first contact has to be
absolutely.
inside.
Yeah.
So it's any bit that happens beyond the boundary is reactive to.
But that rule
to
didn't
that
change
first bit.
for months.
No. So that's been no. So
Yeah.
it's been
That first contact's been
the first contact's
years.
been around for a while.
Yeah.
And it's one where we keep an eye on things, and we kind of just try and feel what's right, and that just felt it had gone too far.
But you couldn't change that rule overnight, could you?
We can't change. We can't.
I
I mean,
October. You got to wait. Till
technically, yes. So yeah, it's 1st of October. ICC has already brought it in as a playing regulation.
Yeah.
We work on this one. We work very closely with ICC. We've got they've got a cricket committee. We've got a laws subcommittee, and there's people who are on both. It then goes through the MCC committee structure. We've got our cricket committee, which is chaired by Owen Morgan, and so any laws issues will get a lot of airtime there to sort of check they think it's the right thing to do, and then it gets signed off. So there was when KP first played the switch hit, there was some quite a lot of talk about that and the impact that would have on
wides,
the laws,
I suppose.
about on wides, on LBW. Had he made himself into a left-hander?
Yeah, what's outside the line?
Correct.
Yeah, good point.
So there's the things that happen, and sometimes we have to be fairly nimble and either put out a statement or if it needs, change the law normally takes longer, and generally we change the laws every about 4 years. It depends but we will be led by events. If there are things that need changing, we can act quicker than that. But generally, it's we sort of build up a to-do list of things that we'll look at, and then we have a laws drafting group and a laws subcommittee that has global inputs, but also importantly from all levels of the game, because the laws are written for as much as the Village Green it is a test match, and so we have Simon Torfel, Sundaram Ravi and Claire Polossak, all international umpires, right the way through to people who are doing, Premier Leagues, minor counties, and sort of junior cricket, and so it's important that we get all aspects of the game covered. We tend to look at cricket through the lens of what we see on TV, but we have to think about, how easy is that going to be for 2 umpires? Standing on a Saturday afternoon, are they going to be able to enforce it without any recourse to technology? And so things like boundary catching is a big one there, because they've got to be able to have something that they can see without having to look at it with different cameras and replays.
But so say that Michael Nesser one that was in December or January. There was nothing stopping people doing a Michael Nesser for the next 7 months until the October law.
Yeah, and people have done it. I mean, Glenn Maxwell's done it several times, and you see the players practicing it, and it is skillful, and I think the new law will still allow this level of skill, but it's just going to be a little bit harder, and they've got to stay close to the rope.
I was going to ask, how does your day-to-day job work then? Because you can't be at cricket every single day. You can't always be at a cricket match as much as you'd love to be. But I guess you're full-time. You're 5 days a week. I guess. What are you doing when you're not watching cricket or discussing cricket?
Yeah, so my role is broader than just the laws. So it's but the law, the thing about the laws, it can just suddenly happen, and all of a sudden there's a.
Is that strangle down the leg side? Yes, it is. Thomas Rue has to go now, like London buses, after hours and hours together. Thomas Rue and Craig Overton. 1 brings 2, as they say. And down the leg side, not a great ball. I don't think it was a deliberate ploy. I don't think it was a plan. But Somerset should, you'd think, still be confident of a draw. But there's a little bit more batting to do from Jack Leach, Alfie Ogborn and Jake Ball. But Thomas Rue deserves a standing ovation, just shy of that 150. He's gutted. He's a hungry, hungry young man. His head to the sky. He's trudging off. He's not happy with 149. He wanted more. Top of the leg stump. I think that will not be the last first class 100 Thomas Reed will score on this ground, dare I say. Phenomenal batting, and suddenly, yeah, we've got 2 batters on naught. We've gone from 148 to 6 to 381 to 7, and now 381 for 8. Thomas Reed didn't want to bat without his mate and captain Craig Overton alongside him. So Alfie Osborne, the injury replacement. If you missed the last couple of days, he's come in for Mickey Pretorius' pectoral injury. Capable batter. Would otherwise probably have been playing in the twos. The twos playing at Taunton Vale today against Gloucestershire twos. Will Smead's back in action for Somerset twos, which is a great sign for Somerset going into the T20 blast on Friday against Gloucestershire. Again, of course, a few former Somerset Academy and local club cricketers, the likes of Ed Middleton and James Travers in that Gloucestershire second side, playing in the heat of Taunton Vale. Just a quick update from that before we continue here. Joseph Eklund, again in the runs. He's got to score the most runs in any twos cricket in the last couple of months. He's played for Gloucestershire twos, Somerset twos, Worcestershire twos. He's now batting at 3 for Gloucestershire twos, and he's 45 not out. JT Langridge and Will McDonald and Harvey Richards have taken a wicket apiece for Somerset twos so far early in the game in the second 11 T20 Central Group at Taunton Vale. But I've got Fraser Stewart, the head of MCC Cricket here, continuing to chat a bit about the laws of the game. Well, Somerset continue against Warwickshire here. The question I wanted to ask was, why is it the 1st of October? Is that because the county championship before the Plunket Shield and the Sheffield Shield, is that a good gap? Is that the idea?
Yeah, it's probably the best or perhaps the least inconvenient time that we can do it. There's always cricket going on somewhere now, but it's generally seen as about the watershed between northern and southern hemisphere. The Australian Sheffield Shield or their 50 over tournament might start in sort of late September, and we obviously have Championship cricket going on here late September, but Australia will just bring them in early for their competition, and say, right, these become valid laws, on the 26th of September or whatever date they might start. But it's a we have to choose a date, and certainly then provides a better thing than if you chose the 1st of January. That's right in the middle of a southern hemisphere summer. So particularly Australia, New Zealand, South Africa would be hit by that. Subcontinent, they sort of tend to play, generally a lot of the year. So 1st of October is the date that we use, and as I say, you have to choose something, and it works pretty well.
No, fair enough. Well, Callum Helmer has asked on Twitter, please can you tell us if there's going to be any changes and plans about the slowness of the game, the amount of overs? I mean, you look at laws now, is it £100 a ticket? Understandably, fans are disgruntled. The price is being paid. We get 96 overs comfortably. County Championship, we've got nearly 100 some of these days, and we can't even get 90 in a test match. Is there something been done? Is that an MCC problem?
I was mentioning it earlier on. Actually, it is something that we've looked at. The laws actually do provide a remedy, but it's very rarely used by the umpires. There are time wasting laws that can apply to both the batting side and the fielding side, which will be warnings and then penalty runs. But I don't think I've ever seen it invoked in professional cricket. The old shoelaces coming undone in the last over before lunch, and all these little gamesmanships, and again, umpires don't tend to want to get involved and keep it going. But I mentioned how we did some research into what causes delays, and just the change of ends in county cricket was, I think it was 12 seconds.
They jog, don't they?
It was 12 seconds quicker than that is in Test cricket. And obviously in Test cricket you've got DRS, and which does add time to the day. But just things that the players can control, like getting from one end to another, and having the I guess being a bit ahead of the game, and just knowing what your field's going to be and who's going to be where. Obviously if there's a new batter on strike who's just come in, you might need to set a new field, but just thinking ahead and just trying to get on. But the fines that are in place don't seem to really cause much of a deterrent. Obviously I see England have just been docked more World Test Championship points for a slow over rate at the Oval. you would hope that that's an incentive for them to try and keep the pace of play going. But whether it actually is or not, sides are getting fined for slow over rates. But a counter argument, which I've heard Michael Atherton say, is he'd rather watch 80 overs of really good high quality stuff than rushing through some part-time bowlers to make up the overs. So
I don't personally. I don't disagree with that. I just think a fine's pretty pointless when these guys are earning hundreds of £1,000s. You look at some of these franchise competitions. £20,000 is nothing to some of these guys,
and
it should go to charity. Whether great, but it's still
that's why the laws have the in-game penalty of runs, and runs can make a big difference. But yeah, it's very rare that we see it implemented.
Yes, no, thank you. There's another Twitter question that's come through to me is from Mike in Froome. Is there any reason or law that stops players wearing shorts in the county championship?
There will be a
that's a beauty from Robbie Yates. That's just turned past Alfie Osborne. He's done well to miss that. It's going to be 4 byes. Bit more turn here, which will have Archie Vaughan and Jack Leach, who's out there licking their lips, ready for this afternoon's bowling.
There will be sort of dress regulations. That sounds a bit wrong, but dress regulations for county cricket set by the ECB, which would I haven't read them in detail, but I'm sure it will say that that trousers should be worn over shorts. But on a day like today, you can see why people might want to wear shorts.
Got a few people in the YouTube comments saying rain coming up from Penzance, gradually working its way westward. It's that sort of thundery week, humid, muggy. You've now got a few little trickles, but nothing to stop either umpire or worry. They're not rushing between overs here, though. We just talked about over 8, and Bo Webster is walking to continue bowling seam, we think. Although I wouldn't be surprised if Bo Webster went to off spin sometime soon. There's no MCC law against changing your action mid over, is there?
No, you can, and we're now seeing this is a thing we've had to discuss and get ahead of. People changing right and left arm, and we had a long debate about whether if a batter is allowed to switch hit, should a bowler be able to run in and just say I'm bowling from this side of the stumps, and you can wait and see which arm it's with. But we decided that on sort of from safety grounds that it's probably right that the batter knows, positioning of the sight screen stuff, with which arm it's like to be delivered. So that's why the laws state that if a bowler is going to change from right arm to left arm, he or she must tell the umpire, who will then inform the batter. It's interesting seeing these ambidextrous cricketers coming in. We've seen Warner face some balls right-handed. We know he's a left-hander, but he's faced up right-handed and batted as a right-hander a couple of times.
It's a good tight line from Bo Webster. Not easy for Jack Leach to play that. You just give me a thought, though, actually. If a batter goes really early and changes hand, is there anything stopping? Say a bowler said they're bowling, it'd be a no ball, I think I know the answer, but say I'm bowling right arm over at a right-hander, and he suddenly changes to bowl left arm really early. Could I run around the other side of the wicket and bowl it round? That would be a no ball from.
It would be.
I'd be penalised, would I?
Yes, because
they don't often go. You don't think they'd go that early, but sometimes they do now.
Yeah, you could. A bowler could stop.
Yeah, we see that a bit.
And there's a chance of a stalemate ensuing if the batter keeps switching and the bowler keeps stopping. The umpire would need to step in and sort it out and probably say to the batter, right, which way are you facing, and stay in that until sort of the bowler's releasing the ball. Otherwise, you could just have a stalemate. And again, going back to your time weight, it could be used as a time wasting tactic, which again, the context of the game might give the umpire some thought as to whether they need to start invoking that law.
Jack Leach on the attack, a big uppercut. Well, it was a cut shot, but aerial in front of point. He'll try and score some quick runs before probable lunchtime declaration are all out here. But yeah, I'm in my first year as a candidate for the MCC, a new thing for me, myself. I was a very village state school lad, and I never thought, to be honest with you, I never thought I could be an MCC. I didn't really know what it was. My state school played a bit of cricket, but I always thought of it as being such a private school thing. But now there's effort going into this Knight Stokes Cup, which I know a few schools are clashing with DV expeditions and clashing with availability to try and get it going. But Jack Leach has got away with that chip down the ground. But these great initiatives I've coached on the MCC state school pathway. Sadly, a lot of the state school coaching was at private schools, which seemed a bit wrong. But there's efforts going in to make it more inclusive for state schools, right?
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of work going in, and we know that I think it's 7% of the of kids are privately educated, so 93% aren't. And we know a lot of the good work that the private schools do by offering scholarships. It sort of skews the figures a bit because those coming into county cricket and into the England team. Are a lot of them will have been
Jack Leach, beautiful. Someone said in the comments, looking like a young David Gower. Jack Leach, the Brian Lara, or Jack Leach, that's beautiful on the cut. But yeah, I think the scholarships sort of skew the figures a bit, but MCC is either through the club or through the foundation, which is the charitable arm of MCC, the MCC Foundation, sponsoring the hubs, which are free coaching for state school educated people just below the county pathway, to try to get them more time coaching and playing and hopefully moving into the county pathways. And now this year is the first year of the Knight Stokes Cup, which is an under 15 tournament for boys and girls, and we've had 1,100 schools sign up across the country. We were blessed with that good weather in April, which really helped for the first rounds. It's played regionally within counties, and now we're just getting towards the end of the counties, and starting. So the winner of Devon might play the winner of Cornwall. Yes, that's happening next week. Actually,
there we go.
Got a few friends involved. Yeah,
and I've actually been in a couple of games and been quite impressed by some of the standard. Actually, it's good to see, and then we have the final at Lords in September. So 44 kids, boys and girls, will be playing a final at Lords on the 10th of September, and some of the semi-finals. I think Hove is being used. I think Gloucester is being used for regional finals. Headingley is being used.
Okay. Oh, not here. The regional final.
The regional final isn't. So yeah, it could be the Gloucester schools might play theirs at Bristol. I think the Sussex ones are playing at Hove, and it depends a bit on fixture lists and availability. But it's if we can have cast yourself back to when you were a kid, I remember we played in this competition that had the final here at Taunton, and we never made it, but the thrill of playing in a tournament that gives you a chance to play in the footsteps of your heroes is exactly what it's about. So it's part of the sort of Road to Lords program we have, where whether it's the Village Cup or
brilliant, I love the Village Cup.
Schools competitions, to try and get people a chance to play at Lords is crucial, and hopefully this tournament will get more more cricket in state schools, because we have seen a decline in the amount of cricket that's in state schools. So also the foundation are putting a lot of work into training the teachers, so coaching, try to upskill some of the teachers so that they feel qualified to coach cricket, and hopefully we'll see more schools with cricket programs, and the key thing also is the take up in girls. We had 400 girls teams apply.
That's the 400 up for Somerset. Sorry, just interrupt. Very Stewart from the MCC at Somerset. 400 in the second innings is a bit of a rarity. Great effort. They're going to keep going as long as they can towards lunch.
Yeah, so obviously, women and girls cricket has really has grown hugely in the last probably 10, 15 years, and the number of girls playing is such a great game for girls, and if we can get more state school girls playing and signing up to this competition, it's going to be the future will be very bright for girls cricket.
Yeah, brilliant. I've coached on quite a lot of the MCC pathway, Somerset and Devon across the winter, and it was great to see so many state school kids getting these opportunities, and it's just have them sit. We had Neve Holland come down and do some coaching. To have an idol come and coach is brilliant, and amazing opportunities. It makes me a bit jealous, selfishly, when I was a kid, to not have these opportunities. But
what could have been?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's exactly why. That's exactly why.
No, brilliant. And the Village Cup, I love. Sadly, Village Cup struggling a bit. I found it really frustrating that I was at Wemden the last 3 years, and we'd get 55 players out on a Saturday, and I couldn't get 11 on a Sunday. So the finals at Lords. Well, I just think since COVID, people have got a bit lazy on Sundays, and less people are playing both days, and I found that so frustrating. I was so up for it, and I'd have to try and captain a team with 2s, 3s, 4s lads when it should be the 11 first team cricketers. And I got mates in Yorkshire and Milton Keynes way, where the whole first team play Saturdays and Sundays.
Yep.
Don't know if we've got too many beach options down here on a Sunday, but yeah, it's one of those. Well, we're going to see Manny Sutar change ends. He's bowled predominantly from the river end most of this match. He's going to have a go from the Trescothick Pavilion end as this pitch starts to break up a little bit. We've seen a couple stay low in recent times, a couple spit and turn. Not massively, but enough to keep spinners interested. Fraser Stewart, I suppose you've got any more things you want to point, or we could let you go at some point. You probably want to enjoy a bit of watching cricket.
Probably the only one I haven't mentioned, actually, another law we're changing is around overthrows.
Yeah. Oh, the fake fielding overthrows? Or?
No. This is where you will quite often see, again, a bit like some of the catches, two fielders acting as a pair on the boundary, and we've seen a few where one of them will field it and throw it to throw it to a teammate, and if that throw goes slightly wrong and the teammate misses it, and goes for 4 under the laws, that would be an overthrow. Rather than a misfield. So, because if the fielder's had it in their hand and then deliberately passes it, gets rid of the ball, as opposed to a diving stop where he's sort of trying to parry it back and doesn't. If the ball's been in the hand and then throws it and it goes over the boundary, under the laws as written, that would be an overthrow. And so that means that if the batters had crossed, they would get the 1 run plus the 4 for the overthrow, and the batters would be at the other end. And we kind of feel that there is a difference. Again, but it's hard. It's been quite hard to define it, but we've managed. So that if a fielder sort of feels it and just tosses it to a mate who's going to throw it in, that will be kind of deemed as a misfield, if you like, and so it wouldn't count as an overthrow. We've got a couple of examples that we've shown to educate people on this. With another one where a guy just stopped it on the boundary, and then as he went to throw it in, it just flips out the back of his hand and goes over the boundary, and that will now be classed as a misfield. And similarly, if you pass it to your mate who's just to throw in, and an overthrow where you'll get the extra run and the batter's crossing, is when there's kind of what we when we there's a throw at the stumps and it goes through for overthrow. So that will still be an overthrow, but a sort of a teamwork, a bit of teamwork on the boundary that sort of goes wrong, that will just be a boundary 4 and not overthrows.
So it's basically got to be an attempt for a run out for it to be.
So a throw towards, we define it as a throw towards the wicket. So
rather than an accidental underarm. I've seen a chap in New Zealand wind up for a big throw and accidentally underarm it back.
So that's what I mean. But when we know when the ball goes to point and he throws it and it goes for 4 at square leg, that's an overthrow. A guy just underarming it to his mate and his mate drops it, that will just be a misfield and counted as 4.
Well, Nick Price says, great to hear the West Country tones of Fraser Stewart. Must have been all learnt from Compton House Cricket Club.
Yes, I know Nick. Yes, so Compton House Cricket Club was my first ever club, just between Yeovil and Sherborne, and I've got the very great honour of being the club president.
Wow, well, that's Alfie Ogborn country, not far from there. Yeovil, Sparkford.
Yeah, he's Sparkford. Yeah. I did play a couple of games for Sparkford.
There you go.
When I was probably about 15, I reckon, and then I went and played for Sherborne in the Dorset League. Compton House, very close to my heart. I used to go and watch my dad play there on a Thursday evening, and a fairly lowly standard cricket, I think he'll forgive me saying, but it was great fun just going to watch him and playing on the outfield and in the nets and stuff with my brother. Very happy memories of Compton House.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Robbie Yates is coming around to Alfie Ogborn still. I think we'll get Stephen Lamb in to come and do a bit of commentary. Thank you very much, Fraser. We'll get Fraser to stay. I'll make way for Stephen just as Rob Yates is coming through this over to Alfie Ogborn, staying a little bit low. But there's a bit of a difference between the ECB guidelines, the MCC laws, and the spirit of cricket. There's so much we could talk about, but I'll let Stephen Lamb come and talk to Fraser as Rob Yates continues.
Yeah. That's right.
Many thanks, Harry. And seen the 2 wickets fall this morning. The magnificent stand between Thomas Rue and Craig Overton concluded. And now Jack Leach and Alfie Ogborn having their say. Fraser, I must say I've been fascinated to listen to your comprehensive knowledge of the laws of cricket, which go back a very long way.
They do, yeah, they do. And I'd say, well, as I said earlier, it all started here, really. If you ask me, why am I, in the job that I am, which I know how lucky and privileged I am to be such a cricket person and to be able to work in cricket is great. But it was, my real love of cricket. Mentioned Compton House there, going to watch my dad. But it was coming here in the glory years of Somerset and seeing both in Richards Garner. This place is very special, and I think that's why it's so important that professional cricketers are accessible to young kids. We see it in the Blast, we see it in the 100. There's doing well. It was autographs. It's more selfies now than autographs, but it's so important that those sort of little moments are so key to help inspire people and to love our sport. 'Cause there's a lot of competition out there. There's a lot of different sports, and the more that the games can do that cricket can do to try and inspire young kids is absolutely crucial.
Up in the air, and it could go all the way, this one. It's the applause precedes the ball going over the rope. Magnificent blow from Jack Leach, a birthday blow.
Oh, it's his birthday.
It is his birthday today, so he's celebrating in some style. Yeah, talking of autographs, one of my great memories of Marcus Trescothick, a game up at Old Trafford when he actually broke a foot when he was in the 90s, a metatarsal. And he carried on, partly because he was determined to get to 3 figures. And it felt quite painful watching him. He could hardly walk. But he had a moon boot put on later in the day. First thing I saw as I came out of the pavilion, he was out there in his moon boots signing autographs.
Brilliant.
That's typical Tres,
yeah,
isn't it?
Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. It's. I think most cricketers they do realise the importance that they have in doing that. Certainly, I've been involved a bit in the 100, and something we were quite strong on is make sure you sign the autographs. It's all about new audiences to the game, and being out there to engage with the fans is so crucial. It's the game is nothing if we can't inspire the young kids. You see so many clubs now doing all stars and dynamos on Friday nights, and that is so good at just bringing new people into the game and hopefully getting them hooked like I was all those years ago.
Well, it's great to see you, great to meet you, and it's good to hear you explain so many things so clearly.
Brilliant.
And we'll let you enjoy the rest of the day's cricket, hopefully.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I've got a bit of work to do, but I might try and keep an eye on a little bit and hope that we get an exciting run chase and a victory later on.
Well, as the Somerset anniversary book, we've got an earpiece for you as well, so you can listen.
Oh, fantastic. Brilliant.
And you're welcome up here at any time.
Oh, thank you. It's been really, really nice to be here, so thank you for having me.
Terrific. So it's 410 for 8, just half an hour to go before the lunch interval. That's Fraser Stewart, head of MCC Cricket, telling us a great deal about the laws of the game. Absolute pleasure to listen to. Jack Leach on 19, Alfie Ogborn on 2. The lead is coming up towards the 300 mark. Another 12 runs needed to get there. And we've seen a few sixes in this match, and the latest of them from Jack Leach. Absolutely tremendous blow into the Marcus Trescothick pavilion below us. Here is Yates to Alfie Ogborn. And musical chairs here. Charlie Taylor's coming.
Hello.
Afternoon to you.
Well, that was quite a blow from Jack Leach. In fact, a couple of his cut shots were really nice for 4 as well. He does love his batting, and he takes it so seriously. which you know you'd expect from a professional. But I do love how he goes about his game, Jack Leach. Happy birthday to him, 35 today, as I heard you mention, Stephen.
Yeah, got to hit a 6 on your birthday.
If you can, very nice.
You get the chance, and
So
he's taken it.
Well, the lead is 288 now. That's going to take some get, even if you know if these 2 wickets fell quickly. That's going to take some getting. In the amount of time left in the game, I mean.
Comfortable single here for Alfie Ogborn. Rather like yesterday evening, every run's being applauded.
So if we lost those two, I'm just do a little bit of maths now. If we lost those 2 overs for a changeover, so that's 70 overs to hit 290. Yep, just over 4 and over. It's doable. As I say, that takes some going now, doesn't it? 4 and over consistently for 70 overs.
It's been an extraordinary turnaround.
Well, the fact
from
is
this
that
time yesterday.
Warwickshire would have thought, well, we'll get up the M5 nice and early. Vaughan went out yesterday, and Somerset were effectively 60 for 6.
Yeah.
Pete Trigo texted me, so it was supposed to be Pete today, and he couldn't make it, so I stepped in. And he said, "Oh, look, you're going to get yourself an early finish. You're not going to be, they're not going to be around much tomorrow." Well, I think we'll be here till the end of it today. I can't see it finishing much before. Well, unless they're shaking hands for a draw, I can't see it finishing much before 6 o'clock, really, the way this is going.
Lunching at the usual time today. We had a little bit more time played yesterday on account of the rain on day 2. But they'll be lunching at 1.
A few comments about declarations on the comments on the stream. Yeah, I think there's a few. Oh, look, there's England's James Rue. Who's he having a chat with? That person as well. There he is, watching his brother, or just probably saw his brother make 149. Comes back from his Test debut. Scored, what was it, about 39 runs overall, I think, in the match. So it's not good by his standards, but a start is a start.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure we'll see him in England colours plenty of times now. He stepped in it for Jamie Smith at the last minute. Jamie Smith, who has just had a baby. Can't remember, I think it was his first or second baby, wasn't it? Yeah. So in came James Rue.
Yeah, it was nice to bump into Lewis Gregory very briefly on the balcony below us.
Also recently a father, became a dad over the winter. I think I'm right in saying.
He's hoping to be back in around about 4 weeks or so from that injured hamstring.
He's missed so much of the T20 in this game, of course.
411 for 8.
Gosh, what a score in the 3rd innings. Does tend to flatten out a bit here at Taunton, but this is really good effort from Somerset. Big lead from Alfie Ogborn, another man who takes his batting very seriously. They're not rushing this, Somerset. They know that they're not out of the woods yet. They've done extremely well to get to this stage, but they've still got to make this game safe before they can go for the win. And I think they will try and go for it at the start. But I think a lot will depend on Jack Leach today, on his birthday. A few comments saying a bit conservative, this from Craig Overton. I'm not sure. I still think you declare now and you leave yourself open for the pitch isn't doing an awful lot. Yep. And if the top 5 batters get going, you've got people like Bo Webster, Sam Hain in there, Dan Mosley's very good, Rob Yates, Alex Davies, those players get going, Ed Barnard. You know, this is a team that can bat and probably accrue runs pretty quickly. I think you've got to be really careful here not to throw away a good position. Having battled so hard to get back in it, if you then Somerset go on to lose this game because of a declaration that came a bit soon, you really do look a bit foolish, I think. So that's probably what's going through Overton's mind, I think.
Yeah, and the pitch not crumbling perhaps as Somerset might have hoped it would when they won the toss on day 1.
Totally different. Suthar here was getting a lot of turn. You think, right, yes, actually, 288 is going to be really tricky to get. Let's give ourselves as much time as possible in the day to pick up those 10 wickets. But he's not really. He doesn't. He's a good bowler, but this pitch is not offering an awful lot to him here. So I think Craig Overton's mindset will be, let's make sure we absolutely cannot lose this game, and then we go for the win. And I know who would be agreeing with me, and he may well be watching now. And that is Andy Caddick, who would be saying, do not lose. I remember him saying it too. He
make it
said it
safe.
so many times when he comes into the boxes. Make sure you do not lose, and then you go for the win.
Yeah, because you get eight points for a draw.
8 points for a draw. It's generous.
And that table, that championship table, is wide open.
If Somerset avoid defeat between now and the end of the season, they will be right up there. Right up there. But you've got to make sure you avoid defeat, which is easier said than done. And so when you get yourself to a position like this, don't throw it away. Yes, those extra 8 points for a win are really tantalising, but get those 8 points for a draw in the bag first. It would be my opinion.
Rob Yates is still on from the River End. Bowled very well. 8th choice as bowler yesterday evening, and immediately looked the part.
8th choice. He's got a wicket this morning.
Left alone by Jack Leach. Yeah, there's a chasm between the 6th wicket and the 7th wicket falling, between 148 and 381.
Yeah, that's a real partnership, isn't it? Record against Warwickshire for Somerset for the 7th wicket.
Gone on to 411 since, and now 412 as Jack Leach pushes another single. On to 20 is Jack.
Yeah, pretty good time. How many balls has he faced? 30 balls for 20 runs from your number 10? That's pretty good. Including a 6.
35 years to the day since he was born here in Taunton. Single for Alfie Ogborn.
Now, I think that means... Hang on, I'm going to do a little bit of research here, Stephen.
Oh, that turned. Good delivery. Turned away from the outside edge of Jack Leach. Nice way for Yates to finish the over. 14 in all. Pretty tidy as well. 1 for 31. 413 for 8. That is effectively 391 for 8. That's the lead for Somerset. Another lovely day here in Taunton. There is a warning about the possibility of showers. I can't see any sign of one at the moment. Got blue sky over us and over the rest of the county that we can see.
No, he missed it by 1 year. Jack Leach, in what I was looking up. In 1992, a tree was planted for every child born in what was Taunton Deane Borough Council area. So Jack was born in 1991, so he missed it. However, I was born in 1992, so somewhere there is a tree in Taunton which was planted. I wondered whether it stretched across in 91, 92, but it didn't. Joss Butler, of course, also born 1991 in Taunton. Yeah, so there is a tree. So I need to go and find the Charlie Taylor tree. I don't know why 1992 was picked as the year they did that, but it's by the River Tone somewhere.
Nathan Gilchrist on from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and that's immediately found the outside edge. And it's gone between the keeper and first slip for a boundary.
Well, it doesn't matter how they come.
It's the first one for Alfie Ogborn. Didn't know he was playing in this game until day 2.
It's perfectly between the two. Any closer to Davies, and I think he goes for that, but it's probably just out of his reach. He's not a tall man by any stretch of the imagination, Alex Davies.
And first slip is stood a bit wide.
Yeah, it's sort of a 1.5 slip, really, isn't it? Maybe even, it's probably not quite a second.
Judiciously left alone. The next one.
Do you think they named all the trees? Do you think there's a little plaque somewhere? In the wood.
They sometimes do.
Oh. a short one.
Gets up well to play that, Alfie Ogborn. Nathan Gilchrist into his 21st over in all. That's 2 of the 8 wickets that have fallen.
Don't know why 1990. I can't find why 1992 was chosen. It was a particularly special year. I don't know, an anniversary or something. But apparently they have regular anniversary events where they invite the babies down. They were obviously no longer babies, but into their mid-30s.
A jubilee, perhaps?
92 was the 40th. Yes, it was the, what's that, Ruby?
Yeah, would be
Queen's
Ruby.
Yes. And maybe it was that. It was the 500th anniversary of the discovery of America by Columbus. Do you reckon that's part of it? That was 1492, wasn't it?
Pretty big moment.
Can't imagine Taunton Dean doing that for this.
Well bowled. Yes, that was the Mayflower, wasn't it? 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Firm defence from Alfie Ogborn.
Harry's still chewing off Fraser's ear, the back of the box.
Took 3 wickets in the Warwickshire innings. Alfie Ogborn, 3 for 40. Slight injury scare in the middle of that, which happily he's come through. Had to go off for attention, but he looks fine at the moment. 8 not out. Leach is 20. 418 for 8. Looks like Manny Suter is going to come on in place of Rob Yates at the river end. He's earned his keep in this game. This will be his 44th over.
Oof. Yeah.
And he too has been among the wickets, 3 for 92. Taking a while to prepare Warwickshire. It's a mid-pitch conference between the 2 batters.
Oh, it's frustrating for them, isn't it? Having had Somerset right where they wanted them a while ago yesterday, they were now just desperate to take these 2 wickets, get batting again. They all feel like they could still spring a surprise on Somerset here after Somerset tried to bat them out of the game.
Jack Leach taking fresh guard for the slow left-arm bowler. Be watching the way the pitch behaves with particular interest.
Oh, he's had a big old swing. It was flighted. It was quite fooled by Suter. Doesn't pick up anything from that one. Let's have a look at that. He threw the kitchen sink at it, Leach. Ooh. Bit of an underedge.
That's more orthodox.
Lead slowly approaching 300.
And still the singles are applauded.
You in Potato Club today, Stephen?
Sausage rolls.
Ah, sausage rolls. Very good decision. Where are we? 15 minutes away.
Yes, the pasties are nice. I have had a pasty or 2 last 4 days.
Very nice. Yeah, Stephen's been on every day. Fraser's joined Potato Club, I noticed.
Very good.
Very good. Yeah, why not? The only problem is he has to stay and chat to Harry at the back of the box until his lunch arrives, but I'm sure he'll cope. An edge. Quickly run through.
He played it with soft hands. So takes a single. 420 for 8.
Lead 298 now.
Yes, we've been playing with that figure of 122 for a while now. That was the original first innings deficit.
Which felt like a big deficit. Warwickshire would have been very happy, I'm sure, with that. 122 runs. And then Somerset, what were they? They were, considering 122 deficit, 49 for 2, 69 for 3, 80 for 4. They just scraped ahead and then suddenly were 124 for 5. So at one point, they were essentially 2 for 5 here, Somerset. And they're now 298 for 8. They've done very well. Very well, especially, well, I mean, the two that have done that really, Craig Overton and Thomas Rue, the two of them putting on. What was that partnership in the end? 233, I think. Just
record.
There we are. Look at that, 233 partnership. You can see just where all the runs, all that purple bar across for the third one up from the bottom.
Yeah, it makes the rest of it look rather paltry,
yeah,
doesn't it?
Not a lot else to talk about there in partnership terms. But yeah, there's the all in. You only really need one partnership of that size in a game, and you're going to be all right.
Well, it was terrific. Here is Gilchrist again. Be a single here, leg by, I fancy. No, the atmosphere here, as that partnership developed late yesterday, was tremendous.
Yeah, I thought Rue played really nicely. As did Overton, but Rue in particular, such a young man. Just showing all the attributes that you'd love to see in a county championship batter.
Well, it's not often you establish a career best one week and then better it the next.
So early in his career as well. That's what's so exciting for Somerset fans. You've got James Rue as well, who's a very classy batter. You've got your younger brother Thomas, who's maturing brilliantly, showing all his class now.
No, straight to the man at cover.
299 the lead now.
He's got all the shots, Thomas, and he played with great maturity in a tricky situation. Might have been one there, but no need to take the risk.
Well, they're going to have to score 300 at least to win this, Warwickshire now. That lead at 299. That will take some doing in the time that they've got left, which is going to be, well, even if they change over now, they'll only be coming out about 2 minutes before the scheduled lunch break.
And still got 2 wickets to take.
Yeah, they'd have to be going at a fair old rate in the last 2 sessions of the day.
A little bit of breeze has sprung up, filling the 2 flags over on the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Pleasant to have on sunny days like this.
Thank you to John, who says 1992 was the 2000th anniversary of Joseph of Arimathea's visit to Taunton, where he reputed to have crafted his staff from a willow on the site of what is now the CACG.
So now we know.
I'm not entirely convinced that's true, but I'll take it. Thank you.
Long time ago.
And you've been corrected, Stephen. The Mayflower 1620. That was more to do with the
beg its
Pilgrims
pardon.
going over, wasn't it? It's the Santa Maria, I think, in
Yep.
Christopher Columbus's time.
Yeah. Beg its pardon. Got the poem right there.
Yes, you did definitely.
Just a pause while Jack Leach needs to make some adjustments to his gloves. Reinstated now.
It was Plant a Tree Year, a national campaign. That might make more sense. Perhaps, again, that could have been tied in with the Queen's Jubilee, couldn't it? That she was asking people to plant a tree. I remember she did that in a diamond as well. I seem to remember she was asking people to plant trees.
Yeah, she had a few jubilees.
God, didn't she just?
And
Platinum as well. No, it's a platinum that she was asking people to plant trees, wasn't she? So perhaps that was a similar thing to what happened in 1992. So anyway, there's a tree in Taunton with, I was going to say with my name on it, but I don't think it has actually got my name on it. But I was born in Musgrove Park Hospital. September the 11th should be a really good day, I think. If you can get to Taunton, get yourself a ticket. Justin Morehouse and Sally Ann Hayward alongside John Bishop, who is a very funny man.
Yes, Mane Sutar. That left shoulder and arm must be a little bit tired, even though he's still a youngster, really, 24 years of age.
Gordon says, where is your tree? Well, there's the children's wood. I don't know specifically which one was for me, but I think they just looked at the numbers of children born in that area and then planted the requisite number of trees. But it's Children's Wood, it's called. It's right by the River Tone. Not far from here, actually. Over to our right as we look out. I ran through it the other day. Went on a run through Taunton, which I don't do very often, but it was very lovely. Nice and flat Taunton for a run, Stephen. If you're ever planning on going for a run.
Yes, it gets hilly further north. That's going to be a couple, perhaps. Yes.
Well, that'll bring up the 300 lead. 301 now.
Well-deserved applause. And the recovery continues. Yeah, we're on flat territory here, looking out, and behind us as well. But the Quantox.
Yeah, I wouldn't fancy running up those. Very much a flat runner myself.
You can see the Quantox from here, and you can see the Blackdowns from the window behind us.
We do have a nice view here, don't we? It helps that Taunton is so flat, you could see for quite a long way.
Yeah, out of the side window up here, you've got a great view of St James Church.
Yeah, very nice. Oh, we keep going. 8 wickets down. What have we got till lunch? About 8 minutes to go. It'll be a 1 o'clock lunch break.
Yeah, there are plenty of churches in Taunton. I think it's St Andrew's, the one with the spire that we can see from here. And St James beside us. And we've got Taunton Minster. And then St George's.
St George's is the Catholic church.
They're the three big towers, really.
You've got another spire in St John's, which is on Park Street. There's St Andrew's, looking lovely. The Quantox behind. Look at that lovely rich woodland behind, and then the fields in front of it on the Quantox. Beautiful.
Gilchrist then to the left-handed Leach. Deals with a bouncer pretty comfortably.
People wondering if there'll be a declaration at lunch. We're getting there, I think. That's getting to that point, isn't it? Where the run rate, let's have a look what the run rate would be. Let's say we get another couple in. So it'd be 63, and they'll need 300. So it's pretty much 5, just under 5 and over. So that would take some getting. And they'd have to go for that and give opportunities for wickets. So,
and the pitch is still pretty flat.
That's the worry for Somerset. As I say, if this pitch was just offering a bit more, they might be a bit more confident. But I think it's how do you take wickets on this pitch?
Yes, well, Jack Leach, who's obviously Somerset's main hope, he's got a pretty good view of how the pitch is playing out there at the moment.
Yeah, and I think he's playing it pretty well, as in it's not deviating much, the ball. Yeah, it's pretty confidently played.
Gilchrist taking some time to get back to his mark. It's a hot day.
Oh,
He
going to be
bites,
runs.
It's a no ball signalled and 4 byes.
Oh dear. Bonus runs for Somerset.
And a double teapot from Gilchrist.
Yes, not surprised.
Ethan Bamber giving him a bit of encouragement after an expensive moment. 305 now, the lead.
Yeah, for a little bit.
He started off for a single, but then realised that the ball was going to be onto the fielder rather quicker than he initially anticipated. Wasn't a run there. Still plenty of cricket in this game. You never quite know what you're going to get on day 4.
Well, it's one of those which could just bubble up nicely to a finish, couldn't it? And I was looking yesterday to see where the game had finished off because I wasn't able to listen to the last probably 8 overs. And it just felt like, yeah, this could be one of those which just takes a little while and bubbles slowly and then suddenly end up with a dramatic finish. Could also be, you know, a draw with not much drama, but you just never know.
Well, that was Win Predictor was saying the draw was the likeliest outcome yesterday evening. I would think that will have gone up by now.
Have a look at the quickly Win Predictor. To Trade Nation for bring us that.
Everything moving at a rather sedate pace out there at the moment. Chat between the two batters. Fielders moving around somewhat laboriously. Draw's gone up to 89%, I'm hearing. Somerset 10, Warwickshire 1.
So Somerset are higher up than Warwickshire, isn't that interesting? They battled so hard to get to that position. I guess runs on the board helps.
Ready to go at last. And there's a turning delivery away from the outside edge of Alfie Ogborn. I think we can be pretty sure this will be the last over of the morning session now.
Yeah, I've got the Trade Nation Win Predictor in front of me now, so keep an eye on that throughout the rest of the day. What's gone on there?
It was an appeal for a stumping.
Yeah, it's obviously a stumping because they're appealing for it, so the ball didn't hit there directly.
Well, I think what Alex Davies was hoping was that something similar to what happened to Tom Kohler-Cadmore yesterday had occurred in that he went to play a shot and just dragged his foot very slightly outside his crease.
Oh, there's a shout. No? This will be the final over then before lunch for sure now. Pads up again.
Not using the bat at all now.
See this through till lunch.
Surplus to requirements, the Ogborn bat.
Yeah. Yeah, hits the keeper and ricochets onto the stump, so he has to be out of his ground for that to be out. And Davies asked the question of the umpire, who wasn't interested in answering it. No bat involved there either, so just one ball to go to the lunch break. Alfie Ogborn will be keen to survive it. And then Craig Overton's got a choice, hasn't he, at the lunch break? Do they continue batting or do they think, oh, let's have a little go?
Well forward, and there's no appeal from the bowler. I heard some noise from behind the stumps, but that, I think...
Is Ogborn? He looks a bit... Did he bowl in? Was that a wicket? I think it must be the way he's walking off. Yeah, it's high fives. I think he's got a wicket in the final.
Yeah.
Final
Well,
ball.
that was extraordinary, wasn't it? Because there was no celebration at all.
No. Let's have a
Ogborn
look at
is
this.
walking off.
And we're behind the batter here, so we haven't got a clear view.
Leg break.
Yeah, it's a leg break. And he's bowled. Yeah. It's
And-
very
and-
muted
And
celebration.
no
Looks like it's the
reaction
end of
from
an
anyone.
over. Yeah. Well, that's the 9th wicket. And
So
so
that means
we play on.
that we will be continuing beyond 1 o'clock.
Jack Leach is still out there. He gets the towel put on his head.
Well,
and
what a
he'll wipe a bit
bizarre
of sweat off.
dismissal.
Well, I said Ogborn would have been desperate to survive that one, and he didn't. Here we go. Here's a good view of it. Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty, that. Couldn't see. We had the wicketkeeper in front of us, and it was a leg break, which was a surprise. And that is the end of Alfie Ogborn, who looks pretty dejected, to be honest. So, Jake Ball, probably hoping to tuck into a bit of lunch just then, but we carry on. As they are now 9 down. Somerset. So I don't know if Warwickshire are a bit disappointed. Perhaps they fancied the lunch break, you know. And instead, we could have up to half an hour here.
Unless they declare.
Unless they declare. That's a good point. But obviously, Craig Overton said to Jake Ball, out you go, please. 427 for 9.
Well, the key factor is really that the ball is still coming onto the bat very nicely and comfortably.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was a brilliant ball. That was absolute beauty of a delivery. You know, the wickets are out there, but you've got to bowl well, essentially. I think that's the way to sum it up.
Yes.
You can't just rely on the ball doing loads. You're going to have to bowl really well to take 10 wickets on this.
It's Manu Sutar's 4th wicket.
Oh, yeah.
4 for 96.
What a fifer.
Heading for 100. Will he reach that before lunch? So, Jake Ball won't be on strike initially. It's the last ball of the over.
Oh,
which,
well, we were talking about that, weren't we? About who's on strike and when. But yes, it was the end of the over. Oh, we were just about to tuck into Potato Club then, and it's going to have to wait. Oh, I'm being told potatoes haven't even arrived. Well, in that case, it's probably for the best that we play on. 152 overs this innings so far. Somerset have battled and ground their way to 427 for 9. Jack Leach is on strike. And he's hit by the ball.
I don't think I've ever seen a dismissal less celebrated.
Yeah, that's why we was. It was the only thing that told me it was out was Ogborn's reaction. He looked absolutely dejected, which is not a man. It's not the look that the man would give just on the cusp of eating some lunch. Certainly, I wouldn't. I'd have a massive smile on my face if I knew I'd survived to the lunch break and could go and tuck into something delicious. I hear the fare is pretty good here at Taunton for the players. I don't think they get Potato Club.
No,
I think they're on something a bit
something
different.
a bit more special.
Don't get me wrong, I love jacket potato, but if you're there for all 4 days, there's only so much potato a man can take in 4 days, I think. It's quite heavy, isn't it? Jacket potato to sit on you for a while.
It's worth ringing the changes a little.
I believe so. They do offer soup.
That's an
Pastries.
extensive menu that Spencer Bishop comes around with.
Well, he offers you pastries or potatoes, essentially. I usually, if it's my first day of the 4, I'll go for potato, and then if I'm on the next day, I'll switch it up a bit. Maybe even consider soup. Although, this doesn't feel like soup weather to me, unless it's a cold soup like they have in Spain.
Yeah, consommé.
Consommé, yeah, or gazpacho. Leach has batted nicely for his 21. Oh, useful runs, these. Useful time out of the game as well. Somerset, who would take a draw. If you'd offered them a draw when they were effectively 2 for 5 in the second innings, I'm sure they would have
Hands
absolutely,
and biting.
absolutely snapped your arm off. You'd have kept on biting. Oh no, what's Leach doing here? Is he just having a little reset, or is he in pain of some kind?
Well, the ball's been thrown to David Milnes,
He's
the
getting a
bowler's
pad.
umpire.
He needs a replacement pad. You don't see that all that often, do you? A pad that's gone wrong. What's happening? I'm going to have a little
The
look
two
in
umpires are going to have a
documents.
chat about the condition of the ball, I think. Or maybe it's just been thrown to David Milnes while there's this delay.
Yes, his right pad apparently needs replacing. I don't know about you, Stephen, but when I play cricket, I don't have replacement pads. I've got one pair and that's it. If
Far
one
from it.
breaks, that's it. I'm done for.
Here we go. They're on the way out.
Out comes the pad. Oh, look, choices to be made here. He's like when they bring bats out. Really, has he got several? Is he really going to choose between pads? Surely he's just going to take whichever pad comes out, isn't he?
He's got a couple there.
Is that on
Several
pad
of the
duty?
Warwickshire fielders are lying down and having a bit of a sunbathe.
Tom Lammonby is on pad duty. And now Jack Leach is selecting from various pads. Funny old game cricket, isn't it? We're supposed to be eating lunch, and here we're now watching Jack Leach try on different pads.
Yes, it's all a bit somnolent at the moment.
Well, look at this.
This
Can we get
match.
the picture of the group of? We've got Gilchrist. Who else is there having a lie down? Oh, Lammonby's saying we need something else here.
Ethan Bamber is lying down,
Yeah,
having a chat with.
There we go. Look at that. This is the state of the game we're in at the moment, chaps. Cricket is a vibrant sport. Something that, we'll inspire kids here. Take a look at that. That's 3 elite athletes playing a game of cricket. To be fair, I don't blame them. It's hot out there. It is really hot.
There are 3 more at the other end as well.
Well, this is why. Look this is what we're watching. I've got to commentate on this. There we go. Another bit of this is a different group of players, by the way, we're watching now. But this is why I think that wicket wasn't particularly celebrated, because they're probably all absolutely burning up out there in the heat. It's about 30 Celsius. And then they've got to play for another half hour because they took the 9th wicket on the stroke, the very last ball before they would all have gone in. So I think they were kind of a bit, not annoyed. They'd have been happy to take the wicket, but the idea of another half hour in this heat probably wasn't quite what they wanted.
Slightly deflated, perhaps.
Yeah, a little bit so. Now, what have we got? What's going on here? Right, I think we might be ready for a bit of cricket to break out.
Almost everyone is standing up again now.
Almost everyone.
That's
You don't say that in other sports very often, do you?
The third
Oh, yeah.
man is...
Deep fine legs decided he's going to have a sit down.
Yeah.
He's back up. Right, well, there we are. Let's get back on with things, shall we?
Managed to get through 5 minutes without any cricket.
Comes Gilchrist. That new pad's done the job there. Nicely done. Jack Leach getting behind the ball. How often are they sun creaming, do you think? Because when you're out there for 2.5 hours, it's a long time in the heat of the day to... Yeah, do you think they've got regular little...
Yeah, more than once during a session, I think.
You'd think so, yeah. I'm just thinking Gilchrist looks a little bit pink in his arms there. Short and in the air. I think it's going to be safe. It is. He hasn't nailed it, though. Will it go for the boundary? It will, He didn't get any of that, really. He's gone up in the air and he's managed to get a boundary because the field was in on that side. So Leach picks up another 4. 25 he is from 51 deliveries, and that's the end of that over.
Yeah, the sun, it must be it would be about as strong as it gets.
Yeah.
It's a day after the longest, 21st of June yesterday, summer solstice and all that. And the sun is high in the heavens.
Very hot out there.
Actually, almost a completely clear sky overhead at the moment as well. Just some wisps of cloud over the Quantocks.
Yeah. So he's saying change pads, face 2 balls, then declare. I don't think we're seeing a declaration just yet.
Maybe he's thinking of trying the leg break again.
Oh, it would be a good, very good technique. We did it the last time. Good comments. Thank you, everyone. Keep those coming in on the YouTube stream. Always enjoy reading those. Jake Paul on strike on naught. He's a funny old batter to watch, Jake Paul. Sometimes he looks like he's not really played much cricket before, and then other times he'll hit his first ball for 6. He's done that before in a T20, I think. Hit his first ball for 6. Proves actually to be quite a useful signing for Somerset. Picked up a good few wickets this season. It's been good. Oh, here we go. Down the ground. Straight over the bowler's head for 4 runs.
Good hit.
Exactly what I was saying. Just sort of doesn't look like he's played. And then we'll just eyes light up and down the pitch he comes. Let's have another look at that one. Yeah, a couple of steps. Yeah, lovely stuff. Got to hit it because the keeper's up and you're out of your crease. If you miss that one, you're out. But no problem there.
Lead up to 313.
Oh dear. You really waited for that one. That's a shocking bit of cricket all round there.
That
Ball was slower.
A slow bowler's slower ball.
Oh dear. I think the temperature might be getting to some of the players here. Look at that. That's a shocking bit of village level cricket we've just watched. And he's out. Big old swing and he's gone. So the lead is 313, which means that Warwickshire will require 314 to win this game of cricket. They'll have 2 sessions to do that in. And Stephen, this game is not necessarily going to end in a draw.
No, the pitch is still playing true, and Warwickshire have got some handy batsmen in their side.
And that was a fifer as well for Mani Suthar, who has bowled really well and bowled a lot of overs. That was his 47th over in this innings. So a man who's done more than his fair share for Warwickshire.
Yeah, he can put his feet up now.
Yeah, that slower ball, the one before, obviously did the trick. Jake Paul just playing it onto his own stump. So there we go. That is the end of the innings. And Somerset, well, didn't they do well to get anything like a defendable total on the board when they were 2 for 5 effectively, and now they've put a total of 313 314 to win for Warwickshire. We will, by the smell of it, I think our potatoes might have arrived, your pastries, Stephen, so we will return in around 40 minutes to see how Warwickshire go about this run chase. Are they going to go for it? Will Somerset be able to eke out some wickets? It's interestingly poised, and we'll bring you live coverage on the way later on.
Got the coin, please give it a spin. Heads is the call. It is.
It's a heads.
It is a heads. So Hampshire have won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat.
Through extra cover, it'll run away down the hill. Don't bother chasing that. Well, there it is. Fine leg inside the circle, 4 more. First strike. He's smacked into the offside. As soon as he hit this, he'll think 4. Straight to Van der Merwe.
thought he timed that well. It's one of those shots in the nets you think, yep, hit it really well, but unfortunately straight to the man at cover.
That's nicely bowled. Yeah, you're right, there'll be nerves.
James Vince, you just go out there. You see another one just clipped. Runs away for 4 towards the pavilion.
Second slips out, ball goes for 4. Oh, big appeal, huge appeal. He's pitched outside leg. It's well fielded. I think he's done okay.
So down, a healthy edge. It was low, and James Hildreth.
Well, it's beautiful line and length from Josh Davey. Round the wicket to the left-hander, it just holds a tiny bit. And James Hildreth, I've seen this happen so often here at Lord's, where a fielder goes to ground, footwork gets all messed up, and the ball ends up on the deck at slip.
Well, he gets another opportunity, would you believe it? The very next ball, he doesn't miss this time. James Hildreth takes the catch.
Quite extraordinary. The disappointment didn't last long for Davey. The disappointment will last right up until Alsop gets the chance to get back out in the field, you would imagine. This time the footwork doesn't let Hildreth down. He keeps his balance, keeps his head still, pouches the catch. The second time of asking.
Nicely played, lovely balance at the crease. Will he get there? Yes, he does. Excellent bit of work from Tom Abel. What a beauty that is. Just held his length back a little bit more. Bowled in! Lewis Gregory with a brilliant wicket here. And just a bit of movement off the surface. And Hampshire now 3 wickets down. Nicely played, well weighted. Oh, that will go against the gradient of the slope, and he'll pick up 4, 55 for 3.
That is a lovely shot. There's been a little bit of movement. There's been just something in it for the bowlers, but you wouldn't think it seeing that shot. Short this time. That is more than a push. A bit more into the ball. Half a stop, but it doesn't matter because he hit it so well. Pure timing again. So I had no help for him. Lovely shot.
Delightful shot. That's as good as it gets. South North East just leaning on.
Inside Nick. This time fortune for Hampshire.
Smile. It was wide. Would have had to wait a fraction later, but just that late move, and you just saw it tail in. Ended up getting the inside edge. Good delivery in the end.
Shot of the day. Before in this competition. Width this time. Flayed away through the offside. Bowled him, played on to his stumps. That is a massive wicket for Jamie Overton.
Not much foot movement here from Rosu. and ended up getting caught on the stumps. Big moment there for Jamie Overton. In a final, that could be a very key wicket.
Big appeal from bowler and keeper. Perhaps a little more animated from Roelof van der Merwe. Umpire unmoved.
Left arm floaters. And that's a shot of high quality. That really is a fabulous stroke from Gareth Berg. Well, that's magnificent. Berg again going over extra cover. Even more emphatically this time. That's in the air. Gone. Pouched. Jamie Overton has struck exactly what Captain Abel would have called for. And the partnership is broken, one shy of 50.
Well, second wicket of the day here. Really bent his back. Rushed him and also got high. Yeah, really difficult to control that. In the end, the fielder as easy as you like. Well, this is a massive breakthrough.
Put away. It's a crisp stroke from Fuller to get him off the mark. 50 for Sam Northeast. It's his decision to bat first. He's taken on the responsibility.
Big shot, doesn't connect. Middle stump, Tom Abel has done the trick.
Mentioned he's turned himself into a little bit of a golden arm, and he certainly has proved me right. That's a big wicket, Sam Northeast. The one he would have wanted to take. Just a single delivery, inside edge from Northeast, clattered into leg stump. And the big celebration from the captain, he's thrilled.
Oh, that has gone a long way up. Man underneath it takes the catch. It is all Somerset at the moment. They're having it all their own way. Jubilation again for them.
Jubilation for them and jubilation for the fans. They've made the trip up from the south west. Another big wicket for Jamie Overton. The effort ball banged in at Chris Wood. Top edge wasn't in control of it, and the man down at fine leg, George Bartlett, had a long time to settle underneath. Watched it all the way in, celebrations.
Well, he's not going to die wondering. Fuller smokes one straight back down the ground. Bowled in, off stump this time. Tom Abel.
Brilliant from the captain. Golden arm strikes again. Kyle Abbott just playing down the wrong line. Just clatters into the off stump, top of off.
Oh, big appeal. Has it hit the pad first? Rob Bailey says no. 42 overs done, 184 for 8.
Just wonder whether it's the occasion. Does that flick the pad first? It's all close together. Inside edge first, pad first. How can you see? Just pad first. Malcolm boundary, limping towards 200. Oh, that does spin. That's a little bit slower. It's only a bit slower, 54. That's a rarity, getting one to turn. Outside edge. Nicely placed to that short boundary. That'll do. Oh, it's got past fine leg. Oh, Oh, this is damage. Just giving themselves a chance. 229 for 8.
Lost his stumps.
Said they needed a boundary. Hit it into the stand. Oh, this is real damage. That's a great shot.
Back of the length again.
Oh, it's well stopped, Tom Banton. 36 runs off the last 3 overs. Hampshire have got something. 244 for 8. The partnership of 64 in 56 deliveries. James Fuller, what a good hand there. 55 from 48. 4 4s and 2 6s. Mason Crane supported him so well. 28 from 20 now with 3 4s. So the impetus just with Hampshire, but it's a modest total. 244 for 8. And slide away. I think it's leg buys. Oh, he's got a tickle on it. 4. Helped on its way. 2-leg side. He's going to move a slip out after that delivery.
Ed was thinking about coming a little wider of the crease because he has tailed down with that pace over 90 miles an hour. That delivery easy to just help on its way.
In the air, short boundary, he's gone for 6.
One isn't hurt down there. Picked it up very quickly, just helped it on its way. Went the full distance.
Beautiful. I hear what you're saying, he can play.
Yeah, it makes it look easy, doesn't it? Drifting down, but he gets the hands out in front and then just whips it. Excellent timing. A little bit of flourish at the back end of the shot.
I like this.
I don't think you need to say much more than that. That is as sweet as it comes. Excellent extension.
Ooh, 4 more. Somerset on the charge here.
Easy as you like. Just a push. Good wicket. Coming on nicely.
More runs. 4 more. Oh, this is 4 more. Lines angled towards leg stump at 90 miles an hour. It's help yourself. Oh, well played. Lovely timing. This will run down the hill. It's a fast outfield.
And then opens up that mid-wicket region. Using the pace. Decent one from Abbott, pushing 87 miles an hour just.
A quick 50 for Somerset. Graceful shot. Ends the 7th over. Boundaries are flowing. It's 56 without loss.
Just do that instead. Scorching the turf once again from the bat of Banton.
Not too much wrong with that. That is just an excellent shot. That little step across, just like Peterson, and then the lovely hands the same. He is a serious talent, is Banton.
Beautiful timing. It's going to run away from Fidel. It's another leg stump half volley, and another boundary comes from it.
Up to England, it does hurt your side.
Boundary, huge roar here. Sublime 50 from Tom Banton. A super shot. He's got all the shots.
Yep, certainly has us all the shots in the book. Switch of the hands there. See a little bit of turn, but just one man at point. It's pretty square, so didn't have to do much to beat him. Slip in play, Sam Northeast, the captain. He's not too happy with the field placement.
Oh, wherever the fielders are, the ball is going somewhere else. 100 up.
Yeah, Somerset are rolling. Brilliant partnership this between Azarali and Tom Banton.
There was a cry of catch. Absolutely no chance it was going to be caught. Timing too good, placement too good. Big appeal and gone. Yates walks off, so the move to bring back Fidel Edwards has worked. Good captaincy, and maybe, just maybe, there's still a game on.
Effort ball now, definite inside edge. A really good catch behind the stumps from Tom Alsop.
Peter Trigo, he'll enjoy this moment. We spoke to him at the top of the show. He said how much he was looking forward to playing in this game at Lord's, trying to help his side get over the line. They've had real problems doing that in the last 10 years. They've often been runners-up. But as he walks out now, 112 for 1. I'm not sure at the top of the show he could have dreamt of this situation. Yeah, that's it. That's why you need a slip. And you can see he is pumped up. You could see that from his reaction when he got the wicket. That'll be partly because of the team situation and probably partly because of the way he bowled with the new ball. He's changed ends. He looks a lot happier from the pavilion end.
Yeah, that's a really good bowling, and you can hear the vocals around the ground. Crowd enjoyed it as well. It was a little bit more theatre, a little bit more atmosphere out there now.
And again, Peter Trigo, age 37, is under pressure. But he'd love this from the ball one, from his first spell. Looks much happier at this end.
Yeah, Sam Northeast will love it. Doesn't look like Peter Trigo is.
In the air and taken! Fidel Edwards making things happen.
James Hildreth.
James Hildreth, next man in. Two experienced cricketers in the middle right now for Somerset. They've seen a lot over the years. Finds the gap. There'll be a chase on for Northeast. He gets there. Well, they've run 4 runs. Tried, it was too short. Half volley in the end. Lovely drive from James Hildreth. 26 overs done, 145 for 2. Just a late opening up of the hands here. The ball nice and full. Then just threaded it through the gap. You don't need to overhit it, and that's the smallest boundary as well.
Shout a 2 again immediately off the bat. Might be even better. No, maybe 3. Yeah, as soon as it was palm, then you heard Trigo shout again. Don't need to do any more. Another 4 runs from the over. 159 for 2. That said, hit me, and it was. Smashed away, long hot.
Oh, don't miss out, and he won't do, Peter Trigo. Half tracker from Mason Crane. I'll put the bowler under pressure. First delivery goes for 4. 82 required.
Should be another couple at least. You see the size of the boundary around there. Need to get up and throw it. No iron course for that. That's a cheeky shot. Just awareness really, because it was a full toss, and instead of just trying to paste it into the leg side and only getting a single, he just delicately touched it around the leg side. 169 for 2.
Partnership is 48, so these two are absolutely set at the crease and they're having a good time.
Short ball flicked away to the leg side. Good catch. Made his ground really well. Chris Wood. Is that the breakthrough they needed? They have a lot to do, but maybe, just maybe, that has just opened up a slim chance. Well, that's the problem when you're so far behind the game, and the man who's in Hildreth, you don't have a slip at the one time you probably needed him. Nice shot. Really well played. Just waited for it, placed it perfectly.
Yeah, it's a classy shot. Not the best delivery that we've seen all day, but nevertheless, James Hildreth just waits for it. You'll see it here perfectly. It's a leg cutter. Wait, and then knock it away.
Well, gets it fine enough. Well, that might be 4. It is such a short boundary, fast outfield. It is. Excellent over for Somerset. 34 done, 189 for 3. Another excellent shot.
Well, they fed him there, and he's not going to miss out. Hildreth moves on to 36 and plays it late and gets it past that backward point.
Seen a bit of that today. 200 is up. Oh, wow. Excellent catch. Finn Edwards gives it the big one.
42, but they've lost one. Tom Abel finds mid-wicket. Donald with a catch. Another wicket for Fidel Edwards. He's now got 3 for 57. Abel's gone for 14. 203 for 4.
That is met with a beautiful shot down the ground. James Hildreth with a 50 in the Royal London final.
And on their feet up on the Somerset balcony, and as they are in the crowd, rightly so, James Hildreth, ever present for Somerset, getting his side closer to lifting that trophy. 52 not out from 60 balls, 5 boundaries in there, and all looking very controlled.
Nicely played again, lovely balance at the crease. It is a gorgeous drive down the ground.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Hildreth, both mid-on and mid-off, both in the ring. With Hampshire having to squeeze and not affording to give easy singles away, but he just leans on it. Perfect timing. Sees that it's going to beat the line of the man at mid-on, Fidel Edwards. And that runs away.
Fuller into the attack, and straight away off to the boundary. Somerset are closing in. Four more, ever closer.
Fidel Edwards back into the attack, follows suit of James Fuller over previous, short wide outside the off stump, unfortunately for the Hampshire. And that's easy pickings for the batsman. No man out of the deep cover boundary.
brilliant from James Hildreth. As calm as you like. He brings the scores level.
Almost there. One more now for Somerset. Just timed brilliantly from Hildreth. It looks to overhit it. Just bunted it into the leg side, but straight out of the middle of that bat. One more run there, bubbling on the balcony.
There it is. Somerset have broken the duck. 10 times the bridesmaid. James Hildreth was there at the end, the last time they won a trophy at the Oval against Lancashire in 2005. And he is there once again as Somerset get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions Hampshire in what is the last ever Lord's final.
See what it means to them. Peter Trigo, been there for a lot of them. Tom Abel, the young captain, he was brilliant today. Led his team well in the field, picked up a few wickets himself. An all-round brilliant performance from Somerset.
Out for James Hildreth. Peter Trigo gets his hands on some silverware finally. And you're right, Tom Abel absolutely delighted to be in the midst of that melee in the dressing room.
Just saying, you won every single department, and how good must that feel for you in particular?
Yeah, it is incredible. Like to see, you know, Hildy knock off those runs. 10 second places in my career, finally there. Absolutely amazing, unbelievable.
You sound like you've lost your voice from the team song already.
Well, fair play to the Wurzels, the way they sing their Blackbird I'll Have You in the cider drinker.
Well, I want to know up there, just watching you guys go, who's leading that? Is it the young guys or is it the old guys? Who's leading the charge?
Old guy here. Yeah, well, yeah, the start is me, but
from Blue, he'd be singing it, of course.
There's no harmony up there, I promise you.
Somerset.
James, how does that feel? Nearly many. You have won. I think you were out to batting last time you won something in 2005. You've done it again. How does that feel?
It's a bizarre feeling, to be honest. There's a lot of emotions running through my body right now. We were waiting to go on, and I was thinking, this is strange. What do we do? Finished second, I think, 10 times and won one. So it's just utter relief, really, to win another one and see what it means to the fans and the rest of the boys. And there's a few young guys in there who've got their careers ahead of them. So it's great for them to experience this early on.
You look like you were calm and composed out there. Was that how you felt inside?
A duck on water, I think it was, though. No, I felt right, to be fair. I think because it wasn't a huge target. I knew if I kind of batted the overs, then we should be all right. So that was the focus. Obviously, the jitters start coming in a bit, but then got a few good balls and got a few away. So it relieved the pressure, and the guys came in, still found the boundaries. So it made it a lot easier.
I mean, you've been at Somerset for a long time. You've always performed for them year on year. Does this feel, though, like the start of something special with the group of players that you've got?
100%. I mean, this group, there's such a special group. We've got some such talented guys coming through, and even Tom Banton coming through this year, showing what he's capable of, opening the batting. Another great wicketkeeper batsman that's come through. So we're really pleased with how we are as a squad. You know, we look back to that era when there was Viv and Botham and that kind of golden generation. But I think as a group now, we want to change that. We want to be this golden generation. We want to kick on and win as many trophies as we can for years to come. And I think we've got the group to do it.
I spoke to Trez. He reckons you're playing yourself better than you have done in all the time that he's played with you over the last couple of years. You've got another 5 or 6 years left in you at least, haven't you?
Well, I think when you play with Trez, you always feel quite young. Watching some of the footage of him recently has been quite entertaining.
The running between
the wickets, yeah, so we haven't lived that down. But no, he's great, and he's great to have in the team, and you know, he's forever young. He's the biggest kid in the changing room. So yeah, hopefully, you know, after experiencing this, there's a few more years left.
All right, best of luck. Go and enjoy it.
All right, cheers, Keith. Cheers.
Absolutely, he's been a colossus, James Hildreth, for this club for many, many years. I think when we were last down there, he was presented with a trophy. He's played more games of cricket in all formats than any other Somerset player.
Said that Peterson himself, Peter Trigo.
Come and video this.
Go, we'll let you go. You go over. Go.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, come on. Come over and join the celebrations. He's been an absolute star today. Certainly played his part, not only today, but of course throughout the competition, a couple of hundreds. Now then, something's going to happen. Hold your breath. Well, that's great to see. Players there and getting full support, as you'd expect, from a very loyal crowd down in Taunton. They've made the trip up here. They've all been rewarded, and they fully deserve it, both fans and players. Brothers, well, they played their part with the ball, that is for sure. And they have some really exciting cricketers for the next few years or so. Tom Banton interview there cut short with Rob Key because he had to be part of those celebrations. But there's a couple of talented, very talented cricketers that amongst them. So those celebrations are going to go on books for some time. You're of the opinion this is
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's the final day of this Rothesay County Championship match between Somerset and Warwickshire. And as you see, the players emerging from the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Warwickshire require 314 to win. Tremendous second innings recovery by Somerset came to an end well, on the stroke of lunch, as it turned out. They went on 10 minutes into the lunch interval because the 9th wicket had fallen. And that was the last one, was Jake Ball having a swing. And 5 wickets in the end for Manu Suter, who deserved them. Heavy workload. I'm Stephen Lamb, with me Harry Everett.
Yeah, he bowled well, didn't he? Got a bit of turn, particularly today. That one to Alfie Ogborn was a bit of a beauty, but maybe wasn't realised straight away. It wasn't much of a celebration, a bit muted.
I didn't see any celebration at all.
I think you called it. What did you call it, Stephen? We may as well call you up on it. I think you said buys. Click the bell, did it?
Haven't got the best of views from
No,
this
it
angle.
was behind. Give you some credit. Well, remember Alfie Ogborn is allowed to bowl. He's a substitute for Miggy Pretorius. So that's a left arm. You know what? That might actually do Somerset a favour. Slightly different rough marks from the left armour as well to bring Jack Leach into play and Archie Vaughan. Remember, Somerset have got 2 proper spinners. But Craig Overton will start with 3 slips in place. That's a beauty to start, Stephen. You can ask for a much better start without taking a wicket.
Well, he'll be brimful of confidence, won't he, Craig Overton, after his 3rd 100 of the season.
Where do we rank his hundreds? Is that the best of the 3? The one at Chelmsford was pretty important.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're all slightly different situations.
Different situations, correct. I think that's even more credit to him. The adaptability, the flexibility, the man that Somerset need turns up.
And again, I think he played at that. Encouraging start. They've got a score at 5.1 and over, Warwickshire.
314 off 61 overs. I guess that last hour could be different, though. We can't say exactly 61 overs yet, can we? We never know what that last hour depends on the amount of spin bowled.
Yeah, what the over rate is.
Over rate says 2 at the moment. It was 15 in the last innings. That's a great effort from Warwickshire, to their credit. I guess it helps that Warwickshire have so many all-rounders. We talked about this on comms for the T20 Blast game. Ethan Bamber and Nathan Gilchrist aren't renowned for their batting, and neither is Manu Suter. But Dan Mosley, Bo Webster, Rob Yates, Jordan Thompson, and Ed Barnard. That's 5 genuine, that's a pretty good 5-a-side cricket team. Genuine bowlers who can bat. And I think, Stephen, that was really important for their over rate. They could rotate their bowlers, they could change it up, but they had so many options.
Yes, I assume we'll see Jake Ball share the new ball with Craig Overton.
You think Jake Ball ahead of Alfie Ogborn?
Well, that's the way it's been so far.
Yeah, I
Excuse
wonder.
me. So far in the game.
Well, the first innings was, that's before Alfie Ogborn came into it, wasn't it, when Miggy Pretorius bowled early on. Before that pectoral injury took him out of the game. Yeah, Jake Ball is warming up, so I think Alfie Ogborn also bowls better from this Truscothic Pavilion end where Craig Overton's currently bowling from. Pretorius bowled just 6 overs. No wickets, 2 maidens for 24 runs in the first innings. Then Alfie Ogborn came in and bowled 11 overs, 3 for 40. So a pretty good substitute appearance for Alfie Ogborn.
Terrific recovery by Somerset in their second innings. This game looked dead and buried this time yesterday. We've still got plenty of interest in store these remaining 2 sessions of play.
Stephen, I think I've just noticed something a bit remiss of us. Sorry, Warwickshire fans. Rob Yates is opening batting with not Alex Davies, it's Zen Malik. Now, Warwickshire fans will know in the T20 Blast, Alex Davies had a bit of a stinker. He's been dropped down the order, but we should have probably mentioned as they walked out is Zen Malik, who's coming to open in this second innings. To be fair, Alex Davies has been keeping in pads and he'll be knackered in that heat. Think how many overs he kept for.
It's the sort of situation where you really don't want to open after keeping for whatever it was, 3 sessions, particularly in this heat.
Just noticed that it's, Malik. So Zen Malik fairly early in his career, but he's a talented straight maker. Seen him in the One-Day Cup the last couple of
Yeah,
years.
he looked very good in the first innings.
Did indeed, yeah. Came into the T20 Blast side of late. He's 28 years of old now. 28 years of age, a bit older than you might think. Been around through the twos games. Just the 15th first-class match. Highest score of 142. He scored 20 not out at Scarborough in the second innings last week. A little bit of history of him against Somerset. He scored 73. I haven't got a duck in the T20. I was going to gloss over that. I should mention that, really. He scored 73 against Somerset twos at the end of May. That was at Taunton Vale. He opened with Kai Smith. You forget there's no Kai Smith in this Warwickshire team at the moment. Another young, talented keeper bat.
Jake Ball has dropped straight into a good line and length. 3 slips in support: Jordan Herman, Craig Overton and Archie Vaughan. Alongside the other batting hero, Thomas Rue. Dismissed on 149 earlier today.
What a knock that was. Soft hands for Malik, just taking that down to Curler Cadmore, doing fine leg again. Remember, Curler Cadmore with that hand injury is not going to be risked in the slips. Look at the mileage he's running in with enthusiasm. From right-handed fine leg into left-handed fine leg. Stephen Lamb's got a very important phone call. And Jake Ball is going to bowl the 4th ball of his spell to the left-handed. Now Rob Yates, still 3 slips. A little bit of movement away off the surface. Yeah, should mention a bit of a shout out to Jordan Herman, a cracking stint for Somerset. Flying home tomorrow, sadly. Riley Meredith and Dan Sams will be in action on Friday for Somerset in the Blast. Exciting, yes, but spare a moment's applause, really. Jordan Herman, what a brilliant overseas he's been for a short stint in the County Championship and the Blast. That 100 at Trent Bridge, runs with Lewis Gregory here against Warwickshire in the Blast. I'd like to think he might be one to come in again in a couple of years' time, or even next year if wanted, when needed. A lot of talented batters in the Somerset squad, but having an overseas left-hander been pretty impressive.
Quite the right line, slanting down the leg side to conclude the over. Pretty quiet start from Warwickshire, have to be said. 2 overs gone, 1 without loss. I imagine they will just see where they get to come tea time today. How many wickets are down, whether it's worth having a dart in the final session.
Yeah, they'll just bat at the moment. If Webster gets going and Sam Hain, then you never know. But yeah, where would you fit, Stephen, let's say everyone's available, where would you fit Jordan Herman in if you had Banton, Abel, Lammonby, TKC?
Well, he's done very well at the top.
He has,
hasn't
quite. One of the big guns will have to miss out, perhaps. Josh Thomas has been pretty impressive in his first year at the top.
Yeah, they haven't often had that luxury
No.
this summer.
I mean, injuries have made it a very different scenario, of course. Tom Banton's opening for the twos with Will Smead as we speak.
They're going along pretty well.
Yes, we should update on that. So they opened together. This is at Taunton Vale in a Gloucestershire twos versus Somerset twos T20 warm-up. Well, you say warm-up game. It's not really a warm-up game. It's a T20 Central Group match. But for Banton and Smead, it's probably seen as a warm-up for the Blast. Banton's 85 off 44 balls. Will Smead was out for 42 off 24. And Theo Lamy is now in. Theo Lamy recently named in the England Under-19s Invitational squad. He's on 5 not out. Gloucestershire scored 208 though, so bit of a chase. Joe Eklund playing against the Somerset Twos lads who's played alongside quite a lot in recent weeks, got 53. Ed Middleton, former Devon cricketer, now playing at Gloucestershire, got 59 off 31 balls with 5 sixes. So it's a high-scoring game out of the Vale and the Heat. Guess they will be back here watching the conclusion of this match in an hour or so.
They stuck to the task very well in the first innings, the Somerset bowlers, and they've started pretty well in the second. Good nagging accuracy from these two.
I like Alfie Ogborn in his floppy white hat, him and TKC pulling them off.
It's hot work out there, I tell
Very
you.
much so. I was just saying, I did a 10-minute perambulation at lunchtime and I come back sweltering.
You know, we had that very strange situation before lunch when Jack Leach needed a replacement pad.
Yeah, well,
We had fielders lying down in the sunshine, all over the ground.
There's no shade to hide under. I didn't get to see Jack Leach to ask him. I don't know whether it was the strap on the pad that broke. Hard to tell from up here. Only one of the pads that upset him. I mean, cricketers carry so many bats, so many pairs of gloves, probably a couple of helmets. But do they carry 2 pairs of white pads? I'm not sure they would. I reckon there might just be one spare set in the changing room.
It's a bit unlikely.
Yeah, home game is a bit easier to have a load of kit lying around. If your pad breaks at Trent Bridge, for example, I don't think Jack Leach has a spare pad. I think maybe there's a spare pair they borrow or makes it work.
I'm sure you'd be able to find one.
Yeah. If they're odd, does that matter? Would that upset them? Sure, someone like a Steve Smith wouldn't like that. I bet Steve Smith would take spare pads, actually. There's no way he's back with something different that would upset his rhythm.
End of Overton's second. 2 without loss. Malik has both of those. And a steady start by the Somerset attack. Quiet start by the Warwickshire batters. That target just down by a couple to 312. Very helpfully, it's on the scoreboard. So we can keep an eye on it.
Yeah, it does help, doesn't it? Saves us doing quick maths. That is a beauty from Jake Ball. Malik's done well to not get a nick on that.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those at the other end. First time from Jake Ball. Jaffa.
I was thinking Jaffa Jahan when you say Jaffa. And the Yorkshire leggy bowls are Jaffa. Jaffa, Jaffa. There's a Wasim Jaffa as well, wasn't there?
There was. Opening bat.
Yeah. Pakistan?
Yeah. A few years ago now.
India. Oof. Almost off the cut strip from Jake Ball. Just got away with it. Thomas Rue's done well to take that without any fuss. Almost went to Jordan Herman. Stifled, I think is the word there.
Yeah.
Half-hearted, I feel, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're keen as mustard for an early breakthrough. That slip cordon. And the entire Somerset 11 out there.
Warwickshire fans aren't happy. Davey shouldn't be in the team anyway, says one of the chats. Malik, lovely tuck off his hip. Could be a push for 2, you know. Yeah, should be an easy 2. Cameron's not able to stop that.
Got a smart stumping, Alex Davis, to dismiss Tom Kohler-Cadmore yesterday.
Yeah, so I didn't realise his foot came out the ground, to be honest with you.
Just dragged slightly out.
It was hard to tell. No, he's actually really quick. Kohler-Cadmore didn't look best pleased.
And one from Thomas Rue the day before.
Yeah,
his
first wasn't it? First
championship stumping.
Oh,
Game came to remember for all sorts of reasons. That's going to go for 4 byes.
Jordan Herman being a good bloke here, he probably knows his game's done. He's not going to bowl or bat anymore, and he's going to sit on a flight all day tomorrow, so he's quite happy to run to the boundary. Probably the most used to these hot conditions of all the Somerset 11. Where he plays out in South Africa, they play in these conditions regularly, humid and sticky.
It always feels a bit harsh when a delivery like that, which is really out of reach of the keeper, goes down as buys.
Not quite sure what Jake Ball's trying to do. He's very wide on the offside, very wide on the leg side there. That's the area. I think it'll be short spells from the seamers. I think these two might bowl maybe 4 overs each. Then it'll be Ogbourne and Josh Shaw in early. And if there's no breakthrough in the first 16 overs, I wouldn't be surprised if Leach or Vaughan are turned to before even 20 overs are up in this innings. Being day 4, being very hot. And the pitch to show a little bit of sign of wear and tear. I had an examination of it in the luncheon interval, and you can see a few rough areas that Manny Sutar was aiming for. Tom Banton is 3 away from 100 for the twos. He's 97 not out. Just taking his 6-6 off Ed Middleton's leg spin.
Full length again from Craig Overton. Rob Yates is not a man in a hurry.
Isn't it funny? A few weeks ago, we were commentating on the championship with Thomas Root and Tom Banton together whacking it around at Taunton Vale in the twos fixture. And now Thomas Root's got the gloves, having just scored 100 for the first team. Another one. What's the Stephen Lamb viz saying at the moment?
A draw has to be the likely
outcome.
And I think I'm in tune with WinViz on that. It came in at number 6 yesterday, Thomas Root, with a total on 80 for 4. So they were still 42 runs behind at that point. And you talk about playing a situation. It took a lot of maturity to deal with that.
Mm.
And some splendid stroke play.
Oh, absolutely.
All round the ground.
The back foot punches have been my highlight. We've seen him play them for the twos, for the academy, for the 18s, for Taunton Andrews, but doing it at this level, that's about, oh no, not another injury. Alfie Ogbourne, that looks like his left hand as well. That is not a good sign for Somerset. I've never known a club have so many injuries. The physio straight on. Alfie Ogbourne come in as an injury replacement. Oh, hopefully it's just a bruising knock. Yeah.
Physio's going back off again, which is encouraging.
He looked in a lot of pain straight away, though. He's a tough cookie, Alfie Ogbourne, and I think it's the base of the left hand, the wrist of his bowling hand. He's a very, very good fielder, so a rarity for there to be a 1 through him. Was it hard?
Going to be 4 for this. Down to fine leg. Just got a bit of bat. Oh no, leg buys signalled. Yes, it went off at more of a pace than leg buys usually do.
A few people messaging, asking about Lewis Gregory. You caught up with him down below, didn't you, Stephen, earlier on?
Very briefly. Had a quick chat. He's hoping to be back in around 4 weeks' time.
Which sadly isn't great for Somerset, because in 4 weeks' time he won't be a Somerset player for 3 weeks, really, will he? He's seconded elsewhere, so we'll see him for the August-September run-in, hopefully, all being well. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Gregory in the next few T20 Blast games. Although Craig Overton seems to really step up, doesn't he? When he's captain with bat and ball.
Yes, it's certainly had a positive effect on his batting. 2 of his 100s scored when he was skipper. 13 without loss.
Oh, I like this. The ice pack. A little ice pack's been run on and then put on Craig's neck. That's a good touch. What do they call it? The little bags. with an ice pack in it. I guess the ice pack's not going to last very long in this heat. And then Craig just whacks on his neck for 2-3 seconds. Cool him off a bit. Banton has got his 100. Tom Banton with 100 in a big chase for Somerset 2s at the Vale. Somerset chasing 208 and they're 172 for 1 after 14 overs. So if Banton keeps going with Lamy, well, still got Kean Roberts, Oscar Coleman and Bertie Michael to come. And then the big hitting all-rounders and Vukusic and Langridge. So it looks like it should be another easy victory for Somerset 2s. Needing just to run a ball.
Here's ball and it's a leave from Robbie Yates.
Oh, I've had a message in the live chat from international journalist Tom Hall. Nice that he's listening. What's our thoughts on the Division 1 title race and the relegation fight shaping up, Stephen? Well, so open this year, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. Yeah, and even more so after this current round of matches. We've had wins for the two teams bringing up the rear.
It's brilliant. I love it when it's so open this year. It's a cracking Division 1, particularly. Great take from Thomas Rue again. We saw that at Trent Bridge a couple of times last week. Diving down the leg side. Not a great ball from Jake Ball, but brilliant work from Thomas Rue. Yeah, I don't think Leicestershire are that bad aside. Hampshire suddenly showing some fight against Sussex, having been rubbish most of the year. Lucky to stay up last year only because that bizarre Durham collapse at Headingley. Hampshire winning by 118 runs against Sussex. Leicestershire winning by an innings.
Yes, they've got 72 apiece, Hampshire and Leicestershire. And that's what, 17 points behind Yorkshire. So they could yet save their bacon. Leicestershire, Hampshire. That's made it look a bit different for them.
All right, I'm saying a win for either of these two sides here today takes them top, both on 103 points. A win will take them just above Nottinghamshire at the top of Division 1.
Who, at the moment...
13 points ahead.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, the win will take them above them. Yeah, they could leapfrog. The winners of this game, if it's not a draw, would leapfrog Essex, Sussex and Nottinghamshire. What an open title that is.
Yeah, it's actually 11 points ahead of Sussex, not at the moment. Those games completed involving those two sides.
Bonus
this one and
going to come
Glamorgan against Surrey are the two still in progress. And Glamorgan need another 125. They're 70 for 1. So that could be a defeat. You've got
to beat back Glamorgan to win that. Even with Gus Atkinson taking out the game. Sorry, we've got such bowling depth, but in these conditions, you'd expect Glamorgan to chase that. Sean Dixon's often the clutch player in a chase, isn't he? Wouldn't surprise me if he was needed. He'd come in and knock him off. But yeah, sorry, not the side they've been the last few years. Similar personnel, just not quite getting the results.
I don't think I've ever seen such an exciting looking table this stage of the season.
I totally agree with you. We're over halfway now. We're into the back half. 2 games in August, then the September finale after the one-day cup. Well, Leg Gully has come in for Craig Overton. See what Zen Malik looks in a lot of control here. Looks solid, compact.
He played some elegant strokes in the first innings, particularly on the offside.
James for Travers has got Theo Lamy in the 2s game. Sat watching at Bridgetown with James for Travers. He was a bit nervous. He said to me, Harry, I might have to face Riley Meredith tomorrow. He worried that Riley Meredith might have been steaming in for Somerset in the 2s game as a sort of warm-up for the blast on Friday, but no Riley for the 2s today. No Dan Sams either. But Banton and Smead is still pretty strong 2-side.
Up to 5.5 now, the required rate.
Was that a quick calculation you did there, Stephen? I thought there might be a little bit more positive intent from Warwickshire here. Yates who crashes it around in the blast. I still remember Rob Yates taking Riley Meredith, the man we were just talking about, for 24th the over. Do you remember that in the quarterfinal last year? Before Sean Dixon played that incredible finale sign-off innings here at Taunton. His last white ball knock here in a Somerset shirt. And yeah, Riley Meredith, one of the quickest bowlers in the world of cricket. Smashed around by Rob Yates. And yet here he's on 1 after 6.5 overs. Do they just spend 10 overs, get themselves in? Then do they take down the change bowlers? I can't see Warwickshire blocking out for the draw right away. 300 off 55 overs on one of the flattest pitches, smallest boundaries. Good chasing conditions. You just want to have a bit of a go. With all their squad depth, the all-rounders, strong batting lineup.
I'm sure they'll have had a conversation over lunch about how to approach it.
Maybe just bat until tea. But
yeah, it is a quiet start. You could say in the 7th over, 13 for 1, for no wicket, I beg your pardon.
Our resident American Somerset fan, Michael Gowden, says, Harry, do I book a flight to come to the Surrey game and the first Somerset title in September? How late do you want to leave it? I think if you may as well wait another 4 hours. You may as well wait till the result of this one.
Runs here down to fine leg.
Great
effort.
effort.
4 of them.
Curly Cadmore diving full length. He's done well to beat leg gully and fine leg for 4 there. In between the two of them, there wasn't much of a gap there. You know what? That was almost like the bisection of Craig Overton. Remember that cut shot through point and backward point? That was my highlight of the morning's play, I think. Craig Overton finding a foot gap between 2 close fielders.
Yeah. Brilliant placement.
Yeah. Awesome. Jack Leach before the seamers, before Josh Shaw, before Alfie Osborne. Jack Leach from the River End. What are we going to see? Just Josh Thomas as a fielding catcher with a helmet on. Yeah, only 1 extra helmet to join Thomas Rue. Josh Thomas seems to have the job for the whole season, doesn't he? Used to be Ben Green occasionally. Who else has done it? I suppose Tom Lowry has done it at times. You haven't seen Tom Abel in there, but Josh Thomas is the current short leg.
Celebrated his birthday with an unbeaten 25 earlier on. Jack Leach. Can he extend the celebrations?
Yeah, I think he'd be after a few wickets today, definitely. Definitely want a birthday treat. It makes me chuckle how much Tom Cadmore's been getting involved with the bowling plans recently. I don't think he's ever captained Somerset, but now he's not on the slips, and now he's at mid-on and mid-off with that hand injury. He's right in with the conversations, warming up Jack Leach. And look how open the offside is. A deep cover for a short ball, I suppose. If they want to try and poke for a 1 against the spin, Jack Leach says, you go for it. Aggressive attacking field from Somerset to start with. The first ball of spin in the second innings.
Yates is ready. So is Leach.
Oh, interesting from Rob Yates. Straight away. Even just as he's releasing the ball well outside off stump. What do you think that is, Stephen? Take LBW out of the equation, I guess. Get outside the line. Goes again. So 2 balls in a row, he's gone well outside off. Does Jack Leach try and spear in a leg stump Yorker?
That's Rob Yates's second run.
No rush, is there?
Yeah, it has seemed today to be harder to get through and over than the previous
The
days.
heat's a bit of an excuse,
Must be
but-
to do with the heat.
I think Somerset want to be up and about here. Bit of urgency. Try and get a few wickets and crack this one open. Oh, that's a full stroke from Malik. The first one off spin. Thought about pulling that between mid wicket and mid on. Just getting that leading edge towards Jordan Herman at short extra.
Lovely cut shot from Jack Leach was the highlight of his knock. Absolutely nailed one.
He did in front of cover point, didn't he? That's better from Zen Malik. That's a textbook defensive stroke. Vic Marks was talking to you yesterday, wasn't he, about the MCC coaching manual? Yeah, that's right in that book.
Just the single then for Rob Yates off that over from Jack Leach. Overs ticking by. We may get a few more than the 53 that are up on the board. The rate's already 2 over, and that's with just the 1 over of spin. Double change it's going to be. Alfie Ogborn is coming on in place of Craig Overton at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
I quite like this combination, Jack Leach and Alfie Ogborn. What's Alfie Ogborn giggling with? One of the members of his fan club in the stand. That looked quick, but almost lost control, trying to bowl too quick. Slung it down outside off stump. Could see that little knock he sustained in the field 10 minutes ago. Doesn't seem to be worrying him too much now. Alfie's been rested and rotated quite a lot this season, managing his workload. Not actually played that much cricket, but has impressed when he has.
Yeah, 3 for 40 in the first innings.
Tom Banton, 115 not out of 59 balls. The twos need just 14 off 23 balls now. Kean Roberts, 10 off 5. A great start from him. Tom Banton taking down Dexter Trigo for his latest 6. I wonder if Pete's at the Vale today watching.
He's got a smoothly accelerating approach to the wicket. Alfie Ogborn, you've got a pretty good view of it from up here.
We have indeed.
The wicket just over to the left of us. So he's running in a direct line from commentary box to wicket, as it were.
That's a lovely shot. That's the shot of the innings so far by a long, long way. Even better than Jack Leach's cut, do you reckon, Stephen?
Certainly in the same class.
Yeah. Hard into the ground for Roberts. And that's the kind of shot I remember him playing on Friday Meredith in the Blast last year. Different format, but just clean cricket shots. Plays that pick-up sweep over leg side off seamers in the white ball comp, but red ball just plays some great shots. Two more balls left in the 9th over. First shot of authority, really, of the innings, that. And that is a genuine edge for 4. There's no way Lewis Goldsworthy can get around and stop that one. The long room balcony and front down below looks empty. It's not that no one's here. They're just all sat inside to get out of the sun. There's a lot more fans in the ground than it looks like on the live stream. A lot of them are inside or sheltering the shade in funny gaps because it's so warm.
You can see shadowy figures behind the glass.
There's a lot more fans here than people realise because they're just hiding in boxes and rooms and shade, wherever they can find it.
And those who are outside, there are plenty of sun hats in evidence.
Yeah, good to see. Slip, slap, slop in the sun cream as well. Right, last ball then of the ninth over, and I'll make way. I'll leave you with Charlie Taylor to bring the next passage of play.
So that's the end of Alfie Ogborn's first over. Expensive for the two boundaries. Warwickshire 26 without loss. So acceleration from Rob Yates, who'd taken a while to score the first 2 runs. He's now on 10. Afternoon, Charlie.
Hello, Stephen. Lovely day. Oh, it's very hot out there, but if you can find a little spot in the shade, I think it'd be nicely warmed today without the risk of the burn.
You've been taking some weather pictures.
I have been, yeah. One of my colleagues at the BBC said they'd like to see some photos of people trying to stay cool at the cricket, so I took a few on the lunch break.
Jack Leach then to the right-handed Malik. Over the top. 4.
Well, maybe this is a change of approach, because to start with, it looked like they weren't that bothered about making the runs, but perhaps now is the time. How many overs are we in? 9 overs. Perhaps that's what they've decided on.
3 boundaries in the last 7 balls. That was nicely timed and firmly struck from Malik. And defence to follow. Always eases the pressure. You get the boundary off the first ball of an over. Often hear that said in white ball cricket. Can apply in a situation like this as well.
And gone. There's the wicket. Takes the edge. Overton is not going to miss that one. What a nice easy slip catch. And Leach is the man who makes the breakthrough. Malik, having scored that 4 using his feet and going aerial earlier on in the over, has to depart. First one down, 30 for 1.
Another birthday celebration. This time with the ball. He's having a pretty good day, Jack Leach. Can it continue in the same vein? If it does, then Somerset could be a very happy team by this evening. Long way to go.
Yeah, happy birthday, Leachy. Well, Harry's complaining because the first ball that I moved in, he's just watched 9 overs of pretty attritional cricket, and I move in, we've seen feet being used, shot over the fielders' heads for 4, and then we've seen a wicket. Sorry, Harry. Look, Somerset needed me, mate. They've got to bring in the big guns sometimes, you know. Good catch, Craig Overton. Pretty simple as far as he's concerned in the slips, but still got to take him. That's a genuine, proper spinner's wicket, that, Stephen.
Very much so.
And if Leach is just getting enough to get the edge, could be an interesting afternoon.
Yeah, classic dismissal. Little bit of turn and outside edge, snaffled. So it's going to be Dan Mosley to take over in his now accustomed position of number 3. Started off a little bit lower down the order, but played well in the first innings.
I was listening to a bit of the test match over the last few days as well, and Michael Vaughan was on. I think it was Vaughan, and they were talking about the spinning options for England. They're saying this is where England need a genuine spinner who can hold up an end. And they were running through some suggestions of who it could be, and I was shouting at the radio, Leach, Leach. He holds an end, he takes wickets. What more do you want? We know he's international quality. He's done it, been there, done that. For some reason, he's not in the conversation at the moment. But Well, that's better for Somerset. Means he's here playing instead of with England. And all he can do. In fact, I spoke to him at the start of the season. He said how much he's looking forward to perhaps not being around the England setup for a bit and really focusing on his Somerset career.
Actually, well forward to his first ball. Made 54 in the first innings.
He's a really good talent, Mosley. Got a feeling he'll play plenty and plenty of games for Warwickshire.
Yeah, the bulk of the Warwickshire runs in the first innings in the middle of the order. Sam Haynes 68, Bo Webster 64.
Oh, Leach is causing problems. Leach is going to be your key man, I think. Although that was just signalled as a leg by, I think. But still, not played confidently. Let's have another look. Off the hip, but still beat the bat. I think that's an attempt to play the shot there. Just turned a bit. Couldn't sort of catch up with that. Yeah, good puff off the pitch there. Watch the ball land. Yeah, proper puff of breaking up pitch. Well, it's not bad news for Jack Leach and Somerset.
Might see Archie Vaughan on before too long as well.
We've got a left-hander on now, haven't we, with Mosley? So that means that Vaughan might be called upon. I'm going to stick with Ogbourne for this one. He only had one over earlier on. Went for 8 runs. But I just think give him a go. But I think Leach will be very happy with that over, not just because of the wicket. I think there's more to it than that. I think he'll have seen a lot of promise in the pitch.
Comfortable single here down to deep backward point.
Had a little look at the pitch when I was in the lunch break. The roller out on it. Doing a bit of work trying to create something for Somerset. You can request what sort of roller is used. Not anything too dramatic, I don't think. I'm going to allow it to break up a little bit.
Yeah, there's not much green left on it now.
No. Well, some hot days. I think the players will be pleased they're not playing on Wednesday. That looks like a very hot day. It's a little bit wayward from Ogbourne.
Yeah, the patch in front of the popping crease at the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end, that's been pretty bare all the way through. It was greener at the other end, and you can still see shades of that.
Yep. There we are, taking a closer look at the pitch.
Nicely played, but straight to the birthday boy at mid-wicket. The ubiquitous.
Yeah, he could be crucial today, I think.
You got that on the bottle? How many bottles you got there?
Some noises off from the Thatcher's pavilion below us. That's a good line.
You shouldn't be walking right, mate. Right, runs, buddy.
I think it's actually one of the fielders is being offered some water
I think it's
over on the far side of the ground and is being picked up by our microphone there.
Out there. I noticed there's a little umbrella out there too, or a parasol to keep our cameraman as cool as possible. It's a very warm day.
Yeah, water in demand.
Oh, I'm not surprised playing cricket out on this in this weather. I know it's a summer sport, but this is hot to be out during the middle of the day. Be a perfect day for a T20 this. Warm evening. But for the county championship, hours and hours of play under the burning hot sun. It's tough. And that's the point. As Ogborn falls over in his delivery stride there.
Yeah, he is a little prone to do that. There's applause and encouragement from the slip cordon for him. The skipper in the thick of it at second slip. Standing a little bit closer, actually, in the cordon.
Saw the gazebo that's been put up to keep some of the players and staff cool. Behind that is our parasol for our camera operator. Any shade is worth its weight in gold.
So the end of another over for Alfie Ogborn. I don't think it'll be a particularly long spell in this heat. He's bowled 2 so far. Maybe there'll be another one. Maybe there'll be a spin. There's the Lewis Goldsworthy option as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see any of them, to be honest, alongside Leach at the river end. Umpire and Craig Overton just talking. I wonder if that's something to do with the follow through in Alfie's delivery. Ogborn does sometimes go quite close to the middle of the pitch. I wonder if the umpire's just talking to the captain there, saying, "Can you have a word?"
Yeah, they're certainly discussing something.
Mm. There's a little bit of moving around here from the captain. Vaughan's coming in as a slip.
Yeah, it looks like leg slip.
Thomas, who's at short leg. And Craig Overton will keep himself at slip. Our fielders company, Dan Mosley. Overton just moving his deeper fielders around. Can't quite see out there, but there's a sweeper out on the boundary.
Yeah, he's actually been called in a little. He's in the sort of in-between area now. Out at deep square leg. 3/4 of the way to the rope. And Leach is ready.
Oh, was that through the legs of the short leg? Would have been difficult. Very quick reactions needed there. Yeah, it would have been a very sharp catch and possibly quick. That's the thing, if you're going to be there, you're looking for that sort of looping one that comes off maybe the bat pad, but in the game again, Josh Thomas under the helmet there.
He's adjusting that man out there again. He's almost on 45 degrees now. Further backward of square.
Yates on strike, and he comes in front of his stumps to defend that one. Oh, that was a little bit more darted in from Leach. I just feel like Vaughan might be called upon, given that they've got the left-handers here. That's just carved out towards backwards point.
It does feel like an opportune moment, doesn't it?
Just want the ball turning the other way, really. Leach will still be used, I'm sure, just as a holding an end. Also an attacking threat coming into the batter, but I think you want to try and get it going away from the batter's body. Try and induce that edge. Slips there for that moment. That's why the leg slips there as well at the moment, the ball turning into the batter. There we go. Straight like that. Takes an inside edge. There's such thing as a commentator's curse, and every now and then it happens the other way around. So the fielder does take the catch and Mosley goes. And it's Vaughan who takes the catch at leg slip. And it was a perfect field placement from Craig Overton, who thought long and hard about that and was moving them around. And the distance, the placement, absolutely perfect. And Leach just turning it into the body of the batter this time. And the catch is taken. Mosley only able to guide it into the hands, the very grateful hands of Archie Vaughan. And another one goes. And this game is on, 34 for 2.
And a perfect prediction from one Charlie Taylor.
Every now and then. Throw enough, what's the phrase? Throw enough mud and some of it will stick. There we are. I've had enough commentators curse. What did I do the other day here? I had one where I absolutely talked someone right out. Was it in the women's game, I think, wasn't it? Can't remember what it was. I said something really complimentary about someone in the next ball. I said it was chanceless. That's right. I said Niamh Holland had a chanceless innings. She literally got out the next ball. So I feel like I've got one back there. That doesn't help Niamh out, although she played very well yesterday. She did play very well yesterday. Scored 75 off 44, I think, in that T20 at Scarborough, which Somerset won. Anyway, back here, Sam Hain is the new batter, and Somerset will feel, with Leach bowling, that they've got a chance in this game. And we did wonder, I did say Leach would be the key player. Well, 2 wickets early on, and this could be a long afternoon for those Warwickshire batters.
Yeah, they'll feel they're in business now, won't they? Nicely taken catch. And Archie Vaughan is on the scoreboard for that.
Here we go. Let's have another
Will
look.
we see him up there for another reason?
Oh, he looks gutted, Mosley, there. Can't believe he's found the fielder right there. We were talking about those field placements from Overton, and he's got it spot on. He's impressed as captain, hasn't he? As the stand-in captain when Gregory's been injured. Overton has done a really good job, and I think that was probably working together with Leach there. Leach, of course, such an experienced player, will know what he wants, but Overton was definitely tinkering with the finer placements.
Yeah, and the Mosley head was in the air almost before the catch was taken. He knew what was going to happen.
Such an easy catch as well, right to the fielder. 34 for 2, and if Somerset win today, it'll be a big step towards getting to the top of that table. And how many games after this? Was 6 games left after this one? I think this is the 8th game of the season.
It is.
6 games to go.
Yeah, end of August, the next one.
Yeah, 20th of August is the next county championship match. Sam Hain, though, is a very different kettle of fish. Someone who can hang around. That was the end of the Leach over.
Yeah, so watching brief initially for Sam Hain, who top scored in Warwickshire's first innings. Broad of bat. Osborne then in his third.
He's tried that a few times, can't quite whip it like he wants to through the mid-wicket region. Hasn't quite timed it yet.
Come on, cries Jack. Hands clapping above head.
I think given that we've seen 2 wickets to spin already, I think this might be Ogborne's last now. Not any comment on Ogborne, who's bowled well. It's just that I think spin's the key. And I think if you can get spin at both ends, you're going to cause a lot of problems. I'm afraid that's not a great ball from Ogborne. Goes for 4. Yates on to 15.
Yeah, and also, given the heat, short spells for seamers make sense. Craig Overton bowled just 4, Jake bowled just 3, opening up. Just a single.
Just keeping an eye on Vaughan, see if he's showing any signs of Warming up. Yeah, and a little bit of warming up. A few leg raises, twisting his hips around a little bit. Get the feeling he's had the nod from Craig.
Yeah. A quiet summons from the man beside you. He's a little bit wide at third slip, Archie Vaughan at the moment, almost at fourth.
Yeah, it's interesting placement that. Doesn't feel like that's where Ogborn's bowling to. So he's maybe thinking a little bit of bounce. Might just take the top edge a little and fly out that way. That was Haynes' first delivery that he's faced. Yeah, it's a strange slip placement there with Vaughan. Oh, yeah, it's fourth slip, really. I just can't see how it's going there with Ogborn bowling where he is.
Pushing for the second, and they get it comfortably. End of Alfie Ogborn's over. His third, 0 for 16.
Plenty of work still to do for Somerset here. 2 down, but some very good batters to come in this Warwickshire lineup. These two especially will be tough nuts to crack.
Yeah, and then Bo Webster in next.
Webster and Barnard. Davies still to come. Of course, he didn't open up.
Yes, I suppose he could come in next, couldn't he, if he's had a chance to recover from his exertions behind the stumps.
Plenty of talent in this Warwickshire lineup, so Somerset fans don't get too carried away just yet, but Leach will continue, and this is where the problems have been caused already. Yates on strike. Leach bowls to his opposite number, both of them wearing the number 17. In the air and gone. No.
Pad only.
Big appeal. The crowd liked it.
I think the crowd were appealing as well.
Let's see, where did that hit? Yep, off the knee roll. Just above the knee roll. Good decision from the umpire. Somerset wanted it, and Leach again. He's the one who's creating chances. Came down on that bit late, I think, Yates, but did what he had to do. 2 for 7 at the moment, Leach. How many more can he get? Oh, it's gone down the leg side, and the keeper's not been able to take it. They'll come through for a bye.
Elegantly signalled by umpire Long.
Flicked the leg as it went through.
So Sam Hain taking guard now. Leach has the chance to bowl to another right-hander. 2 slips there. Plus a short leg.
This is a big moment for Somerset if they can get Hain early. Crucial player. Brilliant batter. Especially in this format. Yeah, nice looking shot. Ball does the fielding. Spinning it away from the batter now. Hence the couple of slips in place. Vaughan and Overton.
Watchfully left.
Had time to come down, watch it. Decide, no, I'm not going to play that. Left it on length.
Generous applause again for Jack Leach. Hasn't put a foot wrong today. So it is to be spin at both ends.
Just feel like it was the time.
And he will start off bowling to the left-hander.
Plenty of company around the bat. And Cadmore comes to give a bit of advice to Archie Vaughan.
I don't think that was off the middle. A bit of leading edge.
I think so. Not a bad first ball. Sweeping, he's hit that really well.
It's actually been fielded by a spectator down there, I think. Or the ball's been temporarily lost.
Is that Tom Lammonby out there? Who is it? It's not Lammonby, is it?
He's got 4 for it. Yates goes on to 20. 46 for 2. Another 268 needed. Somerset need another 8 wickets. There are going to be runs here, at least 2 of them. He could possibly go all the way because it's a long, long chase. Just pulled it inside the rope, and they've taken 2. More runs here. 2 more. Got that away nicely, Rob Yates. That's the 50 up for Warwickshire. Lost 2 wickets getting there. Up in the 15th over. Kept a bit low.
Fired in a bit more.
End of the over. High time for me to make way for Harry Everett.
Thank you, Stephen. And we'll bring Harry in. We can drag him away from Fraser from MCC. Give him a bit of a break, Harry. Don't forget Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodriguez performing at the game on Sunday, this coming Sunday against Surrey.
Stephen Lamb's favourite band, the Carpenters, you mean?
Is that...
You missed that on day one.
Is Sabrina in any way related? Do we know?
No, we just give Stephen him and I think it's Lammy and Triggs were doing that advert, and I know the Carpenters, but I don't know Sabrina.
Triggs had never heard of either of them. He thought that that was the name of the tribute act, and they thought they'd be doing Taylor Swift songs or something. No. Go on, Grandad.
Where is he today? On the golf course somewhere?
Probably. Possibly.
2 slips then for Jack Leach.
Oh,
when
he's
Sam
taking way
Hain
over
just
here.
teased- Is he all over, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, you can
earlier
have,
on we were...
I'll give taken a couple of wickets already. You can
You
have
have
Leach
actually,
if you
yeah.
like. I'll take ball.
I thought generally you were pavilion end.
No, I bear, whoever I come in, I try and, whichever end I think they're doing, try and work around them.
Well, it's not like it's spin versus seam, is it? We're both spin
No.
for the rest of the day, probably now.
Yeah.
Right, all right. I'll be Leach then. You be
You have
Fawn,
Leach.
and then we'll change in an hour if nothing happens.
Swap the bells over.
Yeah, we talked about that. That was a good chat with. Yeah, it was Marnus did it first, then Stuart Broad did it. And it was interesting. Fraser was saying about that game of the day when they kept moving them and Bairstow ran up from the keeping position to change him again. It was entertaining. This in-outfield, I guess we kind of put not on the boundary, but not loads around the back, quite like Leach against Worrell in that Surrey game in September 2024. Not quite that attacking yet, but I dare say in 2 hours' time we might get there. Then we'll be approaching the final hour, but still 46 overs remaining, minimum. They call it minimum. If they shake hands at 5 o'clock and it's not minimum, is it? I always think that's a bit.
Well, that's a very good point. Yeah.
It's minimum, but actually at 5
unless
o'clock
both captains decide they've had enough.
So then it's not minimum.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, and then we have 16 less than minimum or whatever.
Yeah, it's the vagaries of cricket lexicon. Solid from Sam Hain. I mean, I don't need to say that. It's basically his middle name, isn't it? Sam Solid Hain. You've got to do something special to get Sam Hain out.
Yeah.
An amazing bit of field placement, an amazing bit of bowling, an amazing catch. Even this heat, he won't lose concentration. Born and bred in Queensland, this isn't going to worry him. Josh Thomas over to silly extra. Just there. Oh, that's gone through his legs. Coldsworthy should keep it at 1. I can't remember a warmer county championship days in recent years where so many fans are sort of legging it for the shade or the inside aircon. We've even got a gazebo next to the dugout. That's unusual.
Seriously hot out there. Yeah. The gazebo doing a good job.
We've even got extra, I think that's Meg down there carrying the drinks. We've got extra drinks being brought round with ice buckets. Any of Jamie Thorpe's backroom team. I think if they're not looking after Mr. Abel, Lammerby, etc. on the treatment table, they're running around drinks to try and keep these guys hydrated. Can't afford another muscular injury from running around in the hot.
45 overs remain in the day. Well, I think the vast majority of those that we do see will be that of spin.
Yeah, we won't say minimum every time, will we? We won't say minimum minus 16, potentially, maybe many of them.
I think people know what we mean. There's around 45 minutes of 45 overs of cricket to come. Archie bowling to the right-hander this time, so bowling into the batter. So not quite got his line right there.
That was in, past, and away from.
Yes, in the end it was away from the batter because it was down the leg side.
Such a unusually loose ball from Archie Ball. 10 extras of the 53 total so far.
Full. What Somerset could do with is a Warwickshire collapse like the one in the women's game the other day.
Oh, that was unbelievable. Was it 8 for 9?
8 for 9.
8 for 9. Shocking.
8 wickets for 9.
Well bowled, Liv Barnes and Lola Harris, but there was some awful stroke play.
Well, there was some bad
Warwickshire side.
decisions in stroke play, but yeah, Barnes and Harris doing the job. Comes
Let's
forward
tell you
here,
what,
Hain.
Exmouth, county cricket at Exmouth loves a collapse. It was Somerset against Durham last year in the County Cup, and then that super over that was pretty disastrous from a Somerset point of view. This time it was the other way around. It was Somerset who came out on top.
And comes Vaughan. Oh, now there's an appeal, but I don't think that's doing anything.
Did we round up the 2's victory?
No, you can do that for us. Give us the result, please.
Pretty resounding, thumping win. Just before the close, Kieran Roberts was out to Ed Middleton, but Tom Banton, well, that's some form. He's in the England international batter, playing 2's cricket. 124 not out.
Oh, lovely stuff.
Somerset won by 7 wickets.
Chasing what?
210 for 3 after 18.2 they were in the end.
That's a win, that.
So they had 10 balls to spare. 42 for Smead. The two first team openers doing the job, really.
Yeah, good to see. T20 cricket returning this week after a little county championship break, which has been a nice break, actually. Reminding ourselves about the championship. Somerset actually doing pretty well there. What's frustrating with Somerset is there were a couple of games which they let really good positions slip in, and if they'd won those, and then there was the one which is curtailed by rain against Sussex here.
Sussex, Glamorgan and Yorkshire. I think those three games we're going to talk about forever and ever and ever. Probably more Yorkshire lesser, but Sussex and Glamorgan definitely.
Yeah, games at Somerset. Well, it's hard
Got
to say
away.
Somerset should have won the Sussex game because that was weather related. You can't control the weather, but in the Glamorgan game, they really did. I think they would say it themselves that they didn't play to their potential and then lost the game.
Do you remember about an hour ago I said about Glamorgan and Surrey? I said, I bet you Sean Dixon will be there. YouTube comment, Sean Dixon's in. Yeah, the Gordon Avery. The talkie's asking about my run out, my jaunty moment. The talkie overseas on Saturday. God, I gave that a good celebration, Charlie. I enjoyed that.
You dived full stretch,
You
took
did.
out all the stumps, did you?
Underarm from about 10 yards away,
Oh, yeah.
sprinting in from wide mid on. God, I enjoyed that.
Got the overseas out.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I'm buzzing with that. Don't get many run outs. My arm's not strong enough. But underarm from 10 yards is just like Skittles, really, but you don't run and dive in Skittles down the alley, do you? Yeah, that was a special moment. Celebrate that more than wickets or runs in some ways, because the run outs, they're sort of emphatic, isn't it?
Yeah, direct hit run out is one of the best,
special,
great parts of the game.
Especially when you know it's a big wicket.
Yeah, when it's close as well, when they're nearly in.
Yeah. Cheeky, the cheek to try and run to mid on as well. Not having that.
It's incredible, actually, how quickly the ball travels.
Yeah.
You think you compare it to, the player can be almost in and the ball hasn't even left the hand yet, and it can still beat the player there.
Yeah. And when my head's coming out the turf and you see the bail plop off in the dirt, literally. Pain and no rush at all. I'm not really looking at a chase here at Warwickshire. Oh, that's going to be runs on the next side. Probably 2. Very gentle jog.
I think it's 4.
Josh Shaw. Yeah, Josh Shaw didn't sprint after it. I mean, runs aren't really massively relevant if they're not going to chase it. So Josh Shaw can save his energy in case he needs to bolt. Jack Leach isn't going to be overly worried about 4 or 1. Wickets at the currency for Somerset today.
Yeah, not a great ball from Leach, that one. Just misdirected.
Apparently, the last time Glamorgan beat Surrey and Cardiff, Tony Lewis and Gilbert Parkhouse got them home. There you go. A decent over from Jack Leach, but one poor ball and the rest not really threatening enough to rid a man of Sam Haynes' quality from the wicket.
Yep.
Never would have thought Saturday, Sunday, when so many people around the southwest are checking the Somerset scores, did they think that come Monday it'd be Warwickshire that would be holding out for a draw?
Well, this is one of the reasons we love this sport, though, isn't it? That,
indeed.
Game can be going one way, and it just takes 2 players together. In this case, Overton and Thomas Rue, to take a game in a totally different direction. Oh, that came off the edge. It was in the air for a little while.
Optimistic cry of catch.
Yeah, it was never going to be caught, but just producing a misstroke there from Yates.
Tractor drivers revved up.
Yeah, usually this time of day, isn't it? We start to hear him.
I wonder if the heat affects his cider consumption.
In a positive or negative way?
That's my point. Does he drink more or same amount but with a bit of water interspersed, I hope? Would worry for his headaches in this temperature. He drinks them very well. Experienced, isn't he?
Well, yeah.
Is he in the shade? Yes, I think he is. Yeah, he's got his fan club down there. Oh no, she's stood up at the moment, but yeah, a bit of shade from the pylon actually. There's just enough width for pylon shade for tractor.
Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah, standing in the shade of the floodlight.
Oh, great bit of field. I think it's Jordan Herman at second slip.
Yeah, good bit of
down to his left. I mean, it might have been a Doctor Goldsworthy Pepper Point anyway, but wasn't to know that. And believe it or not, the floodlights were used yesterday. That baffled me. Or could that be pivotal? The bad light passage yesterday. It was pretty warm yesterday, but they went off a bad light. Missed out on a few overs of cricket in the morning session. Could that be rude by Somerset this afternoon? Isn't it dark in this temperature and lightness today that it could be bad light? Join the comments on the live chat. People from watching, tell us where you're watching from on your June Monday in the heat. Where in the world?
I'm going to guess there'll be a few people working from home who've got the dual screens going today.
I wonder if anyone's like got feet in a paddling pool with
Yeah,
a desk above,
washing
something like
up
that.
bowl.
That could be a shout.
Paddling
Yeah.
pool.
You don't want a hot tub or a jacuzzi. You could have an ice bath outside.
There's that famous video of the man sitting in the bin, isn't there? Have you seen that one?
Well, I don't know, but
Bin full of water. big
well,
wheelie
yeah.
bin.
The peak of my football career, aged about 11 or 12 maybe, I got signed for Tiverton Town, and I was buzzing to be a Tiverton Town youth player. And I went in expecting all this high tech stuff, and it was a pretty nice setup at Ladies Mead. And the ice bath was a compost bin with ice in it, and I was terrified to go in it, but I thought it was pretty cool.
Literally.
Excitement over not a lot here at the moment, I think. The tiniest faint of an edge or ball that's going down is getting something exciting.
Watching on holiday in Bulgaria, says Elijah.
Bears in Bulgaria. Maidstone, Kent. Kent are still going, aren't they? I think Kent are still playing Middlesex. Division 2. Yeah, Middlesex need 117 off 50 overs. With 3 wickets remaining. Ah, Freddie Lammy. Freddie Lammy's watching.
Oh, hi, Fred.
Former intern. One of the great lads here who's worked with us in previous years on the cameras. Behind the scenes.
Yeah, nice to hear from you, Freddie.
Isn't it nice? So many people who work for Somerset, even just for a brief year, stay in touch, love the club. Pav here at Glamorgan still's got a soft spot for Somerset, even after Kieran Carlson's whacked his old employers everywhere. Well outside off stump, Rob Yates, but in control.
Richard says, watching from my office in the Cayman. Lovely stuff.
That's a great point. Which Perth is Coffee watching from? Probably very warm. I tell you what, this could be the only day where Scottish Perth is warmer than Australian Perth today. That could be a shout. There's probably other Perths as well.
Should we have a look? What?
Are
we talking about Perth's peak, as in Perth, Australia's peak temperature?
No, I mean today.
Yeah.
I think today.
No, I mean, yeah, but the peak today or overnight temperature, because it'll be night time there now, won't it?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Let's go peak.
Let's go peak today. Because even Perth in Australia in the winter is probably still 15 to 20 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas.
Oh.
No.
Perth, Australia, currently 12 Celsius. It'll go down to 8. So, yes, definitely warmer in Perth, Scotland, I think.
You could go with tomorrow. Maybe go tomorrow. It's a bit
yeah,
harsh.
I think it's a bit harsh to do it overnight, isn't it? Okay, let's
go tomorrow.
21 Celsius tomorrow.
There you go. That's a great
Definitely,
test.
yeah.
Great test. And full sunshine. Whereas Perth, Scotland, not coming up.
Perth and Kinross, there we are.
Oh,
26 tomorrow.
In Scotland. 26, there you go.
So they are 5 degrees warmer.
There you go. Oh, Herne Bay, Kent. I don't think I've been there before.
Herne Bay, yeah, I know Herne Bay.
Is that
Very
near
nice.
Whitstable, Folkestone Way?
That's exactly it. Yeah, Whitstable, definitely. more than Folkestone. But yeah, lovely area.
I did say there'd be multiple Perths. We're now getting told off because which Perth in Australia are we talking about? Sorry.
Are there more Perths in Australia than?
Yeah. Sorry, we were talking about the city, Perth. Apologies.
Here comes Vaughan over the wicket. Even getting on top of that one nicely.
Jake Ball's just hanging 15 yards in from the deep square leg boundary. Thinking if there's maybe a sweep. God, I can't imagine getting caught on the sweep in this situation though. Is it selfish that it makes me chuckle when people are have paid for a sunny holiday in like the hottest, sunniest week here? They've paid to go to Cyprus or somewhere like that on a sunbed, and it's actually probably warmer here. Oh, that's a waste of going abroad. You could sit in your garden and do exactly the same thing.
They might be taking in the culture though.
A lot of people don't though, do they? Let's be honest. A lot of Brits abroad,
yeah, some people just
will
want
go
the
all
sunshine.
inclusive and drink and sit on a sun lounge or lie down.
Yeah, they might be there for the food, for the music,
there's a
for
Perth
the
in
art.
Tassie. Is there? Okay. Perth and Tassie being warmer than Perth and WA, that is a rarity. Tassie being the island off the southeast corner of Australia, so probably the coolest state generally. I loved it around Tasmania. Did a camper van around Tasmania. And a mean mystery machine. That's cool.
Yeah, really got confused with the Tasmanian devil, didn't you?
What? 4,400 odd watching, plus a couple thousand in the ground, mostly hidden inside the shade. Andy Hurry loves a bit of sun. He's having a lap around the ground. Somerset Director of Cricket.
What's happened there?
Playing a miss.
Back. How was it come off?
It's a rarity.
Why is that? How's that come off in that direction? Let's have a look. Keeper's gloves. I think.
Yeah. Just hit Thomas Rue. There's no weather warning in Cyprus. Should be a 2 here.
I think it's going to be more than that, is it? No, ball's slowing up.
What, Jake Ball or the ball? Both of them. A few games still rumbling on around the grounds. Northants Durham are still knocking it out without Ben Stokes. Durham chasing 296 to win that one. We should probably mention on the Stokes Atkinson thing briefly, there will be no further action. They've concluded their investigation into the night out in Chelsea. I'm not sure if they've investigated the rugby chat, whether he's in trouble, if that's just a cricket investigator, but...
I was lucky they've got that investigation done just in time for the third test after getting thrashed in the second one, isn't it?
Yeah. Robbie Yates well outside off stump again. And Gloucestershire, first team this is. Gloucestershire 2's just lost to Somerset 2's at Vale, but Gloucestershire 1's all out for 185. Will Williams went over to Swanepoel the last wicket. Fatih Singh with 5 for 74, the Worcestershire spinner who played here in the One Day Cup. Remember, decent spinner. Another easy single here for Rob Yates. And Matthew Waits also had 3 for 14. So yeah, what will be the most exciting game come 5 o'clock? I think Durham Northants could be a good finish. Glamorgan should have wrapped up picture against Surrey by then. It's that 5 till 7 on a Monday evening, isn't it? These last few blocks of the first half of the season, where which ground you go and watch the finale. A bit leg side for Jack Leeds. Now, Hayne, he did want it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Could have had more amble round.
If they'd gone for it, but it's very hot out there, and then, let's face it, the run rate now going over 6 is
Dare to risk it.
makes you think they're not really pushing for it. No point in taking risks.
So say the rules will change and they take 2 points off the draw. Do you think Warwickshire would have gone for it? Well, at least started going for it before shutting up shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You're advocating a 2 points for a draw, are you?
2 points less.
Okay, so 6 points for a draw.
Yeah, is that fair?
Oh,
there's a lot of options been shouted out there.
It was 5 for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah. Whether it's 5 or 6 doesn't massively bother me. Just think 8's too many.
You just want them to have to go for it more than take
More
the 8
incentive
points.
for winning. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If we're meant to be shaped by England and going for wins, and the England captain wants attacking cricket, then shouldn't the people who are striving to get into the England team have the same motivation?
Yeah, it's a good point.
I'm pretty sure the Premier League rules aren't based on how Thomas Tuchel wants England to play as the most direct football comparison, but England cricket seems to be a lot of, how's the championship being played? That's a quicker one from Jack Leach. Really improved your change of pace in recent years.
Thank you to the Somerset native and fan who's in Solihull. Now that's... I wonder if there's any split loyalties there, or if you're quite a proud Somerset fan flying the flag in the West Midlands. In this one, obviously, against Warwickshire.
Sam Dalling, welcome back to the Sam Dalling. He wants it to be 2 points.
What does he say in his text? Read it out.
2 points for the draw, Harry.
Oh, right, okay. Got your water bottle here, Sam. It's become our new mascot, actually, that water bottle. I don't think it can leave this room anymore, Sam. Hope you're well, sir. Family. Archie Vaughan, then. Yates gets down low to defend that one.
I wonder if Sam's still got his firstborn with the live stream in the cot. Do you remember that picture? I think.
Yeah.
Firstborn born the same week of that amazing Somerset Surrey game. First voices heard other than Sam and Becky was myself and Stephen on comms. What an honour that was.
You had Luffy as well, didn't you, on that day?
Luffy was on backing vocals, screaming at the victory.
Backing vocals.
He said it's an expensive water bottle. We're not posting it to you, Sam.
No.
You can wait till you're down in it. Also, can't remember the last time there was no one sat in the dugout. Oh, just as I say that, Shay Simmons, the Warwickshire reserve, comes and sits there. But very unusual for no one to be sat in either dugout. Most of the players hiding in the balconies.
With, I assume, a bit of aircon in there. The changing rooms.
Oh, I like the sound. Is that Craig Overton with the screen?
Yeah, I think so. Always trickling back. Bit of footwork needed from Rob Yates.
If Somerset had declared at 10-1, would they have had a go? Probably not.
Vaughan in again, round the wicket. Again, well played by Yates. And that over from Archie Vaughan. He's now bowled 5 for 12 runs without taking a wicket.
Ah, Sam said, sat down to listen for the first time this season. Lovely that it's you two.
That's nice.
There you go.
Well, it's a last-minute thing, isn't it? Because actually it's supposed to be Treeks today.
Yes.
I got drafted in.
You weren't a concussion substitute, were you?
No, it's not concussion. I don't know what,
We had,
what Treeks
didn't we? We did have. Wasn't Vic a concussion?
Yeah,
substitute?
Vic was the first ever Somerset
commentary
concussion sub because Sophie Luff, who was supposed to be commentating, was told to rest after getting hit on the head.
She
So
did, that
Vic
was
came in as
Good.
concussion sub. What a sub. Super sub.
I love that the Somerset physio team don't see commentary as resting. The amount of stick we get for sitting here just talking away, but it's not resting.
Yeah, well, we'll have to have words about that, won't we?
We will.
Harder than it looks.
Stephen Lamb's giving you out, Charlie Taylor. End of the over, you're out.
End of the over, I'm out. It's final leech over. See if...
He does it with such a beautiful, graceful, elegant Stephen Lamb, doesn't he? The finger comes up.
Yeah.
Comes down and gets you on your way.
He's a graceful and elegant man.
Other than when he plays cover drives in corridor cricket.
Well, even that's got certain elegance to it, but also
he nearly whacked
a
you
lot
in the
of power.
face.
Yeah.
Beat you away. Oh, that's one of my highlights of what have we had? nearly, must be 6 years of doing this job. That's still one of my highlights. We'll come back to it. Corridor cricket when it rained. Sam Hain's bat looking as big a barn door as Craig Overton's was yesterday. Except Craig Overton was on the attack. Sam Hain's on the defence, but you know what? I wonder, I'll give you a few hypotheticals here before you go. If Warwickshire came out and played a positive attacking cricket, they could have more runs and they could not be 2 down. That's another way of looking at it. Some people say in this modern way, I'm not sure I buy into it, but attack is the most positive form of defence. Would Mosley, who's an aggressive player, Malik, who's a bit of a straight maker, would they have got out if they were trying to score rather than just survive? We don't know.
I don't know.
Give you an impossible question, but
It's a good point, isn't it? For those sorts of players, yeah, attack can be better.
Particularly Mosley.
Probably stronger than their defensive technique.
And Mosley got out to Leach, who was turning the ball into his stronger leg side area as well. Being left-handed. Oh, beautiful up and down and dip from Jack Leach. Wonderful trajectory, but no wicket. Well, Charlie Taylor, was that a wicketless stint?
No, 2 wickets.
Of course it was, sorry. Should we get the we'll get the Jeremy Clarkson Top Gear leaderboard out, shall we? You'll probably win
I think
it.
I'm doing quite well.
You are doing
I called one perfectly. I said it was. Do you remember? I was
more wickets on
describing
commentary
the
than
leg
you-
slip fielder and what he was there for, and then literally the next ball took the catch.
Charlie Taylor, more wickets on commentary than he's ever taken in real cricket in his life.
That isn't difficult.
Chris Matthews driving a tractor in Cornwall. What are you doing today, Chris? Is it? What are you doing in June? Don't think you'll be ploughing. Don't think you'll be drilling. Go on, what are you doing? Tell us what you're doing on the hard fields in Cornwall. There's not a lot of urgency out there, we've got to say, chaps. We will have tea not long away, actually. Stephen Lamb might have a short stint here. Might just get a few overs of Mr. Lamb. David Attenborough, commentator extraordinaire. Then we'll have a tea interval. And then if it keeps going like this, we might see hands shaken around the 5 o'clock mark. But if Somerset take 2 or 3, Craig Overton might be keen to stay out there a bit longer and keep having a go, particularly at this middle order through stroke makers. If Hain goes, Somerset will be far more likely to keep pushing. Archibald with the same field. Worcestershire, 1 down, 0 for 1, chasing 87 to win. Worcestershire. Oh no. Graham Van Buren opening the bowling with his left arm spin. Good one-handed catch from Cameron Bancroft in the slips, former Somerset man, of course. Glammy 150 up, chasing 195 with Dan Lawrence bowling. Lovely stat from the BBC Live text. Sam Hain is now 8th in the Division 1 batting charts for runs scored. 611 runs in 8 matches at an average of 61 and a high score of 164. I don't think he's going to get 100 today, but he might add a few to that tally.
Still lots of oohs and ahs when the ball doesn't find the middle of the bat. But I think since I vacated my seat half an hour or so ago, a draw has become likelier.
Yes. We should also say it's a Red Bull Festival of Cricket. So on about the Millet Champion Hall Cricket Shop. There's a bat making demo going on out there. There's a kids' t-shirt design contest if you can get from the MTP reception. If you've got a youngster who's getting a bit bored of Warwickshire blocking out for a draw, go and get a t-shirt design piece of paper you can colour in. Maybe we'll be on the next Somerset shirt. Mark Stoneman's just coming out to have a chat with Jake Ball on the boundary. Alfie Ogborn's going to swap with Jack Leach. Quite sure the field change. We're going to have a leg slip. I like that. Just in case Archie Vaughan slides one on, I suppose. Leg slip is Archie Vaughan. Leg slip for Archie Vaughan is Alfie Ogborn. It's a bit of a rank long one, was there, Stephen?
Well, yeah.
All that effort to put a leg slip in.
Yes, that wasn't for any of the close fielders.
No.
Of whom there are 4 now, plus the keeper. Plenty of company for Rob Yates. Thomas Rue taking the bales off and then rebuilding the castle. And we're going to have some drinks at this stage. It looks like it. Suddenly both the batters are being offered a towel. And
we're having a drinks break 14 minutes before the tea interval, Stephen.
Well, it is hot, isn't it?
It is hot, but shouldn't that be illegal? It's hot,
close.
but 14 minutes, come on. By the time it's finished, it'll be 13 minutes. Well, the Somerset Museum will be open at tea interval, so that's something people can look forward to. Have they got air conditioning in there? Let's say they have.
I don't know.
Let's be positive. I'm sure Mike will tell us in the live chat if they haven't.
I think you'd find out if they did today.
That's where Charlie's gone. Charlie's gone to find some aircon in his break.
Having picked up a couple of wickets early in his stint. Let's see if I can do that between now and the tea interval.
It would be fun, wouldn't it, to have a little leaderboard, how many wickets you've taken. Don't think it works with runs quite so well.
So they're refreshed. Rob Yates and Sam Hain ready to resume.
Ah, look at that. Pretty cheap way of watching the cricket. Half-season memberships are absolutely brilliant. Think of those remaining County Championship games in August and September. The 4 Metrobank One Day Cup, 100 overs of cricket in a day you could get. Cheap as chips. Have a look on the website.
Bargain.
Pop in or call up the Somerset reception. Ticket ladies will help you out. Weekdays.
Jack Leach then, which end are you taking, Harry?
Oh, this was meant to be my end, Stephen, but I'm not too precious.
You keep it.
Wow, that's a good ball from Jack Leach. A playing a miss from Sam Hain, but a little bit wide to bring in bowled LBW. The caught behind was not far away. Yes, probably we get distracted, don't we? Don't always do ends, but when there's spinners bowling in tandem, probably quite important we keep on track. Quicker, flatter from Jack Leach. I like his variations in pace because I think you need that today. To extract a Sam Hain from the wicket particularly, you're not going to get him by bowling the same delivery every ball. Bowled a few O's for Taunton Dean this year when he's not picked for Somerset in the blast, Jack Leach. He's a bit outside edgy. The most down-to-earth international sportsman you'll ever meet, Jack Leach. Plays skittles in the local pub, still chats the same mates he had through school. Local lad, just happens to be very good at his craft. So probably 2 or 3 overs before tea. The bowler's ready, umpire. I heard for the effects mic. That is a fair point. Sam Hain trying to waste time and get less overs in the day when Jack Leach is ready to go, but I don't think it'll make too much difference.
He's faced. Just looking at Sam Hain.
43.
Yeah. And Rob Yates, 82 balls for 26.
And these are, T20 blast players, but the conditions, the situation dictates it. God, I'm getting a lot of texts in from the West Country. Wet and windy in Truro. The text wet and windy in Pennymore. I don't think it'll make any difference.
Not like that here.
No. And
actually, it does look a bit murky.
It's a bit grey to the left,
which is where the weather tends
but
to come
I think by the time it comes, there'll be almost a
the-
handshake
the-
anyway.
The game will probably be done.
I suppose it could come down at tea time in the next half an hour. Stephen, give me your highlight then. Here's a question. I want your highlight of the Thomas Rue and Craig Overton partnership. Any particular shot or moment?
Spoilt for choice, really.
I'm full of tough questions, me.
I think, Thomas Rue's offside play is a particular joy. As indeed is his brother's.
Quite. But different. Yeah. Thomas Rue, I think, of the back foot punch through extra cover. James Rue, I think, of the front foot cover drive through extra cover. And they both can play both, of course, but
there was a lovely straight drive yesterday by Craig Overton.
Yes. Didn't he get to his 100 today with a straight drive? Yeah. Not quite as clean and crisp as that one yesterday, I remember you mentioning.
But there are some of them. It's one of the most magnificent partnerships I've ever seen.
Quite agree. Record 7th wicket partnership ever for Somerset against Warwickshire.
I mean, it's sort of just given what it was born out of, the situation when they came together.
I thought Somerset were down and out. I think I'd be here today. You must have thought you were having a day off today, really.
Well, I did this time yesterday.
Yeah. I went out to bat at Bridgetown with Somerset 6 down, maybe 150 odd for 6, and wasn't getting many updates from not much signal on the cricket pitch at Bridgetown. And then eventually someone told me Thomas Rew's got 100. I said, what? Wow.
I'm extremely happy to be back.
Yes. I was quite happy to have my post-innings river soak with a thought of Somerset batting beautifully. And Craig Overton's got to be a shout for MVP player of this month as well as last. It is clouding over, isn't it? Do Somerset have a little burst then? Say it's not raining, but it's cloudy. Do they have a little burst with seamers after tea?
Possibly.
One last try with
They'll still be reasonably fresh, won't
yeah,
they?
Craig Overton.
Despite the heat, they've only bowled short spells.
You've got to go Craig Overton out for your one, probably.
It's going to be 4. Out to long on. Yeah, we haven't seen Josh Shaw at all yet. Just Craig Overton and Jake Ball with the new ball, and a burst of Alfie Ogborn.
Our best wishes to Mark Spearing, watching from Suffolk, recovering from a heart attack. All the best in your recovery, sir. He agrees he'd like to see Craig have a couple of overs. And if Somerset lose in the next Blast game, I would quite like to see Craig Overton get a rest. He won't want to, but I would like to see him rested in a couple of Blast games. Save him for, I say for the county championship, it's a long way away, I know, but
still got 6 games.
Yeah,
after this one,
and he's had a lot of workload. He's enough. Talented lads that you could warm up in the last couple of Blast games could be seen as warm ups for the One Day Cup. Give some youngsters like a JT Langridge a go. You see JT and Alfie Ogborn. When was the last time Somerset bowled? Well, I suppose actually Alfie Ogborn and Dan Sounds would be that. When did Somerset last bowl with 3 left arm seamers? You could go with Goldsworthy and Leach as well, an all-out left-arm attack.
Is that pretty unusual?
Oh, we're getting the odd nice thing said in the comments as well, Stephen. Somerset commentary has to be the best on the circuit, and that's from a Warwickshire Bear.
That's very nice.
That is that's an extra honour, thank you.
Much appreciated.
Jack Leach continuing then from the River End. That is a decent leg stump sort of delivery. Sam Hain, I think, would push through that and try and get 1 or 4 through mid-on in a different situation. Brilliant stop from Alfie Ogborn.
Timed the roll nicely too.
Yeah, you can just pick up a bit of chat on the effects mic. I think Che Simmons and Tom Lammonby are having a little bit of chat about Barbados, the effects mic in the dugout.
What's cricket like over there? When you grow up, is it just everyone's kind of whacking this or what?
Tom Lammonby did a brilliant stint on commentary with Tom Kohler-Cadmore on the Blast the other day. Which game was that? I think it was a Warwickshire game, actually. Yeah. An all-action commentary team of Trigo, Luff, TKC, Tom Lammonby. Riches of professional cricket experience on this pitch down below. Jack Leach's last over before tea then, I reckon. Just one more delivery remaining. Great point from Neil Rushton. Why not give Lewis Goldsworthy a go? Yeah, I agree. Jack Leach isn't doing a lot wrong, but just a different...
We did mention him
release,
earlier, actually.
I always like a little change, because it's a lower arm release point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jack Leach is up and over. Goldsworthy might get a bit more skid. Whether you replace Leach or Vaughan is up to Craig Overton. Can't bowl 3 at once. Oh, I like that. The Warwickshire 12th is Shay Simmons. I've mentioned a few times. He's done a lot of mileage running on and off. Has brought the umpire a drink. But that's a bit daft because we're over. We're 3 minutes now from the tea interval. I appreciate the thought and the effort.
It is a bit odd, though.
I don't. Yeah. Do you know
just 1 over, or maybe 2 left before the interval.
What is the rule? Because the umpires don't have a 12th man, do they? There's no 12th for the umpire. If they want a drink, do they ask the home or the away? It doesn't really matter, I guess.
Here's Archie Vaughan anyway, and gets that away. Rob Yates out to the man patrolling deep extra cover.
Watch the umpire not use that drink at all. Walk into the dressing room with that drink in. Can Sam Hain make this the last over before tea? Probably can. I'm sure his shoelace is a little bit loose.
He's lost one of his close fielding company. Alfie Ogborn's gone out to backward point.
Jake Ball says he is in front of square. Can he lose another minute per each ball? I think they might get another Jack Leach over in, you know.
Yeah, well, 3 minutes left on the pavilion, well, the scoreboard clock, which I think is the one the umpires go by.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's good to see, though, that the Colin Atkinson clock is almost identical to the scoreboard clock.
Yes, it's not always the case.
No, correct. Nice to have uniformity.
It's a very old clock, that. It's been at this ground for ages. I was talking to a supporter. Don't know whether I've told you this story. Probably have.
Please go again, Stephen. I'm sure some of the listeners
Well, it used to be on an old scoreboard, and it was transferred there when that Colin Atkinson pavilion was built.
Yeah.
They made a little hole in the gable for it. And that's where it's been ever since.
Wonderful.
It still keeps pretty good time.
What about, have you ever seen it hit by a 6? Don't think I have.
No. Vaughan, that little skip at the start of his approach. That's tucked down into the hands of forward short leg, Josh Thomas. And it is the end of the over, and we will get one more in. And it will be Lewis Goldsworthy.
There we go, Stephen.
Our correspondent's idea was has been acted upon in short order.
I like that. I do remember him bowling here in that Surrey game and Tom Curran taking him onto the Thatcher's deck a couple of times. But Josh Thomas has, of course, another option.
Yep.
There aren't many county championship sides with 3 left-arm spinners in their top 9.
Just a couple of practice deliveries for Lewis Goldsworthy. Had a good game, 90 in the first innings, top scored. Just a slight change of angle and style, mixing it up a little.
A skiddy round arm. Could it make a difference? Oh, that's a loose ball. That's driven for 4 effortlessly. Over pitch from Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yep. Rob Yates unlikely to miss out on that, and nailed it. That's a full bunger, and same treatment.
Not great from Lewis Goldsworthy, although he's on a bit of a hiding to nothing, you could say, in that he's only going to have 1 over before tea to get some rhythm. I just had a friend of mine, Will Greggs, text in, if you hit the clock at Clifton College, you'd get a day off school. Around with the school I worked at in New Zealand, Huntly School, where Curtis Heafy and George Work and a few other professional cricketers went. That was always a thing. You had to try and hit the clock.
That's a quaint tradition, isn't it?
Yes, I
Clifton
mean,
College.
they're
I
normally
didn't
a
know
fair
about
way
that one.
away, though.
Whole day off school. Wow. That's better length and defended. So here's the last ball of the session. Negotiated safely enough by Rob Yates, who finishes on 39 not out. Sam Hain is on 12. 75 for 2, Warwickshire, as we go into tea. Another 239 still needed. And 8 wickets, of course, by Somerset. We'll have a little break along with the players and hope very much you can join us for the final session.
Well, welcome back for the final session of this game as Somerset take on Warwickshire. Warwickshire is 75 for 2. They need 314 if they're going to win this match. Seems an unlikely outcome, but you never know if the runs start flowing. Somerset need 8 wickets. Another unlikely outcome, but you never know. Stephen Lamb is alongside me, Charlie Taylor. Afternoon, Stephen. This looks like it could be a draw, but you never do really tell with cricket. It does change and can surprise us.
Win predictor have got 1% Somerset.
Well, there we are.
So it's not
so
impossible.
You're telling me there's a chance. Let's see how we get on. It could be one of those days, or it could be an exciting and enthralling day or afternoon session, evening session, I should say, of cricket. The umpires are there, Nigel Long and David Milnes, and the players are making their way to see if they can manufacture anything. The runs are going to be extremely hard to come by unless there's some really terrible bowling, I think.
Yeah,
Don't think they're going for the runs.
Rob Yates has got 39 off 95 deliveries, which tells its own story, really.
But the only real outcome other than a draw I can see here is if there is some sort of collapse, if the pitch has suddenly started turning and Leach really rips through a side. It looks like he's about to change ends because he was bowling from the river end to start with, and then Goldsworthy came on just before the tea break. And I wondered if that was to change the end of Leach, and it looks like he is going to be bowling from this Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Vaughan swap over as well, but we'll have to wait and see if they stick with Goldsworthy. But Leach will kick us off then after the tea break.
He tends to prefer the river end Jack Leach, but it's by no means the first time you've seen a change, which can be a brief one before he goes back. Just it's having a look, really, isn't it?
Worth having a look. You never know. Hayne is the other batter, 12 of 54.
Charlie and I have been consulting the table.
Well, we have.
Joining you.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting.
It looks as
it's
though,
tight.
I mean, if it does end in a draw this game, they will go up to second place.
Yeah, it looks. I think they've already added on the bonus points to this table, so I think it means Somerset will move up to 108. But perhaps it's 111, because I can't remember exactly what Somerset were on before this game started. But either way, they'd end up in second place.
Yeah,
hang on.
Not
Warwickshire would, unless if the points haven't been added on yet, the bonus points, then Warwickshire would also join Somerset on the same amount of points. So it'll be very tight at the top. Nottinghamshire in first on 116. Well, that takes an inside edge. Runs down towards the fine leg boundary, but won't get there. So Nottinghamshire on 116. And Somerset and Warwickshire have got a game yet to finish, obviously, but they're on 198 combined. So actually between first and sixth will be just 11 points. Now that's tight.
It really is.
First and sixth, separated by just 11 points. It's wide open this year.
And that's how they're going to be for the next month or so, isn't it? Because it doesn't restart again until late August.
Yeah, pretty much a month away, 20th of August. So we pause for the T20 Blast and then the One Day Cup and the 100. Two slips, legs slip in place as well. In comes Leach, left arm. And just pushing forwards here is Sam Hayne.
Yes, Craig Overton can afford to keep those close fielders in the hope of an edge, one side or the other.
Just hasn't shown enough turn to be really difficult. Leach has got a couple just to move a little, but nothing consistent, really. So it's asking a lot for 8 more wickets to fall, I think, on this pitch.
Yeah, the two he accounted for, Zen Malik and Dan Mosley. Neatly caught, both of them. Slip and leg slip.
I mentioned how tight it is between the top 6. Interestingly, Surrey are not one of those 6 teams.
Unusual.
Unusual. Very unusual, certainly the last few seasons.
The other thing that might happen in the next hour or so is rain, because we have got rather gloomy skies above us. You can probably see the Quantocks are a bit hazy in the distance. They were crystal clear first thing this morning, and the skies above us are gradually deepening grey. There we go. Might need the floodlights.
Yeah, just clouded over a bit. Very muggy though, very muggy. Still very warm. Well, we're going to see Josh Shaw, I think.
Be the first time in the innings.
Yeah, obviously fancied a bit of a change from having spin at both ends. We saw him warming up, didn't we, Stephen? And we wondered whether we might see him bowl a bit.
One for 59 in his 17 overs in the first innings. Be bowling to the left-handed Yates. On the money, first up. Having a chat with Nigel Long before returning to his mark. Not sure what about. May never be known.
Might not even have had anything to do with cricket or this match. The sort of things you end up talking to the umpires and your teammates about during a long game.
Runs here, probably 2. It's a bit of a chase for Archie Vaughan. 2 it is. You can always get a sense of the gathering gloom from the light on the scoreboard, which gets correspondingly brighter. Yeah, but Thomas Rue was asked yesterday evening which of the hundreds, the 200s he's made over the last week, might give him more satisfaction. He said, wait until tomorrow evening.
Yeah, at the moment you'd say he's probably leaning towards the first one, which obviously led to a Somerset win. This one at the moment very much looking like it'll be part of a huge effort to save a game, but probably not a win.
Is that
through, straight through him? Gosh, that was a sharp chance. Overton couldn't hold on.
It's worth another look. It's gone down to the third man boundary. Difficult one, I think.
Oh, we've seen him taken.
We have. Yeah.
That's a chance. That is a chance for Overton. Oh, yeah. Would have been a difficult catch, but...
But as you say, he's such a prehensile fielder in any position. Unlike him. And bad luck on Josh Shaw.
Actually, would probably dearly love a few wickets to add to his Somerset tally. First season with the team.
Yeah, and first championship game here. Josh Shaw came here. Well, he's originally from Yorkshire. Lengthy spell with the team just up the M5 in Bristol. It's played comfortably enough by Yates. to conclude the over. 0 for 6. Should have been 1 for 2, really. But there we go. The boat has sailed, as they say.
Did fly through this slip area, though. It would have been an incredibly good catch, but he is a very good catcher of the ball, Craig Overton. So he'll feel like he would have or should have caught that one. Jack Leach prepares for another over. This will be his 13th out of 33.
It's up to 8 and over now, the asking rate.
Manageable in a T20. Very different in this format.
Yeah, when you've got more flexibility with fielders. 4 in close again for Sam Hain.
Leach coming in now around the wicket. Oof. Bounces in front of the slip fielder. Vaughan, I think.
Yeah, it was an edge. He runs here, probably just one. They don't look in any rush.
No need to risk anything now.
Not pushing for the second.
No. And that is a 50 partnership.
Duly applauded in parts of the ground. Mid-on's being pushed back a bit. Josh Short, not all the way to the boundary, but part, well, he's about 20 yards in.
Leach fires that in, but no run, no wicket. Still no rain from those clouds that I can see yet. It's holding off. Very patient, this from Yates. 104 deliveries he's faced now.
Yes, and you rather get the feeling from the body language out there that this is meandering towards an inevitable conclusion.
Yeah.
Conferring the two umpires, I guess it's about the light. I think the order may well come.
Yeah, pop those floodlights on, I think. Yeah, I think they're doing it. Who's got the button? There we are. Let there be light. Not what we thought we'd be talking about on this day of heat wave, but clouds have come in. It's muggy and now the lights are on.
Yeah, it's a very noticeable difference they make as well.
Wonder if that Craig Overton drop moment might have been taken with the floodlights on. Who knows? Perhaps it was just a little dark to catch it. Just delay your reflex by a moment. Surely not going off. Taking a light reading.
Yeah.
Is this going to be the one
they take a reading and then stick with it, don't they? But they haven't got very long. They're not going to do that for at all long. I think they're going to
They're
carry
gonna
on.
go. Yes, you're right. They're carrying on.
Looked a bit uncertain at the
Yeah.
moment which way David Mills was going to
Thought he
go.
was calling them off for a moment. But no, we play on. Sam Hain does a bit of gardening, patting down the pitch.
They're good, these floodlights, the way they sort of focus particularly on the square in the middle. Multiple shadows cast now by the players. So here's Josh Shaw. And here are some runs. Backward of square on the leg side, 4 of them. Hain goes to 19. And now Craig Overton just signalling to the fielder to stay pretty much where that was played. It's much squarer, the man on the leg side on the boundary there. Four more. Long leg this time. In fact, if he hadn't moved, Jake Ball, he might have had a chance of cutting that off. It's one of cricket's frustrations that can occur. Quite a lot of grunting from this particular Gloucestershire attack. Jake Ball does it pretty well every delivery. Josh Shaw then, Alfie Ogborn as well. You can forgive them for grunting, bowling in this heat.
Oh, fourth day, final session, yeah, absolutely.
Don't think it'll be a long spell from Josh Shaw.
What am I doing with the gazebo? Is that coming down? Probably.
Oohs and ahs and applause.
Is there a bit of rain in the air? Can we get that confirmed by our camera crew? Looks to me like there might be a bit of rain. In fact, the groundsmen are just turning up with the big old cigar, which is the roll-up Hessian matting.
That's usually a pretty clear sign.
Might get a premature end to this one. Depends how heavy this rain is, how long it sets in for. Still playing at the moment.
I don't think it would disappoint any of the players if that happened, given the match situation.
I think we know where the game's going. Oof, ferocious bouncer there.
Putting everything into this, Josh Shaw. First opportunity to bowl in the innings.
Oh, look, there's the gazebo going away. We've got Lammonby working on it. Shaw comes in.
Yorker, pretty well played in the end.
Good varying of his length. It was the bouncer before, then the Yorker. Good bowling from Shaw. Former Gloucestershire player, of course, now with Somerset.
The Hessian is still poised.
Yeah, it's waiting. Little bit of rain. I think it might have stopped now. Hard for us to tell in here. Really difficult to see light rain.
He's having another look, David Mills. Let's put that meter on top of the stumps again. Now studying the result. He's taking his time, but I think we're going to carry on.
Yeah. Would have been inside edge on that one.
Yes, it was a cry of catch, but I don't think it was a chance.
Boldsworthy doing the fielding there.
The fielders still doing everything they can to encourage Jack Leach. And the gulls as well.
One ball left in this Leach over. It's 14th. Plenty of players around the bat. Well played by Rob Yates. Another over ticks by.
Yeah, we've got, what is it? It's 5 o'clock when the statutory 16 overs come in. But whether we'll play beyond then, I rather doubt. It may well shake hands at that stage. Unless there's a flurry of wickets, which seems a bit unlikely given the state of the pitch. It's not difficult to stay in, as these two have already shown. Tractor's encouraging Josh Shaw as well from beyond the long leg boundary. His usual perch on Gimlet's Hill.
Pace has gone out of this game, hasn't it? The transitions between the overs, I think we all know. Another good ball. He hasn't let up though, Shaw. Still firing in those shorter deliveries.
Yeah, it happened yesterday evening as well. That slowing of pace with the heat when Warwickshire were in the field. Took a while to change between overs. Appealing for bat, pad, then bat, but nothing from Nigel Long. Worth another look, perhaps. It may have been an inside edge there onto pad.
Outside the line.
Anyway.
Not a very good appeal from Somerset. Still got a couple of slips in, still got their legs slip there as well.
Well, it's a wholehearted spell from Josh Shaw. Whatever the match situation, he's putting everything into this.
Thick dark cloud now above the ground. can't see there's too much rain coming out. I don't think there's any actually, but it is quite thick.
Yeah,
Grey.
It's quite difficult to tell. It looks as though there might be a bit of rain on the sort of western end of the Quantocks that we can see. It's difficult to be sure whether it's rain or just haze, but it's very gloomy. And I think I can hear
A little bit of rain now, as that big cloud just came over.
Could barely reach that. Sam Hain managed to get it to backward point. David Milnes has removed his sun hat. It's the first time that's happened in this game. Maybe that's a further sign of rain.
You can definitely hear a little crackle of rain on our FX mic.
Well, the Panama's back on for David Milnes.
Is that how we're telling the weather now? I feel like they should introduce that at the Met Office. Has David Milnes got his Panama on?
You'd have thought he'd keep it on as protection against the rain. Really.
Well, maybe it's not waterproof. I don't know.
Not sure what they're made of. They're quite stylish. Standard issue.
Yeah, I should think they are, aren't they? Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. You get that. You don't have to supply your own hat. They all wear the same one, don't they?
Having a chat with Jack Leach at the moment. They're going to carry on for the moment, but could well be ended by the weather.
Which won't change the outcome, I don't think. Just put everyone out their misery slightly early. I'm sure those players are absolutely exhausted. 4 days of, well, certainly the last 2 days have been very hot. But warm, certainly, on the first couple as well. Good game of cricket. Somerset would feel they could have batted better, but came back into it brilliantly in the third innings. Warwickshire have been pretty solid. Lost a couple of wickets, but these two have looked very good.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Somerset bowling's been steady. And the outstanding feature, of course, that stand yesterday and into today between Thomas Rue and Craig Overton. Thomas Rue falling just one short of what would have been a maiden 150. I'm sure he'll get one. You can say that.
Oh, yeah, the way he's going, absolutely.
Defence again from Rob Yates.
Thunder in Wiveliscombe, 12 miles away, apparently, according to one of our viewers.
Doesn't look like thundery weather, does it?
It does. It really has that sort of misty, hazy, grey, purpley about it. Turned a bit.
End of the over. It's time for me to make way for Harry, who I'm sure has things to tell you about his recent perambulations.
Is he in the raincoat? That's what we want to know. Has he been avoiding the weather out there? The umpires have had a little chat. We're going to play on because we're not at 5 o'clock just yet. Half an hour to go. But if the rain, hang on a minute. Where is what's going on here? No, they're still staying out there. Thought for a moment there's a bit of charging about. Oh, looked like they might be heading towards the pavilion, but no, it was a change of bowling. We are going to see Archie Vaughan by the look of it, as Harry is now alongside me. Final stint from you then, Harry, in this game?
Wow, it's starting to rain more and more as I literally put my headset on. I just saw Chris and Debbie Rue and said, going to be my last stint. And then Debbie said, remember Surrey, Harry. And I said, oh, yes, Debbie, I should be more optimistic. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of that incredible game in September 2024. I think the rain will curtail this before 5, and then they'll shake hands. But I might have a one-ball commentary stint here, Charlie. Shall I make the most of it?
Go on then. You can have this over.
I think we are about to shake hands, but Archie Vaughan is going to bowl to Sam Hain, the immovable Sam Hain. Oh, it's a nice shot in between. Short leg. This is the most it's rained today. Thundery shower on its way. I just went down and put the windows up in my car.
You left them open, have you?
Of course you do in the sunshine.
Fair
They blow
play,
through. And I didn't want the stormy rain getting in, as I've
good
made that
idea.
mistake before.
Definitely getting murky now.
That's far too far outside off stump.
Never going to be good.
That's got to do a lot to come back from there.
Thing is, you just shout, don't you, if they pad up.
I love the amount of people who like to tell us it's raining where they are.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
We're getting a good map of the rain moving in from our viewers.
Mike's covered his strawberries. Oh, run down the wicket. Sam Hain, why?
It's a strange shot, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he's looked pretty comfortable defending from the crease, really. Thunder and lightning will probably get them off, yes. I'm surprised they've stayed on in this rain, actually.
Well, any sign of lightning nearby, they'll go off for safety reasons.
Stay a little bit low, maybe. Well, there's Swanepoel gone for 35, as Worcestershire 52 for 3, chasing 87. Middlesex are still hanging in there, chasing 2-3-1 against Kent, but they're 8 down. That's a textbook defensive shot from Sam Hain. That's what we want to do. Get right over it with that elbow and smother it into the ground. A bit sad that everyone's talking about Wednesday and Thursday being 39 degrees and these heat warnings, and everyone's like fearing like the apocalypse is coming. It all feels a bit dramatic in England when it gets a bit hot and there's storms around, doesn't it? Everything's been shut. Schools are cancelling activities and based on a forecast 3 days ahead. But this is the... Is it low pressure? If I remember me A-level geography. Is it high pressure? Quite a 50-50 chance then. I'm up in the wrong one. So high pressure, thunder, lightning, heat, storm.
Humidity, yeah.
Sticky unpleasantness. No. Tom Collar-Campbell's trying to pull the stumps out the ground, I think. But no, the umpires are keen to play on. Fair play to them.
Oh, there's a big dark cloud over to the left, over where it's
looking
coming from.
very
It's
ominous.
very dark.
Can I say this is the most positive umpiring we've seen here all season, when it probably matters the least? Because Somerset, as much as I don't like to say it, are not going to take 8 wickets with this forecast around in the remaining 20 or so overs. You wouldn't have thought. Schools closed in Birmingham on Wednesday and Thursday. Wow.
Yeah, I think Hewish Episcopi closed from what I read.
Do a bit of supply at College and Grammar, and I've been cancelled for Thursday because the athletics events have been cancelled. They might still be at school, but how fuming would Yates or Hain be if they get out in the ball before they go off? Though is that I've done that before. I've been out the ball, and as soon as I'm out, the umpires take the game off.
Yeah, I did that once as well. Bad light.
Yeah,
could barely see it. Swept one. Got out LBW.
You were out at Axbridge. You were off for bad light.
Yeah. Oh, it was really dark.
The famous floodlights of Axbridge. That's a lovely shot from Robbie. It's not going to go for 4, is it? Scaler Campbell's going to have to pull it in. Or is it
No,
Tom?
I think that's going to go.
Tom Lammonby's gone to do the work for him. Very good of him.
Save your legs.
Tom Lammonby sporting sunglasses when it's pretty grey, cloudy, and the
So
lights
is
are
that to protect him from the floodlights?
Oh, well, what else have we got to mention before the dying embers of this game drop out?
Let's have a quick look when Somerset women are back in action.
Yeah, God, I'll tell you what, we should mention the sea threat in that murky game at Scarborough on Sunday. Seeing the girls are back, they're in the flats behind. Oh, that's another lovely shot from Robbie Yates. This will be a run for 2, I reckon. Yeah, you may as well have 2. Sam Hain's going to walk 2. What are we clapping? Oh, it's a 50. Rob Yates has got the 50. Just enough time. He deserves that. He's batted well. Faced 120 balls for that. He's looked solid, stoic in defence. Nicely timed through the covers. Well played, sir. Maybe that's what the umpires were keeping it on for. Another 50 for Rob Yates.
Friday, 26th, Somerset against Durham.
That's here, isn't it?
Yeah, here at Taunton.
I think it's a double header.
I think you're right, against Gloucestershire.
The men play
And
Gloucestershire.
then at 6:30, yeah.
The ladies play Durham. A double header with 3 counties. So is it double header or is it triple header?
It's a double header, not a triple header. It's a double header. It's 2 games, but it's not. Doesn't matter. It's
2 games with 3 heads.
Yes, if you like.
Do you like that?
A bit like Fluffy from
Harry Potter. Yeah, it's very good. Oh, that was a decent delivery, that from Jack Leach. It's not going to make a difference in the grand scheme of things. But that's a nice area.
Let's have a look. What did that do?
I think it bounced a little bit. Outside
I
edge.
think it's just taking a bit of the pad. I don't think it's a drop.
There were 4 maiden names in a row not long ago, but then Yates taking that 4 and that 2 to get to 50.
Umpires are having a discussion here.
I think that might be it. Sam Haynes trying to walk off.
Yeah, and they're saying, come on then. Come on then, bring him on. So is that rain or is that light?
But then do you now shake hands? Because are they going to take the covers off for the next 24 minutes?
I don't.
Technically, you can't shake hands for 24 minutes.
No, you can't. You can't shake hands.
But you can't start when it's raining.
Yeah.
And it will probably take 20 minutes to take the covers back off.
Yeah.
So I can unofficially say this is probably the close of the game.
Yeah,
we could probably wrap it.
I agree. I agree.
There's great
neither
crowd all
team's
around.
got any particular thoughts about winning this game.
And every live chat comment of anyone who lives west of here is saying it's raining.
It's raining.
So we will say thank you very much for all of you listening and joining us over the last few days. It's been a cracking comeback from Somerset and then a comeback from Warwickshire today. It's been
Well,
a great
the fact
game
that we've
of
got
cricket.
to this point is testament to Thomas Rue and Craig Overton. Really.
And Safeguarding Austin is on the covers. There you go.
Safeguard what?
Austin, who's
in charge of safeguarding here.
No, he's in charge of operations. Sorry, I think he's in charge of operations. He's helping out the grounds team with the covers. Nick Pepper's bringing the Hessian mat out.
God, it looks very dark. It's unbelievable.
It does
this
look
thick
dark, yeah.
cloud. It's huge.
Yeah. I'm sorry, there's no way they're coming back out.
No, it's hard to
All
see.
the will in the world.
Very hard to see that. I think that might be that for this match. Thank you very much for being with us. We will, I mean, if it starts again, we'll be here.
We will still be here.
But I think the chances of that are very slim. So from Stephen and from Harry and from me, Charlie, and who else has been on commentary this week? We had
Vic
Trigo.
had a day. Triggs had a day
Vic.
on day 1.
So from all of us, thank you very much for being part of it. We will be back for the T20. It's not a
Friday, Gloucestershire.
Friday for Durham and Gloucestershire.
Correct.
Double header.
Correct. We
Do
just
join
talked
us for
about
that. However, if they come back on, we'll be here, don't worry.